Well, hello there, my exhausted pilgrims. We begin today with a story where we travel back to a world lit by oil lamps and devotion, to an empire stretched across 3 continents and held together, at least in part, by belief in things that could not be fully explained. This story reveals a small piece of wood, the extraordinary lengths humans go to find connection, and how an ancient legend transformed the medieval world. So get comfortable, leave a thumbs up review if this episode helps, and let me know where in the world you are listening in from and what time it is for you. Now dim the lights, turn on a fan for some noise, and let's begin. The year is 312 of the Common Era, and the Roman Empire is experiencing what historians would describe, with considerable diplomacy, as a leadership problem. For most of the previous century, Rome had been operated by multiple emperors at once. Picture trying to run a vast organisation with 3 chief executives, each of whom commands his own standing army, none of whom is particularly interested in sharing the title, and all of whom have access to enormous quantities of weapons. The arrangement did not tend to produce peaceful transitions of authority. It tended to produce civil wars. You're standing on the northern bank of the Tiber River, a few miles outside the city of Rome, on a warm October afternoon. The sky above you is wide and pale. The air carries the smell of river mud and dry grass, and the particular dusty warmth that central Italy holds through the early weeks of autumn. Somewhere behind you, to the north, 2 large Roman armies are making their final preparations to meet. One of them belongs to a general named Constantine, who holds authority over the western provinces of the empire. The other belongs to a man named Maxentius, who controls Rome itself, commands the Praetorian Guard, and manages the city's grain supply. He has no intention of sharing any of it. Constantine has already marched his forces down through the Italian peninsula. He has won engagements at Turin, and at Brescia, and at Verona. His soldiers are experienced and in good spirits, but Rome is the prize that matters, and Maxentius has the walls and the patience of a man who believes time is on his side. Tradition holds that something happened to Constantine in the days leading up to the battle. The exact nature of that experience has been disputed by historians for 17 centuries, which should give you some sense of how ambiguous the original accounts were. The bishop and historian Eusebius of Caesarea, writing some years after the event, described a vision that Constantine claimed to have seen in the sky during the afternoon. A cross of light positioned above the sun, accompanied by words in Greek that translated into Latin as in hoc signo vinces, meaning in this sign, conquer. The Christian writer Lactantius offered a different account, placing the experience at night as a dream, a command to mark the shields of his soldiers with a symbol associated with Christ. The 2 accounts differ. They agree on one point. Constantine believed he had received a divine communication, and he acted on it. He ordered his soldiers to mark their shields with a Chi-Rho monogram, the overlapping Greek letters forming the first 2 characters of the Greek word for Christ. Then he marched his army south to the stone crossing of the Milvian Bridge, where the road from the north entered Rome across the Tiber. The battle was over quickly. Maxentius, departing from the logic that recommended he wait behind the city walls, advanced to meet Constantine. His forces were routed. The retreat toward the bridge became chaos. Maxentius fell into the river and drowned. His body was recovered the following morning, and his head was removed and carried through the streets of Rome, which was the ancient world's version of a press release about a change in management. Constantine entered Rome as the sole ruler of the Western Empire. He never appears to have doubted that the vision, or the dream, whatever it was, had made the difference. In the years that followed, he moved with the caution of a man who understood that the city he now controlled was deeply and broadly pagan. The temples of Jupiter and Mars and a dozen other deities lined its streets. The priests of those traditions had conducted the rituals of Roman public life for generations. Constantine did not announce that the old order was finished. He began very quietly to tilt things in a new direction. In 313, he issued the Edict of Milan alongside his co-emperor Licinius, granting religious tolerance to all citizens of the empire, including Christians. This is worth pausing on. Christianity had been actively persecuted for decades under the Emperor Diocletian, from 303 onward. Christians had been imprisoned, tortured, and executed. Church buildings had been demolished. Sacred texts had been seized and burned. The Edict of Milan declared that none of this would happen anymore, and that property taken from Christian communities would be returned. The impact was immediate. Communities that had gathered in private homes now had the legal standing to build public basilicas. Bishops who had been imprisoned appeared at imperial councils. Funds from the imperial treasury began flowing toward the construction of Christian churches in Rome and in other major cities. Constantine invited bishops to advise him on church governance, sat with them at councils, and worked to resolve disputes about theological questions that he may or may not have fully understood, but clearly believed mattered enormously. He also convened the Council of Nicaea in 325, gathering bishops from across the Christian world to resolve a theological dispute about the nature of Christ that had been dividing communities for years. The dispute, which concerned whether Christ was fully divine or a created being subordinate to God, was generating considerable heat within the church and considerable inconvenience for an emperor who wanted a unified Christian institution to work with. The council produced what became known as the Nicene Creed, a formal statement of Christian belief that is still recited in churches today, 17 centuries later. Constantine presided over the opening of the council in person, dressed in imperial robes, which sent its own message about the relationship between the Christian faith and Roman power. He also built a new city. On the narrow strait where Europe meets Asia, on the site of the old Greek town of Byzantium, Constantine ordered the construction of a new imperial capital. Work began in 324. The city was dedicated in 330. It was named Constantinople, the city of Constantine, and unlike Rome with its centuries of accumulated pagan monuments, it was designed from its foundation as a Christian city. Its churches were built first. Its public spaces were decorated with objects brought from across the empire, trophies of a new order arranging itself around a new centre. The great porphyry column that Constantine erected in the city's central forum reportedly contained, according to later traditions, a fragment of the true cross within its base, which suggests that the relic was already being treated as a foundation stone of the empire well before Helena's pilgrimage. Constantine died in 337. He had delayed his baptism until his final illness, a practice that was not unusual in the 4th century. Some theological thinking of the period held that baptism washed away all accumulated sin, making the timing of the sacrament something of a practical consideration for people who had lived complicated lives. Constantine, who had ordered the executions of his son Crispus and his wife Fausta at various points during his reign, may have found this particular line of reasoning easier to appreciate than most. He received baptism on his deathbed, dressed in white, and died a Christian. The empire he left was not yet uniformly Christian. Several of his successors favoured paganism or disputed theological positions. The transition was uneven and sometimes reversed, but the direction was set. By the end of the 4th century, under the Emperor Theodosius I, Christianity was the official religion of the Roman state. Pagan sacrifice was outlawed. The old temples were closing or being repurposed. A faith that had been hiding in borrowed rooms was now inscribed in law and carved into stone. The physical transformation of Roman cities during this period was visible and deliberate. Church buildings replaced or stood beside the temples that had defined civic space for centuries. The basilica form, a large rectangular hall with a central nave and side aisles, was adapted from Roman civic architecture and became the standard form of Christian worship across the Mediterranean world. If you had walked through Rome in 380 and then again in 420, you would have seen the same streets, but a very different sense of what the city was organised around. The new buildings were the largest structures in many parts of the city, funded by imperial money, positioned at the centres of public life where the most important civic architecture had always stood. None of this by itself explains why a fragment of wood would eventually become the most coveted object in medieval Europe. For that turn of the story, you need to meet someone else. Her name was Helena. She was Constantine's mother. You will want to remember her. Helena's origins are the kind of historical puzzle that researchers have been turning over for centuries without reaching a verdict. One tradition places her birth in the town of Drepanum, in the Roman province of Bithynia, in what is now northwestern Turkey. Another tradition, which became popular in medieval Britain and was enormously useful to several English monarchs, claimed she was the daughter of a British king named Cole. This would make her the origin point of the nursery rhymes Old King Cole, which is one of the more unexpected claims to historical fame. Most scholars treat it with respectful distance. What the sources agree on, more or less, is that she was the companion of Constantius Chlorus, who served as one of the co-emperors under the system called the Tetrarchy. Helena gave birth to his son, the future Emperor Constantine, around the year 272 of the Common Era. Then she disappears from the records for a while. The ancient sources were kept by people who found other things more interesting. When Constantius was promoted to a higher imperial rank in the early 290s, he was expected to make a politically advantageous marriage. He married the stepdaughter of another emperor. Helena, whatever her formal status had been, was set aside. She raised her son, and she waited. She waited for a long time. Constantine did not become emperor in his 30s. He made his way upward through military service and political navigation, and a series of confrontations that lasted decades. By the time he was the undisputed master of the Western Empire, Helena was well into old age by Roman standards. Constantine treated her accordingly well, which is to say magnificently. He gave her the title of Augusta, the highest honorific available to a woman in the imperial system. He had coins minted bearing her image, which was the ancient equivalent of appearing on the cover of every newspaper simultaneously. He gave her access to the imperial treasury and a formal role in the imperial household. She was recognised, publicly and materially, as the emperor's mother. Sometime around 312, Helena converted to Christianity. Whether Constantine's religious orientation influenced her, or whether her existing faith had been quietly shaping his thinking for years, is one of those questions the sources decline to answer cleanly. The two of them were clearly close. They had navigated an unusual political ascent together. The conversion and the elevation seemed to have happened in the same years, which is suggestive. What we know is that Helena, now in her 70s, took her new circumstances with complete seriousness. Ancient sources describe her distributing money and food to the poor along whatever road she travelled, with the kind of attention that suggests she meant it rather than performed it. She visited prisoners. She attended church services dressed simply, without the elaborate robes her rank entitled her to wear, which the chroniclers record with the admiring surprise of people who genuinely did not expect this from someone at her level of the imperial hierarchy. And she decided to make a pilgrimage to the Holy Land. Pilgrimage in the early 4th century was not yet the organised industry it would become in the medieval period, with its dedicated hostels and guidebooks and market stalls selling small painted ceramic souvenirs of the sacred sites. In 326 or 327 or 328, the exact year remaining a point of gentle scholarly disagreement that has continued for 15 centuries, Helena set out from Constantinople for Palestine. The journey involved crossing the Bosphorus, travelling south through Asia Minor along Roman roads, passing through Syria and continuing into the coastal lands of Palestine. The roads were well engineered. The distances were enormous. Helena was in her late 70s and she went anyway, which is either evidence of extraordinary faith or extraordinary stubbornness, or most probably both. Jerusalem in the 4th century was not called Jerusalem. After the Jewish uprising of 70 of the Common Era, Roman forces under the general Titus had destroyed much of the city, including the Great Temple. A second, more catastrophic revolt from 132 to 135 of the Common Era had prompted the Emperor Hadrian to build an entirely new Roman city on the site, laid out on a Roman grid dedicated to Roman gods. The city was called Aelia Capitolina. The name Jerusalem was officially suppressed. Jews were forbidden to enter except on one designated day each year. The Jerusalem that Helena walked through was layered over its own history like sediment. Roman pavement covered the streets, where the figures of Christian scripture had walked. Roman temples occupied the hills where Jewish and Christian sacred sites had stood. The city was orderly and functional, and built entirely on top of what it had replaced. Constantine had already ordered the demolition of a pagan temple that stood on the area believed to be the site of the burial and resurrection of Christ. The intention was to build a great Christian basilica there, the most important church in the world. Work was underway when Helena arrived. She went to Bethlehem to the cave traditionally associated with the Nativity of Christ. She ordered a church built over it, the structure that would eventually become the Church of the Nativity, still standing today in the centre of Bethlehem, though rebuilt several times over the following centuries, traces its origins to Helena's instruction. She went to the Mount of Olives, the hill east of Jerusalem that Christians associated with the Ascension. She ordered a church built there as well. She also distributed funds to the local poor and to soldiers stationed in the region, according to the accounts preserved by Eusebius. He describes her giving money freely, inviting nuns and widows to her own dining table, attending church services while standing among the ordinary congregation, rather than in the seats reserved for imperial visitors. The image that emerges from these scattered details is of a woman who had arrived with very specific intentions and was not going to be distracted from them by the expectations that came with her rank. She had not travelled across the sea to be treated as a dignitary. She had come to do something. She moved through these landscapes with the particular quality of attention that belongs to people who have been waiting most of their lives to see something and are aware that there is probably not much time left. The olive trees on the hillsides above Jerusalem would have looked much as they do today, gnarled and silver-leafed, impossibly old. The afternoon light in that part of the world has a clarity that makes distant things look close, as if the air itself is thinner than usual and lets more through. The stones underfoot were pale limestone worn smooth by centuries of feet. At some point during her time in Jerusalem, tradition says, Helena turned her attention to what might be found beneath the city itself. This is the part of the story where history and legend settle comfortably side by side, like two travellers who have given up arguing about directions and decided to simply enjoy the walk. The account of what was discovered beneath Jerusalem was not written down during Helena's lifetime. The earliest detailed version of the legend appears in works from the later 4th century, most prominently in the funeral oration that Ambrose of Milan delivered in 395 of the Common Era, roughly 65 to 70 years after Helena's pilgrimage. Other writers followed, each retelling enriching the story with details the previous version had not contained, as stories reliably do when they travel across decades and languages and borders. What the tradition settled on is this. When workers clearing the site of the demolished Roman temple in Jerusalem dug beneath its foundations, they uncovered 3 wooden crosses buried in the earth. The use of crucifixion had been widespread in the Roman world, so the presence of crosses in the ground below a site associated with public executions was not, as a physical proposition, implausible. The more complicated question was which of the 3 was the cross of Christ. Different tellings offer different answers to this question. In some accounts, a gravely ill woman is brought to the site and touched to each cross in turn. When she is laid against the 3rd, she recovers immediately and completely. In other versions, a man who has very recently died is brought forward, and when his body is placed against the 3rd cross, he returns to life. In still other versions, the inscription that Pontius Pilate had ordered, affixed to the cross, identifying the condemned man as Jesus of Nazareth, King of the Jews, is found still associated with it and settles the identification directly. Helena's role in these accounts shifts depending on who is telling the story and when. In some versions, she supervises the excavation personally, present and directing throughout. In others, she is there but contemplative, observing rather than managing. In some accounts, a local Jewish scholar named Judas, who later converts and becomes a bishop, plays a central role in guiding the search. What you should carry with you as you rest and let the centuries move slowly past is not necessarily the question of whether this happened precisely as described, but the question of why people believed it so fervently, so completely, for so long afterward. Part of the answer has to do with what the cross meant. The crucifixion for Christians was not simply an event that had occurred in the past, the way a battle or a coronation was an event in the past. It was the central event of all time, the moment around which everything else was organised. The cross was not a symbol, in the way a flag is a symbol, representing something elsewhere. It was understood to be the specific physical object at which the most significant thing in the history of the universe had taken place. Having a piece of it was therefore unlike possessing any other relic. It was not the object that had belonged to a holy person. It was the instrument of the defining event of all creation. For a farmer in a small village in northern Gaul, or a merchant navigating the trade roads of the Rhineland, or a widow in a market town in Spain, the true cross represented something that theological language struggled to contain. It was the place where death had been defeated. It was the object at which the gap between the human and the divine had closed, in a way that had changed the terms for everyone who came after. A piece of that wood, even a fragment too small to see clearly without a lamp, connected the person holding it to that moment, in a way that no prayer or sermon could fully replicate. It was the difference between hearing a description of the sea and holding a jar of salt water in your hands. The late 4th century, when these accounts were being written and widely circulated, was a period of rapid Christian expansion. Constantine's conversion had opened institutions and resources that had been closed for generations. Churches were being built throughout the empire. Christian communities that had been small and secretive were becoming large and public. There was an enormous hunger for tangible connections to the faith, for objects that could be seen and touched and held, that brought the vast abstractions of theology into physical reach. The true cross, as it came to be called, was the perfect object for this particular moment in Christian history. Tradition says that Helena, having overseen the identification of the genuine cross, divided it. She sent a portion to her son Constantine in Constantinople. She reportedly distributed other pieces to churches and imperial treasuries. A significant portion was kept in Jerusalem, housed in its own specially constructed chapel within the great complex being built above the sites of the crucifixion and the tomb. Constantine, when he received his portion, is said in several ancient accounts to have placed fragments within his battle helmet and within the bridle of his war horse. This detail, which appears in the writing of Theodoret of Cyrus and others, has always interested historians precisely because of its specificity. It is not the language of mystical contemplation. It is the language of tactical thinking. If the vision of the cross had won him the Milvian Bridge, having a physical piece of the cross present in battle could only improve the odds. Constantine was a Roman general. He appreciated anything that worked. Helena died sometime around 330 of the Common Era, in her 80s, having returned from Palestine to Rome. She was given a funeral appropriate to her rank. The mausoleum built for her still stands outside the walls of Rome, though its porphyry sarcophagus was moved centuries later, and now sits in the Vatican museums. Both the Roman Catholic Church and the Eastern Orthodox Church subsequently venerated her as a saint, which is a form of posthumous recognition that would have impressed even the most sceptical senator of the old pagan aristocracy. Meanwhile, on a hill above an ancient quarry in Jerusalem, the greatest church in the Christian world was rising from the ground. The Church of the Holy Sepulchre was not built to be modest. Constantine's letter to the Bishop Macarius of Jerusalem, preserved in the writings of Eusebius, makes the intention plain. The building was to surpass every other structure in beauty. The finest materials available anywhere in the empire were to be used. Craftsmen of the highest skill were to be employed. The emperor himself wished to be kept informed of the project's progress. No expense was to be treated as too large. The complex that resulted was organised around two primary structures joined by a colonnaded courtyard. At the western end was a great rotunda built over the tomb of Christ, the structure known as the anastasis, from the Greek word for resurrection. Within the rotunda, the tomb itself was enclosed in a small inner shrine called the edicule, clad in marble and positioned directly beneath the open central oculus of the dome. At the eastern end was a large basilica for congregational worship, its entrance facing the city's main thoroughfare. Between the two buildings in the open courtyard, the rock of Golgotha rose from the bedrock, incorporated into the complex and accessible to pilgrims. The ceilings were gilded, the columns were polished marble, the floors were fine stone, lamps burned at all hours, incense rose through the colonnades and settled in the enclosed spaces with a warm, resinous persistence. When the afternoon light fell through the dome's central opening onto the edicule below, the effect would have been theatrical in the most serious sense of that word. And within a chapel specifically designated for the purpose, inside a gold and jewelled container, was the piece of the true cross. Pilgrims began arriving almost immediately after the dedication in 335. The word pilgrim carries different weight depending on which century you apply it to. In the 4th and 5th centuries, a pilgrim to Jerusalem was likely travelling without any of the infrastructure that later medieval pilgrimage would develop. There were no dedicated hostels organised by the church, no marked roads with regular stopping points, no printed guides describing what to see and in what order. A pilgrim from Gaul or from the Iberian Peninsula would spend months on roads that were well engineered but long, crossing mountain passes and boarding ships, and navigating the customs and languages of a dozen different regions. They arrived in Jerusalem exhausted, frequently ill from the journey, often having spent everything they had saved over years. And then they walked to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, went inside and stood in the place that had organised their imagination since childhood. The psychological impact of this arrival is something that Egeria captures in her practical way without seeming to try. She describes the ceremony she witnesses with the matter-of-fact tone of someone documenting procedures, but underneath that tone is the steady background hum of a person who cannot quite believe she is actually here. We know something specific about how they experienced it because of a remarkable document that survives from the later 4th century. A woman who appears in scholarship under the name Egeria, believed to have been a nun or abbess from somewhere in Western Europe, most likely Galicia in what is now northwestern Spain, or perhaps the south of France, travelled extensively through the Holy Land and wrote long letters home to her community, describing what she observed. Her writing is direct and practical. She notes which roads were difficult and which were straightforward. She describes ceremonies with the eye of someone genuinely interested in procedure. She's neither sentimental nor dismissive. She describes, in particular, the ceremony that took place in the Church of the Holy Sepulchre on the Friday before Easter each year. The Bishop of Jerusalem sat in his chair in the outdoor courtyard in front of the rock of Golgotha. A table was placed before him, covered with a cloth. A deacon held the gold and silver box containing the true cross, along with the inscription that had been placed on the cross by order of Pontius Pilate. These were set on the table. Pilgrims came forward in a continuous line. Each person bent over the table and pressed their forehead to the wood, then their eyes, then their lips. They were permitted to touch the relic with their face, but not with their hands. The deacon standing on either side of the table watched carefully to ensure that no one attempted to bite off a splinter or otherwise remove any portion of the wood. Egeria records this last detail in a tone that suggests the precaution was genuine and had a genuine basis. Someone, at some point during the Good Friday ceremony in Jerusalem, had attempted to bite off a piece of the true cross. The deacons were standing there specifically because it had happened, or had nearly happened, and the ceremony's organisers had decided that the risk of dental relic theft needed to be actively managed. This tells you something that no amount of theological reading quite conveys. The longing to possess a fragment of the true cross was, by the late 4th century, powerful enough to override social inhibition, self-consciousness, and the awareness that one was being watched by the bishop and all the other pilgrims waiting in line. Someone had decided the opportunity was worth the embarrassment. It is deeply human and slightly mortifying, and it happened in the most sacred church in Christendom. The Church of the Holy Sepulchre became one of the great pilgrimage destinations of the ancient world. Travellers arrived from Spain and Gaul, from Egypt and Syria, from the furthest edges of the empire and from beyond it. The journey from Western Europe to Jerusalem could require 4 to 6 months of travel across mountains and seas. It cost more money than most people could easily spare. It exposed travellers to bandits, disease and shipwreck. None of this measurably reduced the number of people willing to attempt it. Then, in 614 of the Common Era, an event occurred that sent a tremor through the entire Christian world. The Sassanid Persian army under the ruler Khusro II captured Jerusalem after a siege. The city was sacked with considerable violence. The Church of the Holy Sepulchre was damaged by fire, and the true cross, the relic that had been kept in Jerusalem since the time of Helena, nearly 3 centuries of accumulated devotion, was carried away to Persia as a trophy of conquest. The loss landed differently than the loss of a city or an army would have landed. The true cross was not a military asset that could be rebuilt or replaced. For the people of the Byzantine Christian world, it was the object that guaranteed the connection between their faith and the events that had founded it. Its absence from Jerusalem was not simply a physical fact. It was a statement about the condition of the world, a sign that something had gone deeply wrong. Letters written from Constantinople in the years immediately following the loss describe a grief that reads as genuinely destabilizing. The Patriarch of Jerusalem, who had been taken to Persia along with the cross, wrote to the churches of the West to describe the calamity. The language in these letters reaches for a quality of loss that ordinary military defeat did not require, because this was not ordinary military defeat. The Christian response was not simply military grief. The Byzantine Emperor Heraclius launched a military campaign that was framed explicitly as a recovery mission. The wars between Byzantium and the Sassanid Empire from 622 to 628 of the Common Era are described by some historians as the first religious war in the proper sense, because the recovery of the true cross was one of the formally stated objectives. Heraclius fought a series of brilliant campaigns deep into Persian territory, and eventually forced a peace settlement. The true cross was returned. The accounts of its return to Jerusalem describe Heraclius walking into the city on foot, dressed not in imperial purple, but in simple clothes, carrying the cross himself, a deliberate act of public humility that became one of the defining images of Christian kingship. Whether this occurred precisely as described or was embellished in the retelling, the image was powerful enough to be invoked, imitated and celebrated by rulers and writers for the next 800 years. The contrast with Khusro II, who had displayed the true cross as a war trophy in his audience chamber, was deliberate and legible. The Persian king had treated the cross as evidence of military dominance. The Byzantine emperor treated it as a responsibility he had finally been permitted to fulfill. The story drew a clear line between those who understood what the cross was and those who did not, and placed the emperor firmly on the correct side of that line. Medieval writers returned to this image repeatedly, not just because they found it beautiful, but because it provided a template for what Christian kingship was supposed to look like when it was functioning as it should. The precedent was established. Christian rulers had an obligation to protect the sacred objects of the faith. Losing them was a catastrophe. Recovering them was a form of holiness. Keep this in mind, it will be relevant again shortly. 4 decades after the cross's return, Jerusalem fell again. The armies of the early Islamic Caliphate took the city in 638 under the Caliph Umar ibn al-Khattab. Christian pilgrimage to the Holy Land continued under Muslim rule, with varying degrees of access and restriction over the following centuries. The True Cross was moved and secured, and accounts from this period are scattered and sometimes contradictory. But the story of what was happening to the other fragments, the many pieces that had been distributed across the Christian world, was developing its own extraordinary momentum. Here is where the story becomes both deeply serious and, if we are being candid with each other, gently remarkable in the way that all great medieval stories eventually become. Relics do not stay whole when a great many powerful people want pieces of them. The True Cross had been divided from the moment of its discovery, if the tradition is to be trusted. Helena sent a portion to Constantinople. She distributed other pieces to important churches and treasuries. The Jerusalem portion was accessible to pilgrims who travelled to the Holy Sepulchre. By the end of the 4th century, multiple fragments of the True Cross were already residing in multiple locations, and the process of further distribution had barely begun. By the High Medieval period, roughly the 11th through 13th centuries, fragments believed to be from the True Cross had reached virtually every corner of the Christian world. Constantinople held a significant piece in the palace chapel, attended with extraordinary ceremony. Rome possessed several fragments. Jerusalem had its central portion. Pieces had travelled to France and to Spain, to England and to the German lands, to the monasteries of Egypt and Syria, to the kingdoms of Poland and Hungary, to the small stone churches of Ireland and Scandinavia. This multiplication of fragments was something that later critics found difficult to take seriously. The reformer John Calvin, writing in the 16th century, observed with his characteristic directness that if all the fragments claimed by various churches were gathered together, they would fill a ship. He was making a polemical point about what he saw as the credulity and commercial corruption of medieval Catholic practice. Calvin was not wrong about the quantity. He was, however, engaging with the medieval theology of relics on premises that theology did not share. Medieval thinkers who considered the question of relics carefully did not argue that a fragment possessed power in proportion to its size or its fraction of the whole. They argued that the spiritual quality of a genuine relic was not subject to division. A fragment of the True Cross was fully the True Cross, in the way that a drop of the sea is fully sea water. The diminishment was physical. The sacred presence was indivisible. This position is entirely coherent within its own framework. If holiness is a quality rather than a substance, then it does not have to be parcelled out in proportion to weight. A splinter is as fully the cross as the largest timber. And this logic, which was genuinely held by thoughtful people rather than invented as a justification for commercial convenience, meant that distributing fragments of the True Cross was understood as an act of generous sharing rather than desecration. The pieces travelled in reliquaries. A reliquary is a container designed to hold and display a sacred relic, and the reliquaries made for fragments of the True Cross numbered among the most remarkable objects produced by medieval craft workers. At the modest end of the range were small cases of carved bone or ivory, simple enough to be worn around the neck or tucked into a traveller's bag. A bishop moving through the roads of early medieval Europe might carry such a piece as a personal devotional object, reaching for it in prayer in the same way that later generations would reach for a rosary or a small image of a saint. At the magnificent end of the range were objects whose complexity takes a moment to absorb. The Stavilo triptych, created in the mid-12th century for an abbey in the Meuse Valley and now held in the Morgan Library in New York, is a hinged 3-panelled structure whose outer panels are decorated in Flemish enamel work depicting the stories of Constantine and Helena. The outer structure opens to reveal 2 small Byzantine triptychs inside, miniature enamel pieces of extraordinary delicacy, believed to have originally contained fragments of the True Cross. The inner Byzantine enamels show figures of saints in colours that centuries of storage have barely dimmed, blue and gold and white against dark grounds. To encounter the Stavilo triptych today, behind glass in a temperature-controlled room under steady museum lighting, is to encounter it under conditions completely unlike anything its makers intended. In its proper context, in the Abbey Church at Stavelot, the piece would have been brought out on feast days and carried through the nave by clergy in full vestments. Candles would have provided the only light, shifting and warm, catching the enamel surfaces and throwing coloured reflections across the stone. Incense would have been thick in the air. The choir would have been singing. The effect of the object in that context would have been not decorative but overwhelming, every sensory element of the occasion converging on the relic at the centre. People pressed forward to be near such objects. People who had walked for weeks pressed forward. People who were ill reached toward the reliquary as it passed. People who had crossed mountains and seas for the chance to be in this particular building on this particular feast day wept at the proximity. The sensory experience of encountering a major reliquary in a working medieval church was genuinely unlike anything available in a modern museum. A museum presents the object as an artifact, as a thing to be examined, labelled, contextualised, understood. The medieval church presented the reliquary as a presence, as something to be encountered rather than analysed. The difference is not a matter of sophistication but of purpose. When the reliquary was carried through the nave during a feast day procession, the building itself became part of the meaning. The proportions of the space, the height of the vaulted ceiling, the way sound moved differently in stone than in any other material, the smell of incense that had been burning in that building for generations and had settled into the walls, the coloured light falling through windows that depicted scenes from the same stories being enacted below. All of it was working together toward a single point. The reliquary at the centre of the procession was not the whole experience. It was the focal point around which everything else was organised. Cross-shaped reliquaries, called starothekai in Greek, were the natural design for true cross fragments, and were made in large numbers across the medieval period. The fragment was usually placed in a cavity carved into the centre of the cross, covered with a window of polished rock crystal or glass, so that the wood was visible without being touchable. The surrounding metalwork was clad in gold or silver, set with precious stones or enamel scenes, designed to draw the eye toward the centre, toward the small piece of old brown wood visible through its crystal window. These objects moved through the medieval world as diplomatic gifts, as tokens of royal favour, as prizes of military victory, and as very expensive purchases. Popes sent them to kings they wished to honour or bind. Emperors sent them to allies to formalise agreements. Crusaders carried them, and sometimes lost them, and sometimes found them again. Monasteries traded for them. The market in relics was substantial enough to support a whole class of professional relic merchants. The trade routes along which relics travelled were the same routes along which silk and spices and manuscripts travelled, which is to say they were the connective tissue of the medieval world. A fragment of the true cross leaving Constantinople might travel to Venice, aboard a merchant ship, then north with a bishop returning from Rome, then west with a Flemish nobleman who had commissioned a reliquary for it, then into a village church where it remained for 300 years without anyone recording its provenance, until a researcher in the 19th century opened the old reliquary cabinet and found a small case with a label that had been written in a hand no one could identify. There were inevitably frauds. This was not a secret in the medieval world. Church officials worried periodically about the proliferation of unverifiable relics and the commercial pressures that surrounded their acquisition and display. The system had incentives built into it that reliably produced exactly the kind of multiplication and exaggeration that critics inside and outside the church occasionally identified. One of the more spectacular episodes in this history involves a Byzantine monk who travelled through Western Europe in the 11th century selling fragments of the true cross. He was, by the evidence available, reasonably successful at this before being called to account. His confidence in the commercial viability of his venture is, on reflection, one of the more understandable decisions in the history of medieval commerce. but the fraud and the commerce existed alongside genuine and complete sincerity. Most people who prayed before a True Cross reliquary believed entirely in what they were doing. The faith was real. The devotion was real. Whatever the object was, the prayers offered before it were not pretense. These two things coexisted in the medieval world without one cancelling the other, which is something modern minds sometimes find difficult to hold simultaneously. The Crusades began in November of 1095, when Pope Urban II stood in a field outside the French town of Clermont and addressed a large gathering of clergy and laity. The speech he delivered, or the several reconstructions of it made by chroniclers who claim to have been present, was among the most consequential pieces of oratory in medieval history. Urban called upon the knights and princes of Christian Europe to take up arms and march east to recover Jerusalem from Muslim rule. He framed the campaign as an armed pilgrimage, promising that those who died in the effort would receive remission of their sins. Thousands of people who heard the speech sewed crosses onto their clothing immediately afterward and began making preparations to leave. Jerusalem had been under Muslim rule since 638 of the Common Era. Christian pilgrimage to the Holy Land had continued during this period, permitted by various rulers with fluctuating restrictions. The Church of the Holy Sepulchre, damaged and partially demolished under the Fatimid Caliph al-Hakim in 1009, had been subsequently rebuilt. The situation for Christian pilgrims was uncomfortable and sometimes dangerous, but not a total prohibition. The immediate trigger for the First Crusade was a request from the Byzantine Emperor Alexios I Komnenos for military assistance against Turkish forces that had expanded deep into Anatolia. Urban transformed this diplomatic request into something much larger and louder, a campaign whose spiritual dimensions were inseparable from its military ones. The crusading armies captured Jerusalem in July of 1099 after a siege of roughly 5 weeks. The city fell to a violent assault. The Church of the Holy Sepulchre was secured. The relics within were placed under Crusader protection. The kingdom that the Crusaders established in Jerusalem was, in terms of military geography, deeply vulnerable. It occupied a narrow strip of coastal territory surrounded by Muslim powers that were absorbing the shock of the First Crusade and gradually organising a coordinated response. The kingdom needed every source of strength it could identify. The city of Jerusalem itself existed for Crusader settlers in 2 registers simultaneously. It was a real city with real streets, real markets, real administrative problems, and real water supply challenges in a dry landscape. It was also the Jerusalem of scripture and liturgy, the city that Christians had been singing about and praying toward for 9 centuries, the city at the centre of the medieval map of the world, literally drawn at the centre of those maps. Living inside a real city that was also the holiest city in the universe produced a particular intensity that contemporary accounts from Crusader settlers struggle to fully articulate. They had arrived somewhere they had been dreaming toward their entire lives, and now they had to work out where to put the grain storage. The true cross held in Jerusalem provided strength of a particular kind. It was brought out for major military engagements. Bishops accompanied Crusader armies specifically to carry the relic on campaign, bearing it aloft during the fighting. Crusader soldiers were taught, and many genuinely believed, that as long as the true cross marched with them, they could not be overcome. The object served simultaneously as a battle standard, a focus of collective morale, and a visible assertion that divine support accompanied the army. This belief was tested with catastrophic results at a place called the Horns of Hattin, near the Sea of Galilee, in July of 1187. Saladin, the Kurdish Sultan, who had unified the Muslim powers of Egypt and Syria under his authority through years of careful diplomacy and military effort, spent the summer of 1187 manoeuvring the main Crusader army into an impossible position. He cut them off from water sources on a dry plateau above the Sea of Galilee in the full heat of a July sun, then surrounded them before they could reach the lake or retreat. The Crusaders had the true cross with them. The Battle of Hattin was complete disaster. The Crusader King Guy of Lusignan was captured. The military orders of the Templars and Hospitallers lost most of their experienced members. The army that had defended the Crusader kingdom for nearly a century was destroyed as a fighting force in an afternoon. A bishop named Nicholas carrying the True Cross was killed during the fighting. Saladin's forces captured the cross. The news of Hattin reached Christian Europe and produced a response that was equal parts grief, disbelief, and renewed determination. Pope Gregory VIII issued a proclamation attributing the defeat to the moral failures of Christians and calling for a new crusade. The Third Crusade that followed assembled the most notable military figures in Christendom. Richard I of England, known to posterity as the Lionheart, came from the west. Philip II of France came from the north. The Holy Roman Emperor Frederick I set out from the German lands and drowned while crossing a river in Anatolia before he reached the Holy Land, which was a development that would have been regarded as a very bad omen if it had happened to anyone else. Richard fought Saladin across several campaigns to a negotiated stalemate. The Treaty of 1192 secured Christian pilgrim access to Jerusalem and to the Holy Sepulchre. The True Cross was not returned. Saladin reportedly opened negotiations about the cross on at least one occasion. Nothing came of them. Whether he was genuinely open to returning it, or was using it as a lever in the broader negotiation, the record does not clarify. What is certain is that the True Cross, the most discussed and sought-after relic in the Christian world, simply ceases to appear in the historical record after Hattin. No one records its destruction. No one records its preservation. It is not mentioned as having been found when Saladin's territories were subsequently contested. It is gone, as completely as if it had walked out of the narrative on its own, which of course it could not. The other fragments, the hundreds of pieces distributed across the Christian world over the previous 8 centuries, continue to be venerated with undiminished intensity. Kings used True Cross relics as instruments of political legitimacy with an efficiency that would have impressed any political advisor. Possessing a fragment of the True Cross implied not only proximity to the divine, but divine endorsement of one's authority. Treaties were sworn on True Cross relics. Coronation ceremonies incorporated them. Oaths of loyalty taken in their presence were understood to carry heavenly witnesses. Louis IX of France, who would be formally declared a saint by the Catholic Church in 1297, was among the most dedicated royal collectors of sacred relics in the medieval period. In 1239 he purchased what was claimed to be the crown of thorns from Baldwin II, the Latin emperor of Constantinople, who was in serious financial difficulty and had discovered that his sacred treasuries contained things other people would pay very large amounts of money to possess. Louis subsequently acquired additional relics of the Passion, including a portion of the True Cross in further transactions. To house these objects in a manner appropriate to their significance, Louis commissioned the construction of the Sainte-Chapelle on the Ile de la Cité in Paris. It was completed in 1248. The building is organised almost entirely around the experience of light. Its walls are 15 enormous stained glass windows, containing over 1,000 individual scenes rendered in coloured glass. In good afternoon light, the interior of the upper chapel fills with shifting colour, rose and amber and deep blue, as if the air itself had been dyed. Louis paid more for the relics than he paid for the construction of the building, which establishes beyond any doubt where the priorities were located. The Sainte-Chapelle made an argument that was simultaneously architectural, theological and political, and it made all 3 arguments at once without appearing to try. The King of France possessed the instruments of the central event of Christian history. The Kingdom of France was therefore a divinely favoured place in the order of things. Visitors were invited to draw whatever conclusion seemed appropriate. Medieval rulers were skilled at this kind of communication. The fusion of sacred objects with political authority was not purely cynical in most cases. Most rulers who acquired True Cross relics believed genuinely in their spiritual significance. They also noticed the political advantages of proximity to the divine and cultivated those advantages with considerable energy. There were skeptics. There were always skeptics, which is something popular history about the medieval period occasionally forgets to mention. Guibert of Nogent, a French monk and scholar writing in the early 12th century, produced a treatise examining the claims made for relics circulating in his time. Guibert was not rejecting the concept of relics, or the possibility of miraculous power. He believed in both. What he was doing was applying something resembling critical thinking to the question of which relics could be reasonably verified and which could not. He questioned specific claims. He noted when the provenance of a famous object was entirely undocumented. He was bothered by the existence of multiple religious houses, each claiming to possess the same saint's tooth, which he found arithmetically implausible. His treatise was not widely popular during his lifetime, for reasons that are easy to understand. But it represents a genuine current of intellectual skepticism within medieval Christianity, one that did not dismiss devotion, but insisted that devotion and credulity were different things. This distinction between sincere faith and unexamined acceptance would become one of the central arguments of the Reformation several centuries later at much higher volume. You have travelled quite a distance tonight, through Roman battlefields and ancient excavations, through Persian sieges and crusader defeats, through reliquaries made of gold and rock crystal, and the hands of 12th century craft workers who never imagined their work would survive long enough to end up behind museum glass. It is time to understand what all of it was actually about. Part of the answer lives in art. The true cross generated more imagery than almost any other subject in medieval visual culture, and medieval visual culture was devoted almost entirely to Christian themes in the first place. The most celebrated painted cycle of the true cross story in the Western tradition is the fresco series by the Florentine artist Piero della Francesca, painted in the choir chapel of the Church of San Francesco in Arezzo in Tuscany between roughly 1452 and 1466. Piero took as his source the Golden Legend, a 13th century collection of saints' lives and Christian legends by Jacobus de Voragine, which contained a detailed account of the true cross from its deepest origins to the return by Heraclius. The cycle begins with the death of Adam. The story it follows explains that the wood of the true cross came from a tree grown from a seed placed in Adam's mouth at his burial, connecting the instrument of salvation directly to the moment of the fall. From there, the wood travels through centuries, used as a building material, rediscovered, identified by the Queen of Sheba as sacred, eventually used in the crucifixion, buried, discovered by Helena, taken by the Persians, and returned by Heraclius. Piero's paintings occupy a different register from most Renaissance art. The figures are large and solid, occupying space with a physical weight that makes them feel present rather than depicted. The colours are unlike those of his contemporaries, cool and silvery, almost pewter in tone, as if the light in the paintings is coming through a veil that removes the warmth without reducing the clarity. A sense of stillness pervades even the battle scenes, as if the air inside each painting has been held. The panel depicting the battle between Heraclius and the Persian king Khosrows shows two armies in collision across a wide horizontal field of lances and horses and banners, yet the atmosphere is oddly ceremonial, almost silent. It is the memory of a battle rather than the experience of one. Looking at Piero's fresco cycle for any length of time produces the particular sensation of contemplating something that has been contemplated for a very long time already. Piero was working 600 years after the events he depicted. He was working in a tradition that had been telling and retelling these stories for all those centuries, adding layers of meaning with each retelling. The legend had become inseparable from the art it had generated, and the art had become inseparable from the legend. The two had been growing into each other for so long that it was no longer meaningful to separate them. The feast of the exaltation of the Holy Cross, observed on the 14th of September, commemorated the return of the cross to Jerusalem by Heraclius in 628. It was a major feast day across the Latin West and the Byzantine East, observed with particular ceremonies specific liturgical texts and hymns that have been sung in those traditions for 17 centuries. The feast is still observed by both the Roman Catholic Church and the Eastern Orthodox Church today. The liturgical texts associated with the feast constitute, considered as a body of devotional poetry, something worth pausing over. The antiphons and responsories composed for the feast over many centuries reach toward the idea of the cross as the fulcrum of history, the object on which time itself had pivoted. They are not triumphant in tone, despite the military resonance of Heraclius's recovery of the relic. They are contemplative, addressed to the wood itself, acknowledging its weight and its meaning. The great hymn Vexilla Regis, composed by the poet Venantius Fortunatus in the 6th century, to accompany a procession bearing a true cross relic to the newly founded convent at Poitiers in Gaul, is one of the oldest hymns still sung in the Western Church. Its opening line translates as "the banners of the king advance," and it moves from military imagery into something quieter, a meditation on wood and weight, and the distance between suffering and redemption. To understand why this particular relic generated such lasting devotion, you need to understand how the medieval world understood the relationship between the physical and the sacred. The modern secular understanding generally treats the material world as a closed system, operating according to physical laws, indifferent to spiritual concerns. The sacred, in this framework, is a category of experience or meaning that human beings impose on matter, not a quality that matter itself can possess. The medieval framework was genuinely different. The world had been created by God and was sustained in being by God at every moment. The sacred was not a quality that human experience added to matter. It was a quality that some matter possessed, because of what had happened to it or in proximity to it. A place where a miracle had occurred was genuinely different from other places. A relic of a saint retained the holiness that the saint's life had deposited in it, and the crucifixion of Christ, for Christians, was not an event within history that the sacred had touched. It was the event through which the sacred had most completely entered the physical world. God had been present in a human body at that specific location at that specific moment. The wood of the cross had been in direct contact with that presence. A fragment of the true cross was therefore not a memento of a significant historical event. It was a piece of matter that had been in contact with the most significant event that had ever happened, or could ever happen. The theological stakes could not be higher. This is why Calvin's ship, full of fragments, missed the point it was aiming at. Despite being a vivid rhetorical image, the fragments were not fractions of a cross that would add up to one cross if you collected them all. Each fragment was fully the cross, because the cross was not a quantity of wood, but a presence that could not be measured in cubic inches. The political uses of true cross relics were inseparable from the devotional uses, because the people making those political uses did not experience them as two different things. When a king swore on a true cross fragment, he was making a claim that was simultaneously political and theological, simultaneously a declaration of intent and a statement about the structure of the universe. Heaven was witnessing. Heaven was bound into the agreement. The relic was the guarantor. This fusion of the spiritual and the political that modern categories keep separated was simply the normal condition of medieval political life. Sacred objects were tools of governance not because rulers were cynical about religion, but because religion was the framework within which governance was understood to operate. The process that eventually eroded the centrality of the true cross in European devotional life did not happen quickly or cleanly. The Black Death, which arrived in Europe in 1347 and killed somewhere between a third and half of the population over the following years, was a catastrophe that shook the theological underpinnings of Christian practice with considerable force. People who had venerated relics and made pilgrimages and kept sacred objects in their homes died in the same numbers as people who had not. The theological explanations for this were complex and varied across the many writers who attempted to provide them. The straightforward experiential fact was simply that the protections people had relied on had not protected them. The Great Schism from 1378 to 1417, during which there were at various points 2 or 3 men each claiming to be the rightful pope, damaged the institutional authority of the Church, through which relic devotion was organised and validated. When the institution that guaranteed the authenticity of sacred objects was itself engaged in a prolonged public dispute about which of 3 men was legitimately in charge of it, the authority of those guarantees became harder to maintain, and then the Reformation arrived. Martin Luther, John Calvin, Huldrych Zwingli, and the other reformers had different emphases and different styles of argument, but they shared a critique of relic veneration that was direct and sustained. If the relationship between the human soul and God was mediated by faith alone, then the entire system of physical objects as channels of sacred power was based on a misunderstanding at best, and a deliberate exploitation of sincere believers at worst. Protestant territories cleared their church buildings of relics. Some reliquaries were melted down for their precious metals. Some relics were destroyed. Others were hidden by people who could not bring themselves to see them eliminated. Others were moved to Catholic areas where devotion to them could continue without institutional interference. The stories of individual relics during this period have their own texture. In England, the dissolution of the monasteries under Henry VIII resulted in the dispersal of enormous collections of sacred objects. Some were lost entirely. Some were taken by private collectors who cared more about the gold of the reliquary than its contents. In some cases, the contents, the small pieces of wood or bone, were quietly kept by individuals who wrapped them in cloth and hid them in private chapels or in the backs of drawers, passing them to their children with whispered instructions about what they were and why they mattered. The Catholic Church's response, worked out at the Council of Trent from 1545 to 1563, affirmed the legitimacy of relic veneration, while acknowledging that abuses had occurred and needed to be corrected. The Counter-Reformation was, among many other things, a renegotiation of how sacred objects were to be understood, managed, and presented. The fragments of the true cross that survived the upheaval of the Reformation are still present in churches and cathedral treasuries across the Catholic world. Some are in large elaborate reliquaries displayed in dedicated chapels, where candles burn before them during services. Others are in small cases in the sacristies of parish churches, where almost no one in the local community is aware of their existence. A significant fragment held in Rome, in the Basilica of Santa Croce in Jerusalem, has been the subject of scientific examination that has raised questions about its dating, questions that have not been definitively resolved. The scientific questions and the devotional tradition exist alongside each other as they have always existed, neither fully cancelling the other. What the True Cross story ultimately illuminates is something about a quality of human longing that does not appear to be specific to any single culture or century. It is the need to reduce distance between the present moment and the events that matter most. Distance between the physical world and whatever lies behind or beneath it. Distance between the person praying and the thing being prayed toward. Pilgrims who walked for months to reach Jerusalem were not making a geographic journey only. They were trying to get as close as possible to the place where the most important thing had happened. The True Cross was the logical endpoint of that reaching. Not just the place, but the object. Not just the site of the event, but the instrument of it, present and touchable, making the unbridgeable distance briefly bridgeable. Helena herself is the emblem of this impulse. An old woman in her late 70s, crossing a sea and a desert to walk through the ruins of a city that had been destroyed twice and rebuilt over its own history, looking among ancient stones for something that could be held in her hands. The ancient sources who describe her pilgrimage do not present her as deluded or naive. They present her as someone who understood exactly what she was looking for and was willing to travel a very long distance to find it. The faith and the practicality were not in tension for her. They were the same thing. Whether she found precisely what she was looking for is a question the evidence does not settle. What is beyond dispute is that she looked, and that the looking produced something that changed the world she left behind. the churches built under her instruction still stand in some form in Bethlehem and Jerusalem. The feast day associated with her discovery is still observed in both the Western and Eastern Christian traditions. The liturgy is still sung in September each year, in Latin and in Greek, in the slow ascending and descending lines of plain chant, measured against something larger than what any single voice can contain. The relics still rest in their reliquaries, in the old churches of the old continent, in the candlelit chapels where the floors are worn smooth by centuries of feet. And somewhere in the layered geological memory of Jerusalem, in the compressed soil beneath a city that has been continuously inhabited for thousands of years, is the ground that Helena walked when she was looking for something she could hold. That is where we will leave her tonight. Not with a conclusion, because sacred obsessions do not conclude. They continue. They persist in fragments and feast days and frescoes. They persist in the stone floor of a small parish church, where a priest knows there is a reliquary in the sacristy, and occasionally thinks about what it contains. They persist in the very old impulse to reach towards something that does not fit inside ordinary categories. Let the centuries move past. Let your breathing find its own slow rhythm. The stones of Jerusalem are very patient. They have heard every question ever asked of them, and they are in no hurry. Neither are you. Somewhere deep in the record of human civilization, a single idea took root. The notion that the day a person arrived in the world was worth remembering grew slowly, changed shape many times, and eventually became one of the most universal rituals on Earth. Tonight, we follow that idea from ancient throne rooms and clay tablets, through medieval church calendars and German candlelit kitchens, all the way to the birthday traditions most of us grew up with and still carry forward. Settle in, my tired little candles, and let this one carry you somewhere warm. Imagine for a moment that you are standing at the edge of a great courtyard in ancient Egypt. The air smells of heated stone and incense, something dense and resinous drifting upward from braziers placed at the corners of a temple entrance. The year is somewhere around 3000 BCE, which means the century you are standing in has not yet been given a number by anyone who matters. People here do not think in terms of centuries. They think in terms of reigns, and a reign is everything. The Pharaoh who rules this land is not merely a king. He carries within him the divine spark of the god Horus, which means that every moment of his existence is technically sacred. But among all his moments, one is treated with particular reverence. Not the day he was born, not quite. The day that historians and scholars of Egyptology would argue about for several decades, because it turns out the ancient Egyptians did not celebrate the birth of a pharaoh the way you might expect. What they celebrated was the coronation. The coronation was the day a man became a god, at least officially. It was the moment the divine force descended into the human body and gave it a second birth, a cosmic one that mattered far more than the messy biological version. Scholars who have spent careers moving through papyrus records note that the word used in Egyptian texts for these royal festivals, translating roughly to the feast of his appearing, refers specifically to the moment of divine installation, not the mother's labour. This is not to say the Egyptians ignored physical birth. They kept careful records of royal births and tracked them with an almost anxious precision. But the celebration, the feasting and the ritual and the fine offerings to the gods belong to transformation rather than arrival. Think about what that means for a moment. The idea is that what makes a life worth marking is not simply that it began, but that it became something. There is something almost modern in that, something you might find yourself nodding along to if you're the kind of person who has ever felt that your real life started later, after some turning point that rearranged everything. The Egyptian calendar was organised around a cycle of 3 seasons tied to the annual flooding of the Nile. The flooding, the planting and the harvest shaped everything from taxation to temple schedules to the timing of royal festivals. Within this agricultural rhythm, the coronation anniversary of the reigning pharaoh held a fixed and sacred place. Priests prepared for it months in advance. The offerings laid out for the gods on that day included food, oils, linen, and incense in quantities that would have overwhelmed a smaller economy. The surrounding celebrations could last for days. The ordinary people who crowded the edges of the processional route were not merely spectators, their presence was part of the ritual. The Pharaoh needed witnesses to his divine renewal, and the population provided them. Now move a little to the east and a little forward in time to the land between the rivers that historians call Mesopotamia, sitting roughly where modern Iraq does today. Here, along the banks of the Tigris and Euphrates, the Babylonians are doing something the Egyptians have not quite formalized. They are watching the sky with an intensity that borders on obsession. The Babylonians are not casual stargazers. They are the civilization that would eventually give birth to what we now call astrology, and they believe with genuine conviction that the positions of the stars and planets at the moment of a person's birth carry information about that person's fate. This belief creates a very practical problem. If you want to know what the stars were doing when someone was born, you need to know exactly when that person was born. And so birth records become important, not for sentimental reasons, not because the scribes were moved by the beauty of new life. They needed the data. The clay tablets of Mesopotamia, some of which survive in museum collections today, contain extraordinarily detailed astronomical records alongside records of significant births, particularly royal and priestly ones. The two streams of information were never separate. The birth date was not a piece of personal history, it was a piece of astronomical evidence. This is where your birthday starts, in a very real sense, not with cake or candles or songs. It starts with a scribe pressing a stylus into wet clay in a firelit room, recording the position of Jupiter against a particular constellation, alongside the date a royal heir entered the world. The birthday is a data point before it is a celebration, and yet even in this purely functional context something else creeps in. Babylonian texts also describe protective rituals performed on birthdays, particularly those of kings and high officials. On the anniversary of a king's birth, priests would perform ceremonies meant to renew and guard his divine authority. They would make offerings, they would burn particular herbs, they would speak particular words in a particular order. The annual return of a birth date was treated as a moment of spiritual vulnerability, a thin place in the fabric of protection surrounding an important life, and therefore a moment requiring special attention. There is humour in this, if you let yourself find it. The idea that your birthday is a day when the universe's defences around you are temporarily weakened, requiring a gathering of people and ritual foods and organised goodwill to shore them up again, is not entirely different from what a modern birthday party accomplishes. The candles are a kind of barrier, the singing is a kind of incantation. You've been doing protective magic all along and simply calling it a party. The historian Herodotus, who travelled through Egypt in the 5th century BCE and wrote extensively about what he observed, noted that Egyptians marked the birthdays of royalty with feasts. He called them among the most important days in the Egyptian calendar. His account gives us one of the earliest references to birthday celebrations in the written record, even if scholars have spent considerable time debating exactly what he witnessed versus what he assumed. Further east still, in ancient Persia, similar patterns emerge. Persian rulers held annual birthday feasts of extraordinary scale. Events described in Greek sources as occasions of vast food, musicians, entertainers, and gift-giving that could last for days. These feasts were political performances as much as personal celebrations. To attend the king's birthday feast was to declare loyalty. To be excluded was a quiet form of exile. The guest list was, in a very real sense, a map of the political landscape. So already, in these first thousands of years of recorded birthday observance, several patterns are establishing themselves. The birthday belongs first to royalty and power. It carries spiritual or cosmic weight. It involves gathering people and making offerings. And it is a social performance, a declaration about who matters and who belongs in the circle of the person being honoured. These patterns will survive in altered forms in every chapter of this story. It is also worth pausing to consider what it felt like, On a more human level, to live in a society where the birthday of the ruler was woven into the fabric of public life. In ancient Egypt, the coronation anniversary of the pharaoh was not a private affair. Its ripple effects reached far beyond the palace courtyard. Temple priests adjusted their schedules. Merchants who supplied the palace with foods and linens prepared their largest deliveries. Farmers near the capital might have watched processions pass along the road with a mixture of reverence and curiosity. Children growing up in the shadow of those great ceremonial days absorbed the idea, without anyone needing to explain it, that a person's birth date was a matter of communal significance rather than private memory. This is a small detail, but it carries weight. The birthday begins not in the intimate domestic space most of us associate with it, but in public, in ceremony, in the performance of power and renewal that holds a civilization together. The journey from that enormous public stage to the kitchen table, from the temple courtyard to the birthday cake with its small ring of flames, is the story of how a royal ritual became a human one. You're lying on your back on a hillside somewhere in ancient Greece, and the sky above you is doing what ancient skies did before artificial light smeared away the detail. Every star is exactly where it always is, but tonight you're looking at them differently, because someone has told you that the arrangement of those lights on the night you were born contains a kind of map of who you are. This idea, which strikes the modern mind as either beautiful or ridiculous depending on the day and your mood, was not fringe thinking in the ancient world. It was mainstream. It was science, in the vocabulary of the time. The Greeks inherited a great deal from the Babylonians, including their astronomical records and their conviction that celestial events corresponded meaningfully with earthly ones. But the Greeks, being Greeks, systematized and philosophized and argued about it until they had built an entire architecture of thought around the subject. The word horoscope comes from the Greek horoskopos, which means something roughly like hour watcher. A horoscope was originally a calculation, not a newspaper column. It required knowing the precise moment of birth in order to determine which celestial bodies occupied which positions at that exact instant. The Greek astrologer who sat down to calculate your chart needed your birth date and ideally your birth hour. These were not trivial details. They were the raw material of the entire enterprise. This created, across the ancient Greek world, a cultural habit of knowing and recording one's birth date that had not existed in quite the same way before. In earlier societies, birth dates were tracked for royalty and the highborn, but ordinary people rarely needed to know the precise date of their own birth. Astrology changed that calculus. Suddenly your birth date was personally meaningful. It belonged to you specifically. It was not just a data point for royal scribes. It was the beginning of your story, written in a celestial language that a trained reader could interpret. The philosopher Plato, born sometime around 428 BCE, was celebrated by his followers with an annual feast on what they believed was his birthday, placed on the 7th day of the Greek month of Thargelion. After his death, these birthday feasts continued for generations, a kind of philosophical ancestor veneration that linked living students to their founding teacher through the ritual repetition of his birth date. The day kept him present. It kept the lineage alive. The Greek birthday tradition for ordinary people centered on the concept of a personal daemon, a kind of attending spirit or guardian force that was born alongside each person and accompanied them through life. On your birthday, you made offerings to your daemon. You might bring honey cakes to the temple or light a small fire at a household shrine. You were not celebrating yourself exactly. You were honouring the invisible presence that kept you intact. This is a subtle but interesting distinction. Greek birthday observance was not primarily about you, the individual. It was about the spirit that walked beside you. The ritual acknowledged something larger than the self, something that had an anniversary worth marking just as the person did. The followers of Pythagoras, the philosopher and mathematician whose name most of us remember primarily from a theorem we learned in school and then carefully forgot, had an especially involved relationship with birthday commemoration. Pythagorean communities held regular celebrations of Pythagoras' birthday long after his death, gathering to make offerings, recite texts, and share meals in his honour. These gatherings were not merely sentimental, they were structured rituals of philosophical continuity, ways of saying that the ideas Pythagoras had introduced were still alive and being tended. Greek mooncakes, which were round and sometimes carried a lit torch or small flame to represent the lunar surface, were left at the temple of Artemis on birthdays. Artemis was the goddess of, among other things, childbirth, and this round illuminated offering in her honour connected the birth date to the cycles of the moon in a way that felt cosmically appropriate. The act of carrying a lit cake to a sacred space on the anniversary of one's birth is, if you hold it at the right angle, recognisably similar to what happens in every kitchen where candles are lit on a birthday cake today. The setting has changed, the gesture has not moved much at all. The mathematician and astronomer Ptolemy, writing in the 2nd century of the Common Era, codified astrological practice in his text known as the Tetrabiblos, a 4-part work that laid out the rules of astrological interpretation with systematic thoroughness. His work influenced European and Islamic scholarship for over 1,000 years. Every time a medieval scribe copied a chapter of Ptolemy's work, the idea that birth dates carry meaning was reinforced and transmitted forward. Greek physicians also found the birth date medically relevant. The physician Hippocrates, whose name is attached to the oath still associated with medical practice today, believed that the conditions of a person's birth, including the season and the position of the stars, had lasting effects on that person's constitution and their susceptibility to illness. A physician who wanted to treat a patient well might want to know not just their current symptoms, but their birth date. The birthday in this context was medical history as well as a personal milestone. But what astrology truly accomplished beyond the charts and the interpretations was something subtler. It democratized the birthday, at least partially. If knowing your birth date gave you access to cosmically useful information about yourself, then birth dates were no longer just for pharaohs and kings. They were for anyone literate enough or wealthy enough to commission a reading. The birthday became a personal document, an identity marker, the kind of thing a person might actually know and carry with them through a life. That ownership, tentative and uneven as it was in the ancient world, is the seed of everything that follows. It is worth spending a moment with what ordinary birth tracking actually looked like in ancient Greece, for the people who are not philosophers or kings. In a prosperous Athenian household, the birth of a child triggered a series of rituals that connected the new life to both the family and the wider community. On the 5th day after birth, a ceremony called the Amphidromia involved family members carrying the newborn around the hearth fire. On the 10th day, the child was formally named at a celebration that included gifts and feasting. This naming ceremony, not the birth itself, was often the occasion recorded as the child's entrance into the social world. The birth date in this context was a more fluid thing than the fixed number we carry today. A Greek child growing up in the 5th century BCE might know the month of their birth and the phase of the moon, without knowing the precise day as we would calculate it. The calendar itself was complicated and varied between city-states, which meant that 2 people born at the same moment in different cities might technically have different birth dates depending on which local calendar was being used. This imprecision did not prevent the celebration of personal anniversaries. It simply meant that birthdays, for ordinary people, were approximate affairs, anchored to seasonal markers or family memory, rather than a specific number on a standardized calendar. In some ways, this gave the birthday a more organic quality, tied to the rhythms of nature rather than the bureaucracy of dates. The anniversary of your birth was the time of year when the almond trees bloomed, or when the first cold nights arrived, or when the fishing boats returned from their long summer routes along the coast. Step now into the city of Rome, somewhere around the 1st century BCE, and notice the smell first. Every city in history has its own smell, and ancient Rome smells of bread baking, of meat smoke, of the stone dust that rises from buildings always under construction, and of the particular sweetness of honey, which the Romans used for everything from medicine to diplomacy to dessert. Honey is central to the Roman birthday, and we will come back to that. The Romans had a word for a birthday. Natalis dies. The natal day, the day of birth. They also had a shortened form, natalis, which appears frequently in their poetry and legal texts and letters. When a Roman wrote about natalis in a celebratory context, everyone understood immediately. It was one of the most significant days in the Roman personal calendar. What happened on a Roman natalis depended on who you were and how much money you had, but certain elements were consistent across social classes. First, you made an offering to your genius, which for a man was the divine spirit or generative force that animated him, and for a woman was called the Juno, a term connected to the goddess of the same name. These were not gods in the full sense. They were personal protective presences, closer to what the Greeks called daimones, and honouring them on your birthday was a form of self-care that carried spiritual weight. The offering might be a small cake sweetened with honey. It might be a pour of wine onto a household altar. It might be a garland of flowers hung at the doorway. In wealthier households, the offering might be considerably more elaborate, involving multiple altars, imported incense, and a gathering of family and friends who ate together and raised cups and spoke words of goodwill over the person whose day it was. The poet Tibullus, writing in the 1st century BCE, left behind a poem addressed to his patron on the occasion of that patron's birthday. The poem is warm and a little flattering, as poems addressed to wealthy patrons tend to be, but it also gives us a detailed and genuine sense of what a Roman birthday felt like from the inside. Tibullus describes the preparation of the altar, the carefully selected garland, and the cake made without salt because salt was associated with mourning and had no place on a natal day. He describes the gathering of friends and the particular quality of afternoon light, and the feeling of gratitude that the year has turned and the person he is celebrating is still here to be celebrated. The poet Horace also wrote birthday verses, though his tend to have the slightly distracted quality of a man who is genuinely enjoying his wine and would rather write about that. The poet Ovid composed birthday elegies that are technically celebrations, but read at times as if the act of surviving another year has reminded him of everything he has not yet done. Roman birthday poetry spans the full range of human feeling on the occasion, from pure delight to philosophical resignation, which suggests that the Romans experienced birthdays very much the way we do, as events that contain both genuine warmth and a faint existential pressure. That last note is important. Roman life expectancy was not what ours is. Reaching another birthday was not guaranteed in the way it often feels today. Celebrating a natalis was an explicit acknowledgement that the person had survived another circuit of the calendar, which was genuinely worth stating out loud. The Roman writer Pliny the Younger describes in his letters the celebration of his own birthday and those of people he admired. He treats birthdays with a kind of philosophical seriousness that sits alongside the festivity. The day is both an occasion for joy and a prompt for reflection. Another year has passed. The life being lived is still moving forward. These are thoughts that a person in middle age might particularly recognise. Now, about those honey cakes. The connection between birthday celebrations and circular sweet foods is very old, running through both Greek and Roman traditions. Round foods carried symbolic meaning in the ancient world. The circle represented completeness, and the cycle, the return. A round cake on a birthday echoed the round shape of the sun and the round path it travelled through the year. Whether ordinary Romans were consciously thinking about solar symbolism when they ate their honey cake is unlikely. People rarely do, but the symbolism was there at the origin, embedded in the practice before the practice became habit. The candles we associate with birthday cakes have a similarly ancient root. Greek worshippers brought torches and lit offerings at temple ceremonies, including birthday rituals. Roman households kept small oil lamps burning at altars on sacred days. The connection between light and the marking of a significant occasion is so old it is essentially pre-rational. Something in the human nervous system responds to a small contained flame in a social gathering as meaningful. as worth attending to. The Romans also gave gifts on birthdays, a practice that their writers describe with a mixture of affection and mild cynicism. Martial, the Roman epigrammatist, wrote several sharp observations about birthday gifts, noting the way people tended to give expensive presents when they wanted something from the recipient, and considerably less impressive ones when they did not. His humour is recognisable in a way that makes 2,000 years feel like a very short distance. Not everyone in the ancient world approved of birthday celebrations, however. The early Christian theologians had complicated feelings about the custom, not because joy was suspect or because marking personal milestones was theologically wrong. The objection was more specific than that. Birthday celebrations were thoroughly pagan. They were associated with the honour given to Genius and Juno spirits, with astrology and horoscopes, and with the rituals of Roman religious life that Christianity was in the process of replacing. Origen of Alexandria, one of the most influential theologians of the early church, writing in the 3rd century of the Common Era, argued explicitly that celebrating one's birthday was the kind of thing sinful people did. His example of the sort of person who throws birthday parties is, interestingly, the Pharaoh from the Book of Genesis. The implication being that only morally questionable rulers with foreign gods commemorated the day of their birth. This theological unease did not eliminate birthday celebration. It did complicate it considerably, and the church would eventually come up with its own solution to the birthday problem, one that is still practiced in parts of Europe today and carries a quiet kind of beauty. Before we step into that medieval solution, it is worth noting one aspect of the Roman birthday tradition that often goes unremarked. The birthday was not exclusively a male institution in Rome. Women's birthdays were celebrated with equal ceremony in households that could afford to do so, and the literary record preserves several birthday poems addressed to women with the same affectionate formality found in the poems addressed to men. The birthday of a beloved wife or mother was an occasion for the household to gather, for offerings to be made to her Juno, and for gifts and goodwill to flow in her direction. For the poor of Rome, the birthday was a simpler affair, but no less meaningful, a small offering at a neighbourhood shrine, a meal that was slightly better than the ordinary, the acknowledgement, spoken or simply understood, that the day was set apart. The Roman instinct to mark the natal day crossed economic boundaries in a way that not all Roman customs did. You did not need a marble altar or an imported garland to honour your genius on the anniversary of your birth. A clay lamp and a handful of herbs in the company of the people who knew you were sufficient. You are in a small stone church somewhere in medieval Europe, and it is cold the way medieval churches were always cold, which is to say comprehensively and without apology. The light coming through the narrow windows has the pale quality of a winter morning, and somewhere near the front of the nave a candle has been lit on a side altar, where a carved wooden figure of a saint stands. This is not a birthday celebration, technically, but it is very close to one. The medieval church, having inherited the early Christian ambivalence about individual birth dates, arrived at a practical solution over the course of several centuries. Rather than celebrating the anniversary of your physical birth, which carried all those unfortunate pagan associations, you celebrated the feast day of the saint whose name you carried. If your name was Catherine, your celebratory day was the feast of St. Catherine. If your name was Martin, your day was the feast of St. Martin of Tours, which falls on the 11th of November and was already associated with a particular kind of autumn festivity involving the geese traditionally eaten at that time of year. These name day observances, known in Italian as onomastico, in German as Namenstag, and in French as la fête, became the primary form of personal annual celebration across much of medieval and early modern Europe. They were built into the liturgical calendar in a way that made them communal and spiritually legitimate. The church approved. The neighbours understood. The local baker knew what kind of small treat to prepare. In practice, name day observances often looked quite a lot like what we would call a birthday celebration. Family gathered. Food was made. Small gifts might be exchanged. The person whose day it was occupied a temporary centre of communal attention and goodwill. The structure of the ritual was identical to a birthday celebration. The justification was different. This is worth noting, because it tells us something about human nature that the church probably did not intend to broadcast. People wanted an annual personal day. They wanted one occasion in the year that was theirs. The appetite for this was strong enough that when the church removed the birthday from the calendar, the community simply replaced it with the name day and went on doing essentially the same things. You cannot extract the impulse just by renaming the occasion. The feast days of saints were not uniformly joyful occasions, it should be noted. The saints in question had usually died in ways that the word gruesome does not fully cover, and their feast days were technically commemorations of their martyrdom rather than celebrations of their birth. The church distinguished between the birthday of a saint, which they called the dies natalis, and which referred to the saint's death and entry into heaven, and the birth of the saint into the earthly world, which was rarely commemorated at all. This created an interesting inversion. In the logic of medieval Christianity, the important birthday was not the day you entered the world, but the day you left it for heaven. The spiritual birthday mattered. The biological one did not. Only the births of Christ and John the Baptist were considered holy enough to commemorate in the liturgical calendar, and yet the name-day tradition persisted and deepened. By the high medieval period, a child was typically named at baptism after the saint, whose feast fell on or near the day of their birth, which created a natural link between the biological birth date and the liturgical name day without officially endorsing the celebration of birth itself. The church was threading a needle that would make even a skilled seamstress pause and reconsider. In parts of Eastern Europe, particularly in Greece and Russia and across the Slavic countries, the name day tradition is still the primary personal celebration, carrying more social weight than the biological birthday in many families. If you arrive at someone's door on their name day with a small offering of food or wine, you're participating in a tradition that stretches back almost without interruption to the medieval liturgical calendar. In Scandinavia, name day observance became woven into the civil calendar even for people who are not especially religious. Sweden and Finland still maintain official name day calendars, published annually, that tell you which names are honoured on which days. If your name falls on a given date, that date carries a gentle public acknowledgement that belongs to you and everyone who shares your name. Spain and the Spanish-speaking world developed a particularly warm culture around the onomastico, with families gathering to share food and music on the name day, with an enthusiasm that in some households exceeded that of the biological birthday. Children in these traditions often grew up with two celebratory anchors in their year, the birthday on one side and the name day on the other. This meant twice the cake, which is an arrangement that most children have historically found acceptable. The relationship between the baptismal name and the feast calendar also created a quiet kind of social glue in medieval communities. Everyone in a village knew which days belonged to which names. When St. Catherine's Day arrived in late November, every Catherine in the region could expect acknowledgement from her neighbours. The celebration was personal but also communal, embedded in a shared understanding of the calendar that made it visible to the whole community, rather than just a close family. What is particularly interesting about the name day tradition is the way it connects the individual to something larger. Your name day is not just about you, it is about the saint whose name you carry, about the community of everyone who shares that name, about the particular feast in the turning calendar of the church year. Your personal celebration is embedded in a collective one. This is a very different relationship to the birthday than the one most of us grew up with, where the occasion is almost entirely individual. That shift from the communal embedded name day to the solitary personal birthday is part of the larger story of how the individual came to occupy the centre of Western cultural life. There is also something worth considering in the practical texture of name day observance. As medieval and early modern people actually experienced it, a person living in a small village in 14th century France would have known from childhood which day in the church calendar was theirs. they would have watched their neighbours celebrate on their own name days and known that their own day would come around again in the same season each year with the same dependable rhythm. The celebration was embedded in a calendar that organised everything: planting and harvesting and fasting and feasting and rest. And so the personal day did not stand alone and exposed the way a modern birthday sometimes can. It arrived within a context that was already full of meaning. This is a small but real comfort. To have a personal celebration that arrives inside a larger seasonal and communal structure, rather than as an isolated event on an otherwise ordinary day, gives it a different quality. The name day celebrant was not the only one having their day singled out. The calendar was full of feast days and commemorations, and the personal name day was one thread in that larger weaving. The gradual decline of name day observance in Protestant Northern Europe following the Reformation is one of the factors that eventually allowed the birthday to return as the primary personal celebration. When reformers stripped the saints' days from the calendar, removing hundreds of feast days as unnecessary ornament, the name day went with them, and the need that the name day had been meeting that annual personal acknowledgement remained. It simply needed a new occasion to occupy. Before we get to the modern birthday's emergence, however, we need to go to Germany, because Germany, in the 18th century, invented something that changed everything. They lit candles on a cake and brought it to a child. There is a particular quality of light in a room where candles have just been lit on a cake. The flames are small, and they wobble a little with the movement of air, and the people gathered around the table go slightly quiet at the moment of presentation, not because anyone has asked them to, but because something in the sight of small flames in a darkened space triggers an old and wordless attention. The Germans of the 18th century did not know they were inventing an international tradition. They were simply doing what people in certain households in certain German cities and towns had started doing for the children in their families. They were making cake, lighting candles, and gathering around to mark the occasion of a child's birthday in a way that was warm and festive and specifically centred on the child. The tradition is called Kinderfest, which translates simply as Children's Festival. The records we have of early Kinderfest celebrations come from a variety of sources, including letters, diaries, and the observations of travellers passing through German-speaking regions, who noted the custom with some surprise because it was not common elsewhere in Europe at the time. One of the most frequently cited early accounts describes a birthday celebration for Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, the poet and playwright who was then a child in Frankfurt. A cake was prepared with candles equal to the child's age, plus one additional candle for the coming year. The family gathered. The child was honoured. The atmosphere was warm and deliberately festive in a way that separated the day from ordinary time. The extra candle, the one representing the year ahead, is sometimes called the life candle in descriptions of the tradition. It burned for the year still to come, a kind of lit anticipation set alongside the lit record of years already completed. There is something genuinely lovely about this. The past accounted for and the future given a small flame of its own, all of it gathered on one cake on one table on one particular evening. The German tradition of lighting candles on a birthday cake also connects to an older protective symbolism. The candles were lit in the morning and burned throughout the day, only extinguished after the birthday meal was finished. They were meant to hold the child safe, to create a ring of light around the day that would keep harm at a respectful distance. The blowing out of candles, which we now do ceremonially at the moment of cake presentation, was originally the closing gesture of a full day's ritual protection. The wish made while blowing out the candles also connects to this older layer of meaning. If you extinguished all the candles in a single breath, the wish you had made would be granted because the power of the breath and the power of the completed light ritual combined into something effective. If you failed to blow them all out, the wish would not reach its destination. This rule, which most of us learned as children without knowing its history, is centuries old. The Kinderfest tradition spread gradually beyond German borders, carried by German immigrants, by travellers who had witnessed it and brought the custom home, and by the slow general drift of fashions in domestic life that moved through educated European households in the 18th and 19th centuries. England was particularly receptive to German cultural influences during this period, partly because of the close dynastic connections between the British and German royal houses. Queen Victoria, herself of German descent and married to the thoroughly German Prince Albert, presided over a court that was openly enthusiastic about German domestic traditions. The decorated Christmas tree, which most people now associate with English and American holiday customs, arrived in Britain through this same Germanic channel. The birthday cake, which by the 19th century had become a recognisable institution in British middle-class households, arrived partly through this same route. English bakers adapted it. Sugar replaced much of the honey. The cake grew richer and more elaborate as the Victorian baking arts developed, and refined sugar became more widely available, and the birthday cake became a canvas. By the late 19th century, English and American cookbooks and household management guides were including recipes for birthday cakes that were decorated, iced, and personalised in ways that earlier centuries would not have recognised. Isabella Beeton, whose book on household management became one of the most influential domestic texts of the Victorian period, described birthday cakes as occasions for some culinary ambition, though she probably would have found the current practice of sculpting full three-dimensional cartoon figures from sugar paste somewhat excessive. The industrial changes of the 19th century played a large role in all of this. White flour became cheaper and more uniform. Baking powder, which made cakes lighter and more reliably consistent, was developed in the 1850s. Refined sugar dropped in price as production expanded, particularly as sugar cane cultivation grew in the Americas and the Caribbean. The birthday cake, which had once required ingredients that only the comfortable could afford, gradually became accessible to a wider range of households. The shape of the birthday cake itself evolved. Earlier German Geburtstagskuchen, the German word for birthday cake, tended to be tall and enriched with eggs and butter, closer in character to what we would now call a coffee cake or a pound cake. As the Victorian era progressed and baking fashion shifted, the layered cake with visible tiers separated by cream or jam or fresh fruit became the dominant form in Britain and then in America. The frosted exterior gave decorators a surface to work with that a plain crumb coat does not provide, and people turned out to be strongly interested in working with it. This democratization of the birthday cake mirrors the broader democratization of the birthday itself. A tradition that had begun with pharaohs and kings had filtered over thousands of years through Roman altars and Greek moon offerings and medieval church calendars and German family gatherings, until it arrived at the kitchen tables of ordinary families with ordinary children who needed only a cake, some candles, and the people who loved them. There is something that should not be taken for granted in that sentence. The kitchen table, the ordinary family, the child at the centre. For most of human history, childhood was not specifically honoured in this way. The idea that a child's birthday deserved its own ritual, its own cake, its own gathered attention, was new enough in the 18th century that travellers wrote it down in their journals as something worth recording. It felt remarkable. We have simply had long enough to forget that it once was. The German Kinderfest also introduced something that seems obvious to us now, but was genuinely novel at the time. It placed the child at the centre of the celebration, rather than at the edges of an adult occasion. Earlier birthday observances, whether Roman Natalis feasts or medieval name day gatherings, were primarily adult events in which children might be present but were not the focus. The Kinderfest inverted this. The entire day was organised around the child's experience. The games were chosen for children. The food was selected with children's preferences in mind. The candles were a spectacle designed to delight a child's particular quality of attention. This centering of the child is consistent with a broader European intellectual movement of the 18th century, associated with thinkers like Jean-Jacques Rousseau, who argued that childhood was a distinct and valuable phase of human development, deserving respect rather than simply correction. These ideas filtered through educated households in Germany, France, and Britain with varying speeds and degrees of fidelity, but they contributed to a cultural environment in which the Kinderfest tradition could take root and spread. What the German families of the 18th century could not have anticipated was how thoroughly their domestic custom would travel. Within a century, the birthday cake with candles had crossed the Atlantic and taken up residence in American homes with such speed and conviction that later generations would have been puzzled to learn it had originated anywhere in particular. Let us talk about the card. The birthday card is such a fixture of modern life that it is easy to underestimate how recently it arrived. You walk into a shop and there is an entire wall of them. You choose one with a bear or a balloon or a sentiment involving wine. You write something that is either sincere or gently comedic, depending on how well you know the recipient. You feel mildly guilty if you forget to send one at all. This entire ritual, which now generates billions of dollars annually across an industry spanning multiple continents, did not exist before the middle of the 19th century. The birthday card grew out of two developments that happened more or less simultaneously in Victorian Britain. The first was the introduction of the penny post in 1840, which meant that a letter or card could be sent anywhere in the country for a single penny. Before this reform, postage was expensive and calculated by distance, which meant that sending a personal note to someone far away was a luxury reserved for those who could afford the rate. The penny post changed that. Suddenly, sending a small paper message was cheap enough to be casual. The second development was the Christmas card industry, which expanded rapidly in the 1860s and 70s as printing technology improved and lithography made colourful illustrated cards financially viable for mass production. Publishers and printers who had invested heavily in machinery and distribution networks for Christmas cards noticed, with the pragmatic clarity of people who have committed significant capital to printing equipment, that there were many other occasions in the year when people might like to send illustrated cards to one another. The birthday card was a natural extension. By the 1870s and 80s, birthday cards were appearing in shops across Britain, and soon after in the United States. They range from the genuinely beautiful, featuring detailed illustrations of flowers and birds and pastoral scenes, executed in the elaborate Victorian style, to the comically sentimental, featuring verses that would embarrass a modern greeting card writer, and which the Victorians apparently found entirely acceptable. The early birthday cards rarely made jokes about aging. That particular genre, which now dominates the birthday card wall with its cheerful references to memory loss and creaking joints, developed later. Victorian birthday cards tended toward the sincere and the florid. The language was elevated, the images were romantic. The overall message was that the birthday recipient was cherished, and the sender wished them long life and good health. The humour arrived gradually, and it arrived partly through the American tradition of birthday celebrations, which by the early 20th century was developing a tone somewhat different from the more formal British and European approach. American birthday culture was louder, more democratic, more openly comedic. The joke cards of the early 20th century began treating the birthday as an occasion for gentle ribbing rather than pure tribute. By the time Hallmark Cards was producing birthday cards in substantial numbers in the 1910s and 20s, the range of tones available had expanded considerably. Hallmark was founded in 1910 in Kansas City by Joyce Clyde Hall, who at the time was a teenager selling picture postcards from a shoebox stored under his bed at the local YMCA, where he lived. The company he built would go on to shape the language of birthday sentiment in the English-speaking world to a degree that is difficult to overstate. If you have ever searched for the right words for a birthday card and landed on something like wishing you a year as wonderful as you are, you have been in Hallmark's neighbourhood even if you did not know it. Now, the song. Happy Birthday to You is the most performed song in the English language. It has been sung so many times in so many locations by so many people at so many birthday cakes that the melody has essentially been pressed into the collective unconscious of anyone who grew up in English-speaking culture. The tune appears in your head automatically when you see candles on a cake. The response is entirely involuntary. The song was written not as a birthday song but as a classroom greeting. Mildred and Patty Hill, two sisters who were both involved in early childhood education in Louisville, Kentucky, published a song in 1893 called "Good Morning to All." It was intended to be sung by teachers and students as the school day began. The melody was simple and sturdy, easy for young children to learn and sing together in the first minutes of the morning. Somewhere between its publication and the early 1900s, the words changed. "Good morning to you" became "happy birthday to you." The change happened gradually, in the way that folk tradition moves, through repetition and variation, across many households and schoolrooms, without any single person making a formal decision. By the 1920s, the birthday version was common enough to be published in songbooks in its current form. Radio played a significant role in standardizing the song, as radio broadcasts brought music into living rooms across America and Britain in the 1920s and 30s. The versions of Happy Birthday to You that were performed on air were heard by enormous audiences simultaneously. People who had grown up singing slightly different regional variations of the song heard the broadcast version and gradually aligned toward it. Radio did what centuries of oral tradition had not quite managed to do. It made the song uniform. The legal history of Happy Birthday to You is its own peculiar chapter, involving decades of copyright claims by a publishing company, substantial licensing fees paid by film and television productions wanting to use the song without legal trouble, and a 2015 lawsuit that resulted in a federal judge ruling that the copyright claim was never valid in the first place. The song belongs to everyone. It always did, really. The children's birthday party is a social institution crystallised in the Victorian and Edwardian periods, alongside the broader sentimentalisation of childhood that was one of the defining cultural projects of the Victorian age. Before the 19th century, childhood was not generally treated as a distinct phase of life requiring its own customs and celebrations. Children were small people who would soon be larger people. The particular quality of childhood experience was not widely considered worth preserving or honouring in ritual form. The Victorians changed this substantially. They invented, in a meaningful sense, the modern concept of childhood as a protected, cherished, distinct phase of life. And with that invention came the apparatus of childhood celebration. Toys became more elaborate and were produced specifically for children. Books were written specifically for children. Birthday parties were organised specifically for children, with games and sweets and entertainments calibrated to their age and delight. The children's birthday party of the Victorian era featured games that seemed gentle and slightly chaotic to modern eyes, things like Pin the Tail on the Donkey, which made its documented appearance in the 1870s, musical chairs, and various versions of Pass the Parcel and Blind Man's Bluff. The food was sweet and plentiful. The cake was the climax. The whole event was designed to produce a particular quality of excited happiness in the children present, and the diary accounts and letters of Victorian parents suggest that this ambition was at least partially achieved. Department stores, which were themselves a Victorian invention, began selling birthday-specific goods in the latter half of the 19th century. Candles designed for birthday cakes appeared as a commercial product. Printed paper hats, rooted in the paper craft traditions of Europe, became associated with birthday parties by the early 20th century. The party favour, a small gift placed at each guest's seat or given at the door upon leaving, became a standard element of the children's party in American households by the 1920s and 30s. Ice cream arrived at the birthday party table as an accompaniment to cake with such enthusiasm that the combination became its own cultural institution. The ice cream cake, which fuses the two traditions into a single impractical artifact that melts slightly faster than a child can eat it, appeared in American households in the mid-20th century and has persisted with extraordinary stubbornness ever since. All of these objects, the hat, the favour, the candle, the card, the song and the ice cream, arrived independently and at different points across the long 19th and early 20th centuries. By the time the mid-20th century settled in, they had assembled themselves into something that felt like a single coherent tradition, as if it had always been exactly this way. It had not. But the pieces had been gathering for a long time. The etiquette of the birthday changed alongside the material culture. In the Victorian era, receiving guests on your birthday was a formal affair governed by protocols not unlike those attached to paying a social call. You would be presented in a particular room. Refreshments would follow a particular order. The gift, if one was brought, would be presented and acknowledged with formal words. By the mid-20th century, American birthday parties had shed most of this formality in favour of something warmer and louder and considerably stickier. The birthday cake arrived, the children screamed, someone's balloon popped, and everyone screamed again for a different reason. This shift toward informality in birthday celebration is itself a historical development worth noticing. It reflects a broader cultural movement across the 20th century, in which the governed formality of Victorian social life gave way to a more relaxed ideal of domestic celebration. The birthday party became one of the training grounds for this new informality. Children who grew up with the cheerful chaos of the mid-century birthday party carried those expectations into adulthood and organised their own adult celebrations accordingly. The party at which no one stands on ceremony and someone inevitably ends up with frosting on their face is the direct descendant of a long process of deliberate loosening. You've made it to the last chapter, which feels fitting, because this chapter is about what it means to make it. Milestone birthdays are different from ordinary birthdays. They carry a different atmospheric pressure. The 30th, the 40th, the 50th, the 60th, the 100th. These are the ones where the normal festivity tilts towards something deeper, where the laughter is accompanied by a brief, careful look at the horizon of the life being lived. They are the ones where people fly in from other cities, where the party planning begins months early, where someone gives a speech and then apologises for giving a speech but gives it anyway. The concept of milestone birthdays is ancient, though the specific ages we designate as milestones have shifted considerably over time and across cultures. In ancient Rome, reaching the age of 60 was considered a significant threshold, one associated with full elder status and the particular authority that came with having survived into what was, by Roman standards, a long life. Roman writers describe 60-year-old men being treated with a specific kind of deference that differed from ordinary respect. The age carried weight that younger men could not yet access. In medieval Europe, significant ages were often tied to social and legal thresholds, rather than round numbers. A boy became legally responsible for his actions at a certain age. A girl became marriageable at another age. These ages varied by region and time period and were not always tied to specific numbers in the way we think of milestones today. 7 was sometimes the age of reason. 14 or 15 marked entry into adult labour and legal personhood in various systems across the continent. The English tradition of the 21st birthday, as the major coming-of-age threshold, has a history that legal historians have traced to the age at which a young man was considered physically capable of bearing full armour, which required a degree of physical development that typically arrived in the early 20s. By the time armour was no longer the primary criterion for adult status, the age had become traditional enough to persist on its own momentum. The 21st birthday, the key to the door as the English expression had it, remained the primary marker of full adulthood in British culture until the voting age was lowered to 18 in 1969, after which 18 gradually took on much of the ceremonial weight that had previously belonged to 21. In Jewish tradition, the 13th birthday carries enormous weight, marking the moment a young person formally becomes responsible for their own observance of religious law. The bar mitzvah for boys and the bat mitzvah for girls are among the most elaborately celebrated milestone birthdays in any religious tradition, and their observance has expanded over the past century from a relatively modest synagogue ceremony to, in many communities, a celebration that would have startled previous generations with its scale. The basic impulse, however, is ancient. At this age, the young person is seen, formally and publicly, as a full participant in the community. The 40th birthday holds a particular place in modern Western culture, partly because 40 carries genuine physiological meaning. Many people in their late 30s begin to notice changes in how their body responds to sleep and sustained effort that were not there a decade before. The 40th birthday lands in the middle of these discoveries and becomes a natural occasion for stock-taking. The humour that surrounds 40th birthday celebrations exists precisely because the threshold is real enough that laughter feels necessary as a response. The 50th birthday is treated in many cultures as the true watershed, the point at which a life has been more than half lived by any reasonable actuarial measure. In ancient Rome, the 50th birthday of a person who had led an important public life might be celebrated with public ceremonies. In the Jewish tradition of the Bible, the Jubilee year, which in biblical law occurred every 50 years, marked a time of release, return, and reset, a collective threshold that echoed the significance of the personal 50th in the life of an individual. The 100th birthday occupies its own special category. In Britain, the reigning monarch sends a personal card to any citizen who reaches 100 years of age, a tradition begun by King George V in 1917. The recipient of such a card is typically described in newspaper accounts with a particular combination of wonder and delight, as if reaching 100 has proved something important not only about the individual, but also about human persistence generally. In Korea, the first birthday, called Doljanchi, is one of the most elaborate and meaningful celebrations in the culture, drawing from a tradition rooted in the historical reality that infant mortality was high and reaching 1 year of life was a genuine cause for celebration. The child is dressed in traditional clothes, seated before a table of symbolic items, and invited to reach for one of them. The object they choose is said to predict their future. Though the custom originated in urgency, it has survived into an era of better medicine as an occasion of pure joy and family gathering. In China, longevity noodles are traditionally served on birthdays, and the length of the noodle matters. The longer the noodle, the longer the life being celebrated. Cutting a noodle before it is fully eaten is considered bad luck, which adds a certain amount of careful slurping to the occasion, and has probably ruined more than a few festive shirts. In Mexico, the quinceañera marks a girl's 15th birthday, with a ceremony that is part religious observance and part social announcement, a full coming-of-age ritual that blends Catholic tradition with celebrations rooted much further back in indigenous cultures. The 15-year threshold has its own history and its own weight, distinct from the Anglo-American milestones and carrying a different kind of meaning. What all of these traditions share is the conviction that a particular age, a particular year, or a particular day of arrival deserves to be acknowledged by the community surrounding the person who lived it. The forms are different, the foods are different, the music is different, but the structure is identical. Now, how did all of this, the cakes and candles, the cards and songs, the children's parties and milestone gatherings, become a global phenomenon reaching cultures that had their own distinct traditions of birth commemoration? The answer involves several overlapping forces, none of which is tidy. European colonialism spread European cultural practices into communities across Asia, Africa, and the Americas, not always gently, and not always with the consent of those communities. Birthday celebrations in the Western style arrived in many places as part of a broader package of colonial culture and missionary activity that replaced local practices with European ones. This history is worth carrying alongside the rest of the story, even tonight. But the 20th century added a different and more voluntary mechanism for the global spread of the birthday tradition. American popular culture, carried by film, radio, and eventually television, moved across the world with remarkable speed in the decades following the Second World War. The birthday party, as depicted in American films and television, was a comprehensible and appealing ritual. one that could be observed and adopted by families in countries very far from Kansas City. The birthday cake appeared on screen, the song was sung, the candles were blown out. People watched and thought, we could do that. The economic expansion of the greeting card and confectionery industries in the second half of the 20th century did the rest. If someone was willing to sell you a birthday cake mix and a set of candles and a printed card, the infrastructure for the celebration was already assembled. All you needed was the occasion, and yet it would be reductive to explain the global birthday purely through colonialism and commerce. Something else is operating here, something that this whole long story has been quietly circling. The birthday is a ritual of memory and belonging. It insists once a year that the person at its centre is remembered, that their arrival in the world was an event worth marking, that the people around them are glad they are here. In a world that is very large and moves very fast and has many other things to attend to, the birthday is a small structured insistence on personal significance. This is not a trivial thing. Research on loneliness and social belonging, conducted across the second half of the 20th century, consistently finds that feeling remembered is central to human well-being. Not admired, not necessarily loved in any grand or complicated sense, but simply remembered, held in someone else's awareness, known to exist. The birthday does this reliably. Once a year, the people who care about you organise themselves around the fact of your existence. They bake something or buy something. They sing something, perhaps badly. They give you a card in which someone else's words have been deployed in your honour, because finding the right words is genuinely difficult, and the cards exist to help with that. They gather. This is what the Pharaoh's coronation feast was doing. This is what the Babylonian priest's protective ritual was doing. This is what the Greek honey cake left at the Temple of Artemis was doing. This is what the German child's Kinderfest was doing. The form changes. The candles change. The words change. The underlying intention does not. You are here. We are glad. Let us mark it. The historian and anthropologist Victor Turner wrote extensively about what he called liminal moments, thresholds in human experience where ordinary time is suspended and something more concentrated takes its place. A birthday is a liminal moment. The year pivots. The age number changes. The person at the centre steps briefly out of ordinary time and into ceremonial time, held by the gathered attention of the people around them. Even a modest birthday celebration accomplishes this. The cake was carried from the kitchen with the candles lit, the slight hush as it arrives, the singing, which everyone joins without being asked, the instruction to make a wish, which even adults take privately seriously no matter how cheerfully they claim not to, the breath, and then the dark, and then the applause. The whole sequence takes perhaps 4 minutes from start to finish, and in those 4 minutes, the person at the centre has been reminded, by fire and song and sugar and the presence of other people, that they are here and worth remembering. That is an old magic. Older than Christianity's discomfort with it. Older than Rome's rituals around it. Older than the Babylonian scribes who encoded it in clay. It belongs to something in the structure of human attention, the need to mark the passage of time by standing still for a moment and noticing that a life is being lived. Your life specifically. With all its ordinary Tuesdays and unremarkable seasons and the particular accumulation of things known and things lost that no one else carries in quite the same combination. The birthday says you have been here for another year. The year happened, you were in it. That is worth a cake. That is worth a song. That is worth staying up a little past your bedtime to remember. There is one more thing worth carrying with you as you drift off tonight. The birthday has, in the modern era, acquired a digital layer that would have been entirely alien to every generation before ours. The social media birthday notification, which arrives with cheerful automation and generates a small cascade of well wishes from people who range from close friends to someone you met once at a conference in 2012, is a peculiar development in the long history of birthday acknowledgement. And yet, even in its algorithmic form, It is doing the same thing that all the older traditions were doing. It is saying, "We know you are here." The notification carries no honey cake. It requires no garland. It does not invoke your genius or your Juno or the spirit that walks beside you. But it is a name recognised and spoken on a particular day by someone who took even the smallest available action to acknowledge it. The ancient scribes recorded birth so that the cosmos could be consulted on a person's behalf. The modern platform records birth so that an automated system can prompt a few seconds of human attention. The intermediary has changed completely. The intention points in the same direction. And if, as you drift towards sleep tonight, you find yourself thinking about the people who remembered your most recent birthday, the ones who called or sent a message or showed up or baked something imperfect and brought it over anyway, you are participating in the oldest available form of human acknowledgement. You're being held in someone else's memory. You're being celebrated across a distance of time that stretches back to a scribe in Mesopotamia pressing a birth date into wet clay by lamplight, to a Greek follower of Plato raising a cup on the 7th of Thargelion, to a Roman poet arranging garlands at a household altar, to a medieval family gathering around the named day feast of a saint they had probably never met, to a German family in Frankfurt watching candlelight move across a child's cake. Every one of them, across the long reach of human time, was doing the same thing, saying, "We are glad you're here. Sleep well, my tired little candles. You've been here for another year, and that is exactly enough. If tonight's story carried you somewhere warm, a subscription keeps these histories finding their way to you." Long before laboratories hummed with microscopes and databases clicked through millions of fingerprint matches, detectives solved crimes using nothing more than sharp eyes, patient ears, and detailed notebooks. You're about to discover how these early investigators pieced together mysteries in an era when forensic science barely existed. You stand in a London street on a foggy November morning in 1863. The gas lamps still flicker along the cobblestones even though dawn has arrived. Somewhere in the distance, a church bell marks 7 o'clock. The fog tastes of coal smoke and dampness. You can feel it settling on your coat like a cold, wet blanket. A constable rushes past you. His boots splash through a puddle. He carries a wooden rattle that police officers use to call for help. The sound cuts through the morning quiet. You follow him around the corner to where a small crowd has gathered outside a jewellery shop. The front window has been smashed. Glass fragments catch the dim light like scattered stars on the pavement. This is how detective work begins in the age before fingerprints. Someone notices something wrong. People gather. A constable arrives. And then the real work starts. The constable takes out a small notebook. His pencil moves slowly across the page as he writes down every detail he can see. The broken window, the empty display case, the muddy footprints leading away down the alley. He does not have photographs. He does not have fingerprint powder. He has his eyes and his ability to describe what he sees. You watch him sketch the scene in rough lines. His drawing shows the position of the broken glass. Some pieces fell inside the shop, others scattered onto the street. This tells him something important. The glass broke from outside to inside. The thief stood on the street and struck the window with force. He kneels down to examine the footprints more closely. The mud is fresh. It rained last night and the ground is still soft. You can see the pattern on the sole. It shows a distinctive wear pattern on the left heel. One boot clearly has a crack running across it. He copies this pattern into his notebook with careful attention to every line and curve. This is observation. This is the foundation of all detective work before modern forensics. You learn to look at everything. You learn to see what others miss. You learn that every criminal leaves traces of themselves behind, whether they mean to or not. The constable asks the shopkeeper about what happened. The shopkeeper arrived at his usual time of 6:30 in the morning. He found the window broken and 3 gold watches missing from the display. Nothing else was taken. The till remained untouched in the back room. This strikes the constable as unusual. Most thieves would take whatever they could grab. You follow the constable as he walks the street asking questions. An old woman who lives above the bakery heard glass breaking around 3 in the morning. She looked out her window but saw only shadows moving in the fog. A night watchman patrolled this street at 2 o'clock and saw nothing suspicious. Between 2 and 3 in the morning, someone broke the window and took those watches. The constable writes down every statement in his notebook. He records who said what and at what time. These written records become the backbone of the investigation. Without them, details blur and fade, memory proves unreliable, but words on paper stay fixed and certain. By mid-morning, the constable has filled several pages with observations and statements. He has sketches of the broken window. He has descriptions of the missing watches. He has the pattern of that distinctive boot print. Now comes the next phase of early detective work. He must take all this information and figure out what it means. You watch as he reviews his notes. The broken glass pattern shows force from outside. The selective theft of only watches suggests someone who knew what they wanted. The timing between the night watchman's rounds and the neighbour's observation gives a narrow window. The boot print provides a physical detail that might identify the thief. In this era, police work relies heavily on local knowledge. The constable knows the people who live on his beat. He knows which residents work honest jobs and which ones have questionable reputations. He knows where stolen goods typically get sold. He knows the ways of crime in his district. He walks to a nearby public house where he knows certain individuals gather. The publican nods when the constable asks about strangers in the area. A man with a noticeable limp came in last night asking about buying pocket watches. He wore muddy boots and seemed nervous. He left before the publican could engage him in much conversation. This information matters. The constable adds it to his growing collection of facts. A man with a limp, muddy boots, interest in pocket watches, looking for buyers. The picture starts to take shape. You accompany the constable to the local pawn shop. The pawnbroker keeps detailed records of everything brought to him. The law requires this. He must write down who pawns what and when. The constable flips through the ledger looking for recent entries involving watches. Nothing from this morning yet. But he asks the pawnbroker to send word if anyone tries to sell 3 gold watches matching the stolen descriptions. This network of informants and cooperating businesses forms another crucial part of early detective work. Detectives cannot be everywhere at once. They need eyes and ears throughout the community. Shopkeepers, publicans, pawnbrokers, and even reformed criminals sometimes provide valuable information. The constable returns to the station to file his report. You watch him copy his notes into the official record book. Every detail gets preserved. The date, the time, the location, the nature of the crime, the witness statements, the physical evidence, the leads being pursued. Senior detectives review these reports daily. They look for similar info. 3 jewellery shops broken into over the past month. All during the early morning hours, all targeting specific valuable items rather than grabbing everything. This suggests someone with knowledge and planning rather than desperate opportunistic theft. You sit in the detective office as they discuss the cases. The room smells of tobacco smoke and old paper. Files stack up on every available surface. Maps of London cover one entire wall with pins marking crime locations. String connects related incidents. Red for robberies, blue for burglaries, yellow for assaults. One detective notices something interesting. The 3 jewellery shop break-ins all happened within a mile of each other. They all occurred between 2 and 4 in the morning. They all involved broken front windows. And in each case, witnesses mentioned seeing a figure with an unusual gait moving away from the scene. This is pattern recognition. Before computers could analyse crime statistics, detectives had to spot connections themselves. They had to remember details from weeks or months ago. They had to see how separate incidents might actually be the work of one person or one group. The detective decides to stake out the remaining jewellery shops in that area. If the pattern holds, another break-in might happen soon. Several constables volunteer to spend their nights watching and waiting. They position themselves in doorways and alleys where they can observe without being seen. You join one constable on a cold November night. The hours pass slowly. Your feet grow numb from standing in one position. The fog rolls in thick and heavy. Every sound seems amplified in the darkness. A cat yowls somewhere nearby. A drunk staggers past singing off-key. A carriage rattles over distant cobblestones. Nothing happens that first night, or the second night, or the third. This is also part of early detective work. Patience, long hours of watching and waiting, the willingness to endure boredom and discomfort on the chance of catching someone in the act. On the 4th night, You see movement near the jewellery shop at the end of the street. A figure approaches from the east. The person walks with a distinctive limp favouring the left leg. They pause at the shop window and look around nervously. Then they pull something from their coat. In the dim lamplight you can see it is a short iron bar. The constable steps out from his hiding place before the window breaks. The suspect tries to run, but the limp slows them down. Within moments the constable has them in custody. The iron bar clatters to the ground. And there on the suspect's left boot, visible even in the poor light, runs a distinctive crack across the sole. This is how detective work succeeds before fingerprints. Careful observation, detailed records, patient surveillance, pattern recognition, and sometimes a bit of luck combined with persistent effort. The suspect gets brought to the station. Now comes another crucial aspect of early detective work: the interview, the interrogation, the careful questioning designed to extract truth from evasion. You sit in the interview room. It contains only a wooden table and 2 chairs. A single oil lamp provides light. The detective sits across from the suspect and opens his notebook. He does not shout or threaten. He speaks calmly and asks simple questions. Where were you on the night of November 8th? The suspect claims to have been home sleeping. The detective writes this down. He then produces the statement from the publican about a limping man asking about pocket watches that same night. The suspect shifts uncomfortably. The detective points out the crack in the boot sole. He shows his drawing of the boot print from the crime scene. They match exactly. The suspect begins to sweat despite the cool temperature in the room. This technique relies on accumulating evidence and presenting it piece by piece. Each fact chips away at the story the suspect wants to tell. Each contradiction makes denial harder to maintain. The detective remains patient. He has all night. He can wait. Eventually, after hours of careful questioning, the suspect admits to the break-ins. He reveals where he hid the stolen watches. He explains that he needed money to pay gambling debts. The limp came from an old injury that never healed properly. He thought it would not matter. He did not realise how distinctive his walk appeared, or how easily someone could identify his boot prints. The watches get recovered. The suspect faces charges. The case closes, all without a single fingerprint analysis or DNA test. Just observation, documentation, interviews, and persistent detective work. But this represents only one type of crime in one city at one moment in history. Early detective work took many different forms depending on the location and the era. You need to understand how these techniques developed over time. Travel backwards several centuries to Renaissance Italy. You walk through Florence in the year 1520. The city buzzes with art and commerce. Markets fill the piazzas with merchants selling everything from silk to spices. But crime thrives here too. Thieves pick pockets in crowded spaces. Counterfeiters produce fake coins. Merchants cheat customers with false weights and measures. The authorities rely on informants to catch criminals. They recruit people from the criminal underworld itself. Former thieves know how thieves think and operate. They know the hiding spots and the secret signals. They know who sells stolen goods and who can be bribed for information. These informants work for reduced sentences or for payment. They move through the criminal world gathering intelligence. Then they report back to the authorities. This system has obvious flaws. Informants sometimes lie to settle personal scores. They might fabricate information to earn their fee. But without modern investigative tools, authorities depend on human sources for most of their information. You observe a magistrate questioning a merchant accused of selling underweight bread. The magistrate has no scientific instruments to test the claim. Instead, he calls witnesses. Other merchants testify about the accused's reputation. Customers describe being cheated. The baker's own apprentice, promised immunity, reveals how his master hollowed out the loaves to use less flour. The magistrate weighs all these testimonies against each other. He considers the character of each witness. Are they known to be honest? Do they have reasons to lie? Do their stories align with each other? This process of evaluating human testimony forms a crucial skill for early investigators. Written records also play an increasingly important role as societies become more literate. Merchants keep ledgers. Ships maintain logs. Governments record births, deaths, marriages, and property transfers. All these documents can provide evidence in criminal cases. You watch a merchant try to prove he was in Venice when a crime occurred in Florence. He produces receipts from Venetian merchants. He shows the log from the ship that carried him. The dates and signatures all confirm his alibi. Without these written proofs, he would have only his word against his accusers. The concept of using documents as evidence might seem obvious now, but it represents a significant development in detective work. It means investigators can check stories against objective records. They can verify claims independently. They can catch people in lies when the written evidence contradicts their statements. Move forward in time to 17th century England. You stand in a courtroom watching a handwriting expert testify. He holds two documents side by side. One is a will leaving a large estate to a distant cousin. The other is a known sample of the deceased person's writing. The expert points out differences in letter formation, pen pressure, and spacing. This represents an early form of forensic document analysis. Experts learn to recognize individual characteristics in handwriting. They study how people form their letters. They notice habits like crossing T's high or low, dotting I's to the left or right, connecting letters in distinctive ways. The expert testifies that the will appears to be a forgery. The handwriting shows attempts to mimic the deceased's style but fails in subtle ways. The forger made S's differently. The baseline slant does not match. Several letter combinations reveal hesitation marks where the forger paused to think about how to form them. The jury finds the will fraudulent based largely on this handwriting analysis. The distant cousin faces charges of forgery and attempted fraud, all because someone developed the skill to examine handwriting as evidence. You begin to see how detective work gradually incorporates more specialized knowledge. It is no longer just about asking questions and following suspects. It starts to involve expertise in specific areas: handwriting analysis, document examination, even early chemistry for detecting poisons. Travel to Paris in the early 19th century. You enter the office of Eugène François Vidocq, the first director of the French Criminal Investigation Department. Vidocq himself was once a criminal. He escaped from prison multiple times. He lived among thieves and knew their methods intimately. Then he switched sides and brought that knowledge to police work. His office contains filing cabinets filled with detailed records on known criminals. Each file includes physical descriptions, known associates, typical methods, and past crimes. Vidocq recognizes that information is power. The more details you collect about criminals, the easier they become to catch. He introduces the concept of undercover work. His agents dress as criminals and infiltrate gangs. They gather evidence from the inside. They learn about planned crimes before they happen. They identify criminal networks that previously operated in the shadows. You accompany one of his agents into a tavern frequented by thieves. The agent drinks and jokes with the regulars. He never asks direct questions, he just listens. Criminals talk. They brag. They share information. The skilled agent absorbs it all while maintaining his cover. Later, back at headquarters, the agent writes a detailed report. He names the people he met. He describes the crimes they discussed. He maps out relationships within the criminal network. This intelligence allows Vidocq to plan raids and arrests strategically. Vidocq also pioneers the use of plaster cast for preserving evidence. When investigators find a boot print at a crime scene, they pour plaster into it. Once the plaster hardens, they have a permanent copy of the print. They can compare it to suspects' boots. They can store it for future reference. You watch technicians carefully pour plaster into a print left in soft earth near a murder scene. They work slowly to avoid creating air bubbles. Once set, they lift the cast gently. It captures every detail of the boot sole, including a distinctive nail pattern and a worn heel. Later, when police arrest a suspect, they compare his boots to the cast. The match is exact. This physical evidence proves the suspect was at the crime scene. Combined with other evidence, it helps secure a conviction. These advances might seem simple compared to modern forensics, but they represent important steps forward. Investigators learn to preserve evidence. They learn to document it systematically. They learn to present it in court in ways that juries can understand. You move forward to the middle of the 19th century. The Industrial Revolution has transformed cities. Populations explode. Crime increases. Police forces struggle to keep up. Detectives need better methods. In London, the Metropolitan Police establish a detective branch. These plainclothes officers focus on investigating crimes rather than just patrolling streets. They develop techniques for shadowing suspects, conducting surveillance, and gathering intelligence. You follow a detective as he tracks a suspected murderer through London streets. The detective stays far enough behind to avoid detection, but close enough to see where the suspect goes. He notes every stop. every person the suspect talks to, every building the suspect enters. This kind of patient surveillance requires enormous skill. The detective must blend into crowds. He must change his appearance when necessary. He must anticipate where the suspect might go. If the suspect spots him, the entire operation fails. The detective follows his target for 3 days. He learns the suspect's routine: morning coffee at a specific cafe, visits to a boarding house in the afternoon, evening drinks at a public house near the docks. The detective writes all of this down in his notebook. On the 4th day, the suspect meets a woman at the boarding house. The detective cannot hear their conversation, but he sees money change hands. The woman leaves looking frightened. The detective follows her instead. She leads him to a small shop where she works. The detective approaches her carefully. He identifies himself and asks about the meeting. At first she refuses to talk. Then, when he assures her of protection, she reveals that the suspect has been blackmailing her. She witnessed him near the scene of a murder. He threatened to harm her family if she told anyone. This testimony provides the link investigators needed. The woman's presence near the crime scene places the suspect there too. Combined with other evidence, it builds a case strong enough to arrest him. This illustrates another key aspect of early detective work: building relationships with witnesses, earning trust, protecting those who come forward with information. Without the detective's patient approach, the woman might never have spoken. You observe how detectives in this era develop informal networks of contacts: street vendors who notice unusual activity, landlords who know their tenants' habits, cab drivers who remember where they took passengers. All these people potentially hold pieces of information that might solve crimes. Smart detectives cultivate these contacts over years. They help people when they can. They show respect. They keep confidences. Then, when they need information, people willingly provide it. Consider the case of a missing child in Victorian London. A detective begins by talking to everyone in the neighbourhood. He asks gentle questions. Did you see the child yesterday? Did you notice any strangers? Did you hear anything unusual? Most people have nothing useful to report, but one old man mentioned seeing a carriage stopped on the corner around the time the child disappeared. He didn't think much of it at the time. Carriages stop on corners regularly, but something about this one seemed odd. The driver looked nervous. He kept glancing around. The detective asks for a description. The old man remembers the carriage was black with a distinctive brass lamp. The horse had white markings on its face. The driver wore a brown coat and a wide-brimmed hat. The detective takes this information to the cab companies and livery stables. He asks about carriages matching that description. Most companies keep records of which drivers took which vehicles on which days. After checking several businesses, he finds a match. The company produces the driver. The detective questions him carefully. Where did he go that afternoon? The driver claims to remember nothing unusual, just regular fares around the city. But the detective persists. He describes the corner. He mentions the old man who saw the carriage stop there. The driver's story begins to shift. Maybe he did stop there briefly. Maybe someone asked him for directions. He cannot quite recall. The detective notes these inconsistencies. An innocent person usually remembers clearly or admits they do not remember. Changing stories suggests something hidden. The detective obtains permission to search the driver's lodgings. There, hidden under the floorboards, he finds the child's torn dress. Confronted with this evidence, the driver confesses. He took the child intending to demand ransom, but the child became ill and died. Panicking, he disposed of the body in the river and kept the dress, meaning to burn it later. This tragic case demonstrates how detectives combine multiple techniques: careful questioning of witnesses, following up on small details, checking written records, patient interrogation, physical searches. Each step builds on the previous one until the truth emerges. You witness how detectives also learn to read people. They study facial expressions, they notice nervous gestures, they hear the tremor in someone's voice when they lie. These skills develop over years of experience interviewing countless witnesses and suspects. Some detectives become legendary for their ability to spot deception. They claim to see guilt written on a person's face. Of course, this is not magic. It comes from observing tiny behavioural cues most people miss. A person who lies might touch their face more often. Their eye contact figure might change. They might speak more quickly or more slowly than usual. These observations are not scientific. They can be mistaken. An innocent person might act nervous for many reasons, but combined with other evidence, behavioural cues sometimes point investigators in the right direction. Travel to America in the mid-1800s. You observe the Pinkerton National Detective Agency at work. Alan Pinkerton builds the first private detective agency in the United States. His agency takes on cases that local police cannot or will not handle. The Pinkertons develop extensive files on criminals. They collect photographs when possible. They record physical descriptions in minute detail. Height, weight, hair colour, eye colour, distinguishing marks, scars, tattoos. Every detail gets documented and filed. When a new crime occurs, investigators consult these files. Does the method match anyone's known routine? Does the physical description fit any known criminals in the area? This systematic approach to criminal records improves detective efficiency enormously. You watch Pinkerton agents investigate a train robbery. They interview everyone who was on the train. They examine the scene where the robbery occurred. They follow the tracks the robbers left heading into the wilderness. The agents are skilled trackers. They can read signs in the landscape. Broken branches show where someone pushed through brush. Disturbed soil reveals where someone knelt. Scattered ashes mark where someone made camp. Following these traces, the agents track the robbers to a remote cabin. They do not rush in immediately. Instead, they watch and wait. They want to identify everyone involved. They want to catch the whole gang, not just one or two members who might be at the cabin while others remain free. After 2 days of surveillance, they see all the suspects together. Then they move in quickly. They move in. The element of surprise prevents resistance. The agents recover the stolen money. The entire gang faces arrest and prosecution. This case shows the value of patience and planning. Less experienced investigators might have rushed in and caught only some of the criminals. The Pinkertons waited until they could capture everyone and recover the evidence. You observe how detective work varies depending on the type of crime. A murder investigation differs from a robbery case. A fraud scheme requires different techniques than a kidnapping. Good detectives learn to adapt their methods to the specific circumstances. For financial crimes, detectives must understand business records. They need to trace money moving between accounts. They need to spot irregularities in ledgers. They need to recognise when numbers have been altered or fabricated. You watch an investigator examine a merchant's account books. The numbers look correct at first glance, but the investigator notices something odd. Several entries use slightly different ink. The handwriting looks similar but not quite identical. Closer examination reveals erasures under some numbers. The investigator compares these suspicious entries to corresponding receipts and invoices. The numbers do not match. Someone altered the books after the fact. The investigator traces the pattern. It shows money being siphoned off gradually over months. The merchant's bookkeeper stands accused of embezzlement. This case required no dramatic chases or confrontations, just careful examination of documents, just attention to detail, just the patience to compare hundreds of entries looking for discrepancies. For murder cases, detectives must reconstruct what happened. They examine the body, they study the crime scene, they establish timelines, they identify who had means, motive and opportunity. You accompany a detective examining a murder scene in a wealthy home. The victim was found in his study with a fatal blow to the head. The room appears ransacked. Drawers hang open, papers scatter across the floor. It looks like a robbery gone wrong. But the detective notices details that seem wrong. The ransacking appears theatrical. Valuable items sit in plain view but were not taken. The papers on the floor are arranged too neatly for genuine chaos. Someone staged this scene to look like a robbery. The detective examines the wound more carefully. The angle suggests someone of similar height struck the blow. The victim was tall. Most household staff were considerably shorter. This narrows the suspects. The detective interviews the household. Everyone claims to have been elsewhere when the murder occurred. But the detective asks about the victim's schedule. Who knew he would be in his study at that time? Who had access to that part of the house? Who stood to gain from his death? One name keeps appearing in the answers, the victim's nephew. He was supposed to inherit a large sum. He had argued with his uncle recently about money. He was in the house that evening despite claiming to have left earlier. Confronted with these facts, the nephew's alibi falls apart. He admits to the argument but denies the murder. The detective presses harder. He describes the staged robbery. He explains how the evidence contradicts a random burglar scenario. Finally, the nephew breaks. He confesses. The argument turned violent. He struck his uncle in anger. Then, panicking, he tried to make it look like a robbery. He never expected anyone to see through the deception. This case illustrates how detectives use logic and reasoning to see past obvious interpretations. They question appearances. They look for what does not fit. They build their case on inconsistencies and impossibilities. You see how the best detectives develop almost encyclopedic knowledge of crime patterns. They know how burglars typically operate. They know how poisoners usually act. They know the habits of forgers and fraudsters and violent criminals. This knowledge lets them recognise when something does not match the expected pattern. By the late 1800s, detective work begins to incorporate more scientific approaches. A French police officer named Alphonse Bertillon develops a system he calls anthropometry. He proposes that if you measure enough parts of a person's body, you can create a unique identification. You watch Bertillon's assistants measure a suspect. They record the length of the head from front to back, the width of the head side to side, the length of the left foot, the length of the left forearm, the length of fingers, the distance between outstretched arms, 11 measurements in total. Bertillon argues that the odds of two people having exactly the same measurements for all 11 dimensions are astronomically small. Each measurement gets recorded on a card along with a photograph and physical description. These cards get filed systematically so investigators can search them. This system gains widespread adoption in France and then in other countries. For the first time, police have a supposedly scientific method for identifying repeat offenders. When someone gets arrested, their measurements can be compared to existing records to see if they have been arrested before under a different name. You observe the process of searching the files. A clerk takes the new measurements and uses them to narrow down the cards to check. Cards are organised by ranges of measurements. If the head length is 180 millimeters, you only check cards in that range. Then you narrow further by head width, and so on. The system works reasonably well for several years. Police identify repeat offenders who had been using false names. They solve cases by linking crimes through suspect identification. Bertillon becomes famous. His method spreads worldwide. But the system has significant flaws. Measurements depend on the skill of the person taking them. Small errors accumulate. People's measurements change slightly over time. The cards become increasingly difficult to search as files grow larger, and most fundamentally, the system cannot handle two people with very similar measurements. You witness the critical failure that undermines Bertillon's system. In 1903, a man named Will West arrives at Leavenworth Prison in Kansas. His measurements get taken. The records clerk searches the files and finds a card for William West with nearly identical measurements and a very similar appearance. The two men even have the same name, but they are not the same person. William West is already in prison serving a life sentence. Will West is a new arrival. The two men are not related. They just happen to have remarkably similar measurements and appearances. Bertillon's system cannot reliably distinguish between them. This discovery reveals the fundamental weakness of anthropometry. No matter how many measurements you take, coincidental matches can occur. The system is not as unique as Bertillon claimed. Meanwhile, another approach to identification has been developing quietly. Fingerprints. For centuries, people noticed that the ridge on fingertips varied between individuals, but no one had systematically studied whether these layouts were truly unique or whether they could be used for identification. You observe early fingerprint research in British India. A colonial administrator named William Herschel uses fingerprints on contracts to prevent fraud. He notices that fingerprints do not change over time. The same person always has the same ridge layout. In Argentina, a police official named Juan Vucetich develops a classification system for fingerprints. He identifies basic pattern types and creates a method for filing and searching fingerprint records. In 1892, a bloody fingerprint left at a murder scene provides the evidence to convict the killer. This represents one of the first times fingerprint evidence successfully solves a major crime. Back in Britain, Francis Galton publishes detailed studies of fingerprints. He calculates the mathematical probability of two people having identical fingerprints. The number is so large it essentially proves fingerprints are unique. He develops methods for comparing prints and identifying matching points. You watch as these different threads come together. By the early 1900s, police forces begin adopting fingerprint systems. The technology is simple. You press someone's finger onto an ink pad and then onto paper. The resulting print shows all the ridge details. These prints can be filed and searched. Scotland Yard establishes a fingerprint bureau. Detectives learn to dust crime scenes for latent prints. They use fine powder that adheres to the oils and sweat left by fingers touching surfaces. Brushes reveal the same layout. Photography preserves them. You observe detectives processing a burglary scene. They dust the windowsill where the burglar entered. Several clear prints appear. They photograph these prints carefully. Back at the bureau, an expert compares them to prints in the files. The expert examines the ridge layout point by point. He identifies specific features: a ridge ending here, a bifurcation there, an island, a spur. Each feature gets marked and counted. When he finds 12 matching points between the crime scene print and a file card, he declares a positive identification. The fingerprint belongs to a known burglar named Thomas Anderson. Detectives arrest Anderson. He denies involvement until confronted with the fingerprint evidence. The scientific certainty overwhelms his protests. He cannot explain how his fingerprints appeared at the scene if he was not there. This represents a revolution in detective work. For the first time, investigators have physical evidence that can definitively link a specific person to a specific crime scene. Witnesses can be mistaken, confessions can be coerced or false, but fingerprints do not lie. You see how this changes the nature of investigation. Detectives still use all the traditional methods. They still interview witnesses. They still build timelines and check alibis. They still cultivate informants and follow suspects. But now they have an additional powerful tool that can provide conclusive proof. The transition from Bertillon's measurements to fingerprints happens gradually. Some police forces resist change. They have invested heavily in anthropometry equipment and training. They are reluctant to abandon it. But the Will and William West case makes the superiority of fingerprints undeniable. By 1910, fingerprinting has largely replaced anthropometry in most developed countries. Police bureaus maintain massive fingerprint files. Every arrest results in fingerprints being taken and filed. Crime scenes get examined for latent prints as a matter of routine. You observe how this affects detective work in practice. A series of burglaries plague a neighbourhood. Traditional investigation yields few leads. No witnesses saw anything useful. The stolen items have not appeared at any known fences. The burglar seems to strike randomly with no clear pattern, but at each scene, investigators find fingerprints. The same prints appear at multiple burglaries. This tells detectives that one person is responsible for all of them. They can now focus their investigation instead of treating each burglary as a separate incident. They search the fingerprint files. The prints do not match anyone in the system. This tells them the burglar has no prior arrests. They are dealing with either a first-time criminal or someone who has always avoided capture. The detectives increase surveillance in the area. They wait for the next burglary. When it occurs, they process the scene immediately and find the same fingerprints. But they also find something new. A partial palm print on a window frame. Palm prints work the same way as fingerprints. The ridge layout on palms are unique. By checking the palm print against suspects, they can potentially identify the burglar. The detectives begin checking everyone in the area who fits the general description from the few witness sightings. Young male, average height, dark coat. They ask people to volunteer their palm prints for elimination purposes. Most people cooperate. They want the burglaries to stop. One by one, their palm prints are checked and ruled out. But one young man refuses. He says he does not trust the police. He claims it violates his rights. He becomes defensive and hostile. The detectives cannot force him to provide palm prints without cause, but his refusal arouses suspicion. They watch him carefully. They ask neighbours about him. They learn he has been spending money freely lately despite having no obvious job. Eventually, they obtain enough evidence for a warrant. They search his room and find some of the stolen items. With this evidence, they arrest him and take his fingerprints and palm prints. They match perfectly to the prints from the burglary scenes. This case shows how fingerprints complement traditional detective work. The prints proved that one person committed all the burglaries. The prints eventually identified that person. But between those 2 points, detectives still needed to use observation, interviews, surveillance, and logical deduction. You reflect on how far detective work has come. From the constable with his notebook sketching boot prints in the mud to experts analysing fingerprint minutiae under magnifying glasses. The fundamental skills remain important: observation, documentation, interviewing, building networks of informants, patient surveillance, logical reasoning. But science adds new dimensions. Fingerprints provide certainty where before there was only probability. Photographs preserve crime scenes better than sketches. Chemical analysis can detect poisons that produce no obvious symptoms. Microscopes reveal details invisible to the naked eye. You consider what has been lost in this transition. The romantic image of the brilliant detective who solves crimes through pure deductive reasoning becomes less realistic. Sherlock Holmes could examine a crime scene and announce the solution through logical inference. Real detectives increasingly rely on scientific laboratories and technical experts. But something important has been gained too. Justice becomes more reliable. Innocent people are less likely to be convicted based on mistaken witness identifications or forced confessions. Guilty people are harder to escape punishment when physical evidence links them to crimes. The early decades of the 20th century see continued refinement of detective techniques. Fingerprint classification systems improve. Filing methods become more efficient. Photography advances allow better crime scene documentation. Ballistics experts learn to match bullets to specific guns. Blood typing can sometimes exclude or include suspects. You watch detectives in the 1920s working a murder case. They photograph the scene from multiple angles. They dust for fingerprints on every surface. They collect the bullets for ballistics analysis. They take blood samples for typing. They interview witnesses and write detailed reports. They build a comprehensive case file that includes scientific evidence, witness testimony, and logical deduction. This represents the synthesis of old and new methods. The detectives still use the fundamental techniques developed over centuries, but they enhance those techniques with modern science. The combination proves more powerful than either approach alone. The transition from pre-fingerprint detective work to modern forensics happens gradually across decades. Different jurisdictions adopt new methods at different rates. Rural areas lag behind cities. Some countries lead while others follow, but the overall direction remains clear. Detective work becomes increasingly scientific and systematic. Yet the human element never disappears entirely. Machines cannot interview witnesses. Laboratories cannot cultivate informants. Computers cannot earn a community's trust. The best detectives combine technical knowledge with interpersonal skills. They understand both science and human nature. You stand again in that foggy London street where this journey began. But now you see it differently. You understand that the constable with his notebook was not primitive or backwards. He was using the best methods available to him. He was building a foundation that would support all future developments in detective work. His careful observations taught later generations the importance of documenting everything. His patient interviews demonstrated the value of listening. His cultivation of local knowledge showed the power of community connections. His willingness to stake out cold alleys night after night exemplified the dedication required. Fingerprints made detective work more scientific, but they did not make it automatic. Detectives still need to know where to look for prints. They still need to interpret what the evidence means. They still need to connect physical traces to human behaviour. As you prepare for sleep, you can appreciate how mystery solving evolved. Each generation of detectives built on the work of those who came before. Each new technique supplemented rather than replaced older methods. The progression from boot prints in mud to fingerprints in databases took decades of patient development. The detectives who worked before fingerprints were not less intelligent than modern investigators. They simply had fewer tools available. Within those limitations, they developed remarkable skills. They learned to read people and situations. They learned to see the same thing where others saw only chaos. They learned to persist when leads went cold and cases seemed hopeless. Their legacy continues in modern detective work. The notebooks are now digital. The surveillance happens through cameras and electronic tracking. The informant networks extend across computer systems. But the fundamental principles remain. Observe carefully. Document thoroughly. Interview skillfully. Think logically. Never give up. You close your eyes and imagine that foggy London morning one last time. The constable writes in his notebook. His pencil moves steadily across the page. Each word captures a detail that might solve the crime. Each observation might be the key that unlocks the mystery. He works patiently and thoroughly because he knows that justice depends on getting the details right. In the darkness, you feel the connection across centuries. Every detective who ever tried to solve a mystery, every investigator who ever pursued truth through careful observation and patient effort, they form an unbroken chain linking that constable in 1863 to investigators working today. The methods changed, the tools improved, but the dedication remained constant. The commitment to finding truth, the willingness to work long hours on difficult cases, the satisfaction of finally solving what seemed impossible. These things connect all detectives across all eras. You drift towards sleep with these thoughts. The fog rolls through your mind like that London morning. Questions dissolve into dreams, mysteries blur into peaceful darkness, and somewhere in that transition between waking and sleeping you understand something profound about human persistence and ingenuity. We solve problems with whatever tools we have available, we build on what came before, we gradually improve our methods through experience and innovation, and we never stop trying to find better ways to uncover truth. The detective story never ends. It just evolves. From bootprints to fingerprints to DNA analysis to digital forensics. Each era brings new challenges and develops new solutions. But the fundamental human desire to solve mysteries remains unchanged. You rest now in the knowledge that human cleverness has always found ways to pursue justice. Before fingerprints, detectives relied on sharp eyes and patient effort. After fingerprints, they combined scientific tools with those same fundamental skills. The future will bring changes we cannot yet imagine, but the dedication to uncovering truth will persist. Before sleep arrives completely, you revisit other remarkable cases from the era before fingerprints. Each one teaches something about the ingenuity and persistence of early detectives. Consider the case of the missing diamonds in Amsterdam in 1878. A wealthy merchant reported that a fortune in gems had vanished from his safe. The safe showed no signs of forced entry. Only 3 people knew the combination: the merchant himself, his business partner, and his most trusted clerk. The investigating detective interviewed all 3 separately. Each claimed innocence. Each had an alibi for the time when the theft likely occurred. The merchant was at his club with witnesses. The partner was visiting family in Rotterdam. The clerk was at church for evening services. The detective could have stopped there. No evidence pointed to any suspect. But something bothered him about the clerk's demeanour. The young man seemed too calm. Most people faced with accusations of major theft show some emotional reaction even when innocent. This clerk remained perfectly composed. The detective decided to verify the church alibi thoroughly. He visited the church and spoke to the pastor. Yes, the clerk attended services that evening. The pastor remembered seeing him. But when pressed for details, the pastor admitted he only saw the clerk at the beginning of the service. The church was crowded. He could not say with certainty that the clerk remained for the entire time. This opened a possibility. The clerk could have arrived at church to be seen, slipped out during the service, committed the theft, and returned before the service ended. The church sat only a few blocks from the merchant's office. The timing could work. The detective then investigated how the clerk might have learned the safe combination. He spoke to the merchant's wife. She mentioned that her husband often worked late at the office with the clerk present. Could the clerk have observed the merchant opening the safe? The detective examined the office layout. The safe sat in a corner behind the merchant's desk. From the clerk's usual position at his own desk, he could not see the safe dial directly. But a large mirror hung on the wall across from the safe. The merchant probably never noticed that this mirror reflected his movements at the safe perfectly visible from the clerk's position. The detective tested this theory. He stood where the clerk usually sat and asked someone to open the safe. Sure enough, he could clearly see the entire combination dialed in the mirror's reflection. Over months of working late evenings together, the clerk had ample opportunity to memorize those numbers. But proving this theory required more than speculation. The detective needed evidence. He obtained a warrant to search the clerk's lodgings. In a locked trunk hidden under the floorboards, he found the missing diamonds. Confronted with this discovery, the clerk confessed. He had indeed memorized the combination from the mirror reflection. He slipped out of church during a lengthy sermon. He went to the office, opened the safe, took the diamonds, and returned to church before anyone missed him. He planned to sell the gems gradually and emigrate to America. This case demonstrates how detectives had to think about sightlines and reflections, and all the ways someone might secretly observe information. They had to question alibis not by disproving them entirely, but by finding gaps and possibilities within them. They had to trust their instincts about human behaviour while backing those instincts with solid evidence. You travel to New York City in 1885. A series of arsenic poisonings has the city frightened. 3 people have died over the past 6 months. All were wealthy. All died after sudden mysterious illnesses. All showed symptoms consistent with arsenic poisoning. The detective assigned to the case faces a difficult challenge. Arsenic was commonly available. It was sold openly for killing rats. Anyone could purchase it. The victims had no obvious connections to each other. They lived in different neighbourhoods. They moved in different social circles. They had different occupations. The detective begins by studying the victims' final days in detail. What did they eat? Who did they see? Where did they go? He interviews family members, servants, doctors and friends. He fills notebook after notebook with information. A pattern gradually emerges. Each victim had received a gift of expensive chocolates shortly before falling ill. The chocolates came in elegant boxes with cards expressing admiration. The cards were unsigned. The victims assumed they came from secret admirers and ate them without suspicion. The detective now has a crucial lead. Someone is sending poisoned chocolates to wealthy victims. But who? And why these particular people? He investigates the chocolate shops. None of the victims purchased such chocolates themselves. The boxes must have been bought by the killer. The detective shows descriptions of the boxes to every confectioner in the city. Most recognise the style. It comes from a particular high-end shop on Fifth Avenue. The shop owner remembers selling several such boxes over the past year. He describes the customer as a well-dressed middle-aged woman wearing a veil. She always paid cash. She never gave her name. She seemed nervous and hurried. This description helps but does not identify anyone specific. Thousands of women in New York fit that general description. The detective needs more information. He returns to studying the victims. What connected them? He digs into their pasts. He examines their business dealings and family histories. He looks for any intersection in their lives, no matter how distant. Finally, he finds it. 20 years earlier, all three victims served on a jury together. They convicted a man of murder. The man was hanged. He left behind a wife and young daughter. The detective locates the widow. She died years ago. But the daughter is still alive. She's now a middle-aged woman who matches the confectioner's description. She lives modestly despite inheriting a small amount of money from her mother. The detective investigates her movements. She'd been seen near each victim's home shortly before the poisoned chocolates were delivered. She'd used different names to rent rooms in those neighbourhoods. She had purchased rat poison from several different shops. With this evidence, the detective obtains a warrant. He searches her home and finds the same elegant chocolate boxes. He finds receipts from the confectioner. He finds a list of other jury members who convicted her father. She admits everything. She spent 20 years planning revenge against everyone responsible for her father's death. She believed him innocent. She wanted them to suffer as her family had suffered. The detective has stopped her before she could poison the remaining jury members. This case shows how detectives must look beyond the obvious. The victims seemed random. Only by researching their histories could the connection be found. The investigation required patience and meticulous record-keeping. Without notebooks full of details about each victim's past, the link to that long-ago trial might never have been discovered. You observe a counterfeiting investigation in Paris in 1890. Fake banknotes have appeared throughout the city. They are excellent forgeries. Most shopkeepers and bank tellers cannot distinguish them from genuine currency. The forgeries threaten to undermine confidence in French money. The detective examining the fake notes uses a magnifying glass to study every detail. The paper quality is nearly perfect. The printing is excellent. The watermarks look correct. But under close examination, tiny differences appear. The genuine notes use a particular shade of blue ink that contains ultramarine pigment. This pigment produces a specific colour under certain lighting conditions. The forged notes use a similar but slightly different blue. The difference is almost imperceptible to the naked eye, but the detective learns to spot it. He also notices that the serial numbers on the fake notes follow a pattern. They all fall within specific ranges. This suggests the forger produced them in batches. By tracking which fake notes appear where, the detective can map the distribution network. Most forgeries turn up in shops and markets on the left bank. The detective stations observers at key locations. They watch for anyone spending unusual amounts of money with different vendors. They note descriptions and follow suspects. One man appears repeatedly. He visits multiple shops each day making small purchases with large bills. He always receives change in genuine currency. He seems to have an endless supply of bills to spend. The detective follows this man to a warehouse near the river. Over several days of surveillance, he observes people entering with bags and leaving empty-handed. Something is being distributed from this location. The detective organises a raid. Inside the warehouse, authorities find printing presses, engraving tools, special paper and inks. They find thousands of counterfeit notes ready for distribution. They arrest a dozen people, including the master engraver who created the plates. The engraver had worked for the official mint years earlier. He knew exactly how genuine currency was produced. He had acquired the skills and knowledge to replicate the process. Only the most careful examination could detect his forgeries. This case demonstrates how detective work sometimes requires specialised knowledge. The detective needed to understand printing techniques, paper quality and ink composition. He needed to recognise similarities in serial numbers. He needed to organise surveillance and coordinate raids. Multiple skills combined to solve a complex crime. You move to a rural English village in 1895. A farmer has been found dead in his field. At first, it appears to be a tragic accident. Perhaps his heart failed while working. But the local constable notices details that seem wrong. The body lies face down in freshly ploughed earth, but the farmer's hands are clean. If he'd been working, his hands would be dirty. His boots show no mud despite the wet field. His plough stands unused at the field's edge. The horse is still hitched to it, looking restless. The constable examines the body more carefully. He finds a wound on the back of the head hidden by the farmer's hat. This was no accident. Someone struck the farmer from behind. The constable questions everyone who knew the farmer. Most villagers liked him. He had few enemies. He owed no debts. He had no known disputes with neighbours. Why would anyone want him dead? The constable learns that the farmer recently discovered something on his land. He'd been digging a drainage ditch and unearthed an old metal box. Inside were gold coins from the previous century. The farmer told several people about his discovery. He planned to report it to authorities as the law required. But not everyone thought the treasure should go to the government. One neighbour believed the gold should belong to whoever found it. This neighbour had argued with the farmer about it. The argument ended badly with the neighbour threatening to take what he felt was rightfully his. The constable questions this neighbour. The man claims he was home all morning. His wife confirms this. But the constable notices mud on the man's boots that matches the field where the farmer died. The man's knuckles show fresh bruising consistent with striking someone. The constable searches the neighbour's property and finds the box of gold coins hidden in the barn. Confronted with this evidence, the neighbour confesses. He killed the farmer intending to steal the treasure. He tried to make it look like the farmer simply collapsed while working. This case shows how even small details matter. Clean hands in a dirty field, mud on boots, bruised knuckles, each observation added to the picture. The constable's knowledge of his community helped him identify who might have motive. His careful examination of the scene revealed the truth. You witness a kidnapping case in Chicago in 1900. A wealthy industrialist's young son vanishes while walking home from school. A ransom note arrives demanding $50,000. The note warns against involving police. The family contacts authorities anyway. The detective assigned to the case examines the ransom note carefully. The handwriting appears deliberately disguised. Letters are formed awkwardly as if written with the wrong hand. But some habits reveal themselves despite the disguise. The writer consistently crosses T's slightly to the left. The letter S always curves more at the bottom than the top. These might help identify the writer if investigators can compare the note to samples from suspects. The note itself provides clues about the writer. The paper is common stock available at any stationer. But the envelope shows a partial postmark from a specific postal station on the north side of the city. This narrows the search area. The detective also analyses the language in the note. Certain phrases suggest the writer has education. The grammar is correct. The vocabulary is sophisticated. This is not a desperate criminal from the slums. This is someone with schooling and perhaps social standing. The detective investigates who knew about the boy's routine. Who knew which route he took home from school? The list is surprisingly small. The family employed few servants. The boy had few friends outside his immediate social circle. One name appears that seems unlikely but cannot be eliminated. The boy's tutor. A young man hired to teach Latin and mathematics. He was well educated but always seemed to need money. He gambled frequently and had debts. The detective obtained samples of the tutor's handwriting from lesson plans and correspondence. Despite the disguise in the ransom note, those characteristic T crosses and S curves appear in the tutor's writing. That means there's a match. The detective arrests the tutor and searches his rooms. He finds the boy unharmed but locked in a closet. The tutor had convinced the boy that this was a game they were playing. He planned to collect the ransom and flee to Europe. This case shows how analysing handwriting can identify criminals even when they try to disguise their writing. It shows how knowledge of a victim's routine helps identify who had opportunity. It shows how detectives must consider even unlikely suspects when the evidence points in that direction. You observe a case of art theft in Rome in 1905. A valuable Renaissance painting disappears from a private collection. The owner's palazzo has extensive security. Guards patrol the grounds. Doors remain locked. Windows have bars. Yet somehow the painting vanished without any signs of forced entry. The detective examines the empty frame still hanging on the wall. The painting was cut from it with a sharp blade. This was done carefully to avoid damaging the canvas. The thief knew how to handle valuable art properly. The detective studies the room's layout. The windows are indeed barred. The door locks from inside. The only other entrance is through the owner's private chambers. Examining the room more carefully, the detective notices the fireplace is large and ornate. He looks up the chimney and sees that it connects to an old shaft that once served as a servant's passage between floors. The detective explores the cellar and finds evidence that someone recently opened the sealed passage. Fresh scrape marks show where a wooden panel was pried loose. Following these traces leads to a coal chute that provides access from outside. He questions the oldest servants. One elderly man remembers the passage from his youth. He mentions that he showed it once to his nephew, who was curious about the palazzo's history. That nephew works as a restorer of old paintings. The detective investigates the nephew and discovers he recently paid off large gambling debts. A search of his workshop reveals tools and materials consistent with the theft. Under questioning, the nephew admits everything. He used his knowledge of the palazzo's architecture to steal the painting. This case demonstrates how detectives must understand architecture and history. They must think about old passages and forgotten routes. They must consider who has specialized knowledge that could enable a particular crime. You travel to San Francisco in 1908. A series of warehouse fires plague the waterfront. Each fire starts in the middle of the night. Each destroys valuable cargo. Insurance companies suspect arson, but cannot prove it. The detective visits each fire scene after the flames die down. At one scene, he finds melted glass and twisted metal showing the fire burned extremely hot in one specific location. This suggests an accelerant was used. He collects samples and sends them to a chemist who reports finding traces of kerosene mixed with other chemicals. The detective investigates who might benefit from these fires. He discovers an interesting pattern. Each warehouse that burned was scheduled to ship cargo to a specific merchant house. That merchant house then had to purchase replacement goods from a competing supplier at higher prices. The detective investigates this supplier's employees. One worker was recently fired from his previous job at the shipping company. That worker was seen near the waterfront late at night before several of the fires. Surveillance leads to the final evidence. The detective observes him meeting with the supplier's owner, discussing plans for the next fire. Police move in to make arrests. The arsonist confesses to setting the fires for payment from the competing supplier who wanted to eliminate business rivals. This case shows how detectives must understand business relationships and economic motives. They must recognize patterns across multiple incidents. They must use scientific analysis when available. These stories from the era before fingerprints reveal the breadth and depth of early detective work. Investigators developed remarkable skills using the tools available to them. They learned to observe minutely. They learned to question effectively. They learned to think logically about causes and effects. They learned to persist through difficulty. The arrival of fingerprint technology did not replace these skills. It enhanced them. Modern detectives still observe crime scenes carefully. They still interview witnesses and suspects. They still build cases through patient accumulation of evidence. They still use logic and deduction. They simply have additional scientific tools to support their work. You consider one final aspect of early detective work that deserves attention: the psychological understanding that developed through experience. Detectives learned to recognize markings in human behavior that help them anticipate criminal actions and identify deception. A veteran detective in Berlin in 1910 could walk into a room and sense when something was wrong. He had interviewed hundreds of suspects over his career. He knew how innocent people typically reacted to accusations. They showed anger or confusion or fear, but they also showed a quality of genuine bewilderment that was difficult to fake. Guilty people often acted differently. Some became overly calm and controlled. They prepared their stories too carefully. Their answers came too quickly without the hesitation that accompanies genuine memory. Others became defensive in ways that seemed out of proportion to the situation. They protested too much. The skilled detective learned to recognize these. He understood that nervousness alone proved nothing. An innocent person might be terrified of police. A guilty person might appear completely at ease. But over time, subtle differences emerged that trained observers could detect. You watch this veteran detective interview a suspect in a murder case. The suspect maintains perfect composure while denying everything. His alibi sounds rehearsed. Every detail fits together smoothly. Too smoothly, perhaps. The detective asks seemingly random questions. What was the weather like that day? What did you eat for breakfast? What song was playing in the cafe? The suspect answers each question with confidence, but the detective notices that these peripheral details come as quickly as the alibi itself. Most people struggle to remember incidental information from days past. This suspect recalls everything with unusual clarity. The detective changes tactics. He mentions details about the crime that were never made public. He watches the suspect's reaction carefully. Does the suspect show surprise at learning new information? Or does something in his expression suggest he already knew these facts? A tiny flicker crosses the suspect's face when the detective describes the murder weapon. Just a momentary tightening around the eyes. Nothing dramatic. But the detective has spent decades watching people's faces. He knows that flicker. It is recognition. The suspect has seen that weapon before. The detective presses this advantage. He describes the weapon in more detail. He mentions where it was found. The suspect's carefully maintained composure begins to crack. Small signs of stress appear. He touches his face more frequently. His breathing quickens slightly. He shifts in his chair. These observations are not scientific evidence. They would not stand alone in court. But they tell the experienced detective where to focus his investigation. They suggest which lines of questioning might prove productive. They indicate when someone is hiding something worth pursuing. Combined with other evidence and testimony, these behavioral observations help solve the case. The detective's psychological insight guides the investigation toward productive avenues. His ability to read people complements his ability to analyze physical evidence. This psychological dimension of detective work developed naturally through practice. The most successful investigators were often those who combined sharp observational skills with deep understanding of human nature. They could spot a liar. They could recognize when someone was protecting another person. They could sense when a witness held back crucial information out of fear rather than malice. These skills proved especially valuable in the era before fingerprints. Without scientific certainty, detectives relied heavily on their judgment about people. They had to decide which witnesses seemed credible. They had to determine which suspects deserved further investigation. They had to build cases on foundations of human testimony and behavioral observation. The best detectives approached this responsibility with humility. They knew their intuitions could be wrong. They knew that innocent people sometimes acted suspicious, while guilty people sometimes seemed honest. They did not rely on psychological insights alone. They always sought corroborating evidence and multiple sources of confirmation. Yet within these limitations, their psychological understanding proved remarkably effective. Many guilty people confessed when confronted by detectives who clearly understood their motives and methods. Many investigations succeeded because detectives correctly identified who was lying and who was telling the truth. As you drift towards sleep, you reflect on the complete picture of detective work before fingerprints. It was patient observation of physical details. It was careful documentation in notebooks and files. It was skillful interviewing and interrogation. It was cultivation of informant networks. It was understanding of chemistry and handwriting and document analysis. It was surveillance and stakeouts. It was logical deduction from available evidence. And it was psychological insight into human behavior. All these elements combined to create a profession that solved crimes through intelligence and persistence, rather than through technology. The detectives of that era proved that human cleverness could overcome limited tools. They showed that dedication and skill matter more than equipment. Their legacy continues today. Every modern investigator builds on foundations laid by those early detectives. The notebooks are digital now. The surveillance uses cameras and computers. The scientific tools are sophisticated beyond imagination, but the fundamental approach remains the same. Observe carefully, think clearly, never give up on finding truth. Sleep comes gently now, your breathing slows, the modern world fades, and in that peaceful space between thought and dream, you carry with you the stories of detectives past, their careful observations, their patient interviews, their detailed records, their persistent efforts to solve mysteries one clue at a time. The foggy London street dissolves. The constable puts away his notebook. The case closes, and you rest. You open your eyes before dawn, and the first thing you notice is how quiet everything is. Not silent. Egypt is never truly silent, but hushed in that particular way that happens when an entire palace is holding its breath, waiting for you to wake up. Somewhere beyond your bedchamber, you can hear the distant sound of water being poured, the soft padding of bare feet on limestone floors, and the gentle rustle of linen as servants prepare for your day. But none of them will enter until you signal that you're ready. Being a god has its perks, and privacy before sunrise is one of them. The bed beneath you is surprisingly comfortable for something that looks like it was designed by someone who'd never actually slept before. It's a wooden frame with a footboard carved to look like protective spirits. Part lion, part something else entirely that you're not entirely sure about, but the artisan seemed confident, so you went with it. The mattress is woven reed covered with linen sheets that somehow stay cool even in the Egyptian heat. Your headrest, a curved piece of wood that cradles your neck, has taken some getting used to over the years. When you were younger, you thought it was a torture device disguised as furniture. Now you can't sleep without it. The room smells like myrrh and frankincense from the censers that burn through the night, mixed with the peculiar scent of old stone that permeates every building in Egypt. It's not unpleasant. Actually, it's become so familiar that you find it comforting, like the smell of rain to someone who grew up in a wetter climate. Through the high windows, you can see the sky turning from black to deep blue. That particular shade that only exists for about 15 minutes each morning before the sun decides to make its dramatic entrance. You sit up slowly, because even pharaohs need a moment to let their backs adjust after lying down all night. The golden lapis lazuli pectoral you wore to bed, you're never completely unadorned even in sleep, catches the pre-dawn light and throws tiny blue stars across the wall. It's one of your favourites actually, less ostentatious than some of the ceremonial pieces, but beautiful in a way that doesn't scream, "Look at me, I'm incredibly important and wealthy." It just whispers it politely. There's a gentle cough from beyond the door. Not an impatient cough, because nobody in their right mind would cough impatiently at a pharaoh. But a "we're ready when you are but also the sun waits for no one" kind of cough. You call out that you're awake, and the door opens to admit a small procession of people whose entire job is to make sure you don't have to dress yourself. Leading them is Amenhotep, your chief steward, who has perfected the art of looking simultaneously alert and serene at an hour when most people look like they've been hit with a brick. The purification ritual happens first, before you can eat or drink or do anything else, because you can't very well commune with the gods while smelling like you've been asleep for 8 hours. 2 priests enter carrying alabaster jars of water drawn from the Nile at a sacred spot upstream. The water is cool and clean, and they pour it over your hands and feet while reciting prayers that you've heard so many times you could recite them backwards. You probably shouldn't mention that you once tried doing exactly that during a particularly boring ceremony when you were 13. Your high priest wasn't amused. The washing is methodical and strangely peaceful. One priest focuses on your right side, the other on your left, moving in perfect synchronization like they've been practicing this routine for years, which of course they have. Water runs over your skin and collects in a bronze basin beneath your feet, carrying away the night and, symbolically at least, any impurities that might have accumulated while you slept. You watch ripples form in the basin and think about how the Nile itself must be going through its own morning routines downstream, preparing for another day of keeping millions of people alive. Next comes the anointing with oils. These aren't your everyday oils. Nobody's rubbing you down with whatever they use to keep door hinges from squeaking. These are sacred oils, expensive oils, oils that had to be imported from places so far away that the merchants who brought them spent months travelling through deserts and across seas. The chief oil is myrrh mixed with cinnamon and something floral that you can never quite identify, but smells like what you imagine the god's garden would smell like if gods needed gardens. The priest applies the oil to your forehead first, drawing symbols you can't see but can feel in the patterns his fingers make. Then your chest, your arms, and your feet. The oil soaks in slowly, leaving your skin gleaming in the lamplight. You smell like a temple now, which is appropriate, considering you're about to become the primary link between Egypt and every god who's paying attention this morning. The dressing process is its own kind of ritual. First, the linen kilt. Not just any linen, but royal linen, woven so finely you can barely feel it against your skin. It's pleated within an inch of its life, each fold sharp enough to cut papyrus, and it's held in place with a belt that weighs approximately as much as a small cat. The belt is gold, because of course it is, inlaid with semi-precious stones arranged in patterns that tell stories about your divine right to rule, and your ancestors' divine right to rule, and basically everyone in your family's divine right to do whatever they want. Then the collar. This is where things get serious weight-wise. The broad collar is a masterpiece of goldsmithing. Rows upon rows of gold, carnelian, turquoise and lapis lazuli beads strung together to create something that's part jewellery, part armour, and part statement piece that says, yes, I could buy your entire village with what I'm wearing around my neck. It settles onto your shoulders with a familiar heaviness, and you automatically straighten your posture to compensate. You've been wearing these collars since you were crowned, and you've developed neck muscles that could probably support a small building. The crown comes last. Not the elaborate double crown you'll wear for major ceremonies. That thing requires its own support staff and gives you a headache after about 20 minutes. But the simple Nemes headdress, the striped linen cloth that frames your face and makes you instantly recognisable as Pharaoh, is surprisingly practical actually. Keeps the sun off your head, keeps your hair out of your face, and looks sufficiently impressive that people remember they're in the presence of royalty. Finally, they hand you the crook and flail. These are your symbols of kingship, the tools that mark you as both shepherd and warrior of Egypt. The crook is hooked at the top, symbolising your role in guiding your people. The flail is a kind of whip thing that honestly serves no practical purpose, but looks great in reliefs and reminds everyone that you could theoretically smite them if necessary. You hold them crossed against your chest in the traditional pose and catch sight of yourself in a polished bronze mirror. You look like a pharaoh. You look like power personified. You look like someone who definitely knows what they're doing and has everything under control. It's a good look, even if you know that underneath all the gold and oil and carefully arranged linen, you're just a person who's going to need to visit the privy at some point today and would really like some breakfast. The sun god Ra is making his appearance on the eastern horizon, which means it's time for you to make yours at the temple. This is non-negotiable. You could be dying, and actually one of your predecessors did perform the morning ritual while dying, which everyone agreed was impressively dedicated, but also maybe taking things a bit far, and you'd still need to show up to help the sun rise, because according to theology, the sun doesn't rise on its own. It rises because you, as the living embodiment of Horus, perform the correct rituals to make it happen. No pressure. The walk to the temple takes you through corridors that are starting to come alive with activity. Servants press themselves against the walls as you pass, heads bowed, because looking directly at you is considered bold at best and sacrilegious at worst. You've tried to tell people they can look at you like a normal person, but apparently that's not how divine kingship works. So you've learned to acknowledge them without requiring eye contact. A small nod here, a gesture there, enough to show you see them without forcing them into an awkward theological situation. The temple is cool and dark, lit only by oil lamps that create pools of golden light in the darkness. The air is thick with incense, so thick you can practically taste it, and you've developed the ability to breathe through your mouth without being obvious about it. The walls are covered in hieroglyphs and images that tell the story of creation, the gods, your divine ancestry, and several of your own accomplishments that may have been slightly exaggerated by the artists. That battle you won. In real life it was messy and terrifying, and you nearly got knocked off your chariot. On the temple wall you're single-handedly defeating thousands of enemies while remaining perfectly coiffed. The high priest is waiting for you at the sanctuary entrance, along with a collection of other priests who form a kind of religious entourage. They're all shaved completely bald, not just their heads, but eyebrows, everything, because body hair is considered impure in sacred spaces. You've always found this a bit extreme, but you're not the one who made the rules. Well, technically you are the one who could change the rules, being Pharaoh and all, but some traditions are so old and so ingrained that even you don't mess with them. The inner sanctuary is where the god actually lives, not metaphorically lives. The statue in there houses the actual essence of the god, making it the most sacred and most dangerous spot in all of Egypt. Only you and the high priest can enter, and even then, only during specific rituals. The door is sealed with the previous day's seal, which you break with a ceremonial knife. The wax cracks with a satisfying snap, and the heavy doors swing open to reveal the god's dwelling. The statue is magnificent, covered in gold leaf and precious stones, wearing its own set of ceremonial garments that get changed daily. It stands in the dim lamplight, looking appropriately divine and slightly intimidating. The deity's eyes seem to follow you as you approach, which is either a trick of the light or proof that the god is indeed present. You prefer not to think about it too deeply. The morning ritual is always the same. You approach the statue, reciting prayers in the ancient tongue that you learned phonetically as a child. Even though you're fluent in them now, there's something about the sound of the words, rounded and formal and heavy with millennia of repetition, that makes them feel powerful. You're not just speaking. You're activating something, connecting to a power that existed before your great-great-great-grandparents were born. You purify the statue with water and natron, carefully washing the god's face and hands. Then you dress it in fresh linen, removing yesterday's garments and replacing them with new ones that have been specially prepared and consecrated. The god gets jewellery too, necklaces and bracelets that you fasten with steady hands, taking care not to let them tangle. You've gotten quite good at this over the years. The first time you did it, you were so nervous you nearly dropped a priceless amulet. The high priest's face went through several shades of pale before you caught it. Food offerings come next. A small feast is laid out before the statue. Bread, beer, roasted duck, fresh fruit and vegetables prepared exactly the way the god prefers. The irony isn't lost on you that the god probably doesn't actually eat the food. But what happens is that the god's essence consumes the spiritual part of the meal, leaving the physical part to be distributed among the priests later. It's an efficient system, really. The gods get fed, the priests get fed, and everyone's happy. You light incense and make the final offerings, reciting the prayers that release the god's power to flow through Egypt for another day. It's during these moments that you sometimes feel something shift in the air, something you can't quite explain but that makes the hair on your arm stand up. Maybe it's just the incense smoke playing tricks on your mind. Maybe it's the weight of belief from millions of Egyptians flowing through you. Maybe the gods really are listening. When you emerge from the sanctuary, the sun has fully risen. This is important. If you'd failed in your duties, theoretically the sun wouldn't have risen. Egypt would have fallen into chaos, and it would have been entirely your fault. But the sun is shining. The Nile is flowing, and the world continues to exist, which means you've successfully fulfilled your cosmic responsibilities for another morning. You allow yourself a moment of quiet satisfaction. The rest of the morning involves more temples and more gods. Egypt has a lot of gods, an almost embarrassing number of gods, really. And while you can't personally visit all of them every day, you need to make regular appearances at the major temples. There's the Temple of Amun, the king of gods, whose priests wield almost as much power as you do, and need to be kept happy. There's the Temple of Ptah, patron of craftsmen, whose favour you need if you want your building projects to succeed. There's the Temple of Hathor, goddess of love and joy, whose festivals are significantly more fun than the other gods' festivals. Each temple visit follows a similar pattern. Approach with appropriate reverence, perform the rituals, make the offerings, and listen to the priests' reports about temple business and their requests for more funding. The requests for funding are constant. Every priest believes their god deserves a bigger temple, more offerings, and additional staff. You've become skilled at the political dance of appearing to consider every request seriously while committing to nothing specific. Between temples, you're carried on a litter by bearers who move with synchronized precision, making the journey smooth enough that you could probably balance a cup of wine on your head without spilling a drop. Not that you've tried. That would be undignified. The streets are crowded with people who've come out to see you pass, and you maintain the appropriate expression of benevolent divine authority, while privately wondering if you remembered to have someone check on your favourite hunting dog, who seemed a bit off yesterday. By mid-morning, you're back at the palace for the less spiritual but equally important part of being Pharaoh, actually running the country. The audience hall is already filling with people who need something from you. Officials, nobles, foreign ambassadors, priests, architects, merchants, farmers with disputes, criminals awaiting judgment, and that one persistent inventor who keeps trying to convince you to fund his revolutionary new irrigation system that will definitely work this time. Unlike the last 3 times, you settle onto your throne, which is magnificent and uncomfortable in equal measure. It's designed to make you look powerful, not to provide lumbar support. The throne is gold-plated, inlaid with ivory and ebony, and carved with images of you defeating enemies, communing with gods, and generally being excellent at everything. The arms are shaped like rearing cobras, which looks impressive but means you have to be careful not to scratch yourself on the cobra fangs when you adjust your position. Your vizier, Ptahhotep, approaches with the day's agenda. He's been your second in command for 5 years now, and you trust him more than almost anyone. He's brilliant and efficient and has the rare quality of being willing to tell you when you're wrong, but doing it in such a diplomatic way that you don't feel like having him thrown to the crocodiles. He's also apparently immune to boredom, which is essential when dealing with palace administration. The first matter is a border dispute between 2 provincial governors who both claim the same stretch of farmland. The dispute has been going on for 3 years, which seems excessive for an argument about dirt, but apparently this particular dirt is extremely fertile and produces exceptional barley. Both governors are present, each with scrolls of evidence, witnesses and arguments prepared. You let them present their cases, which takes approximately forever and involves a lot of dramatic gesturing and appeals to ancient precedents. The truth is, you could probably solve this by simply declaring one of them the winner and moving on. You're Pharaoh. Your word is law. But you've learned that arbitrary decisions, even when you have the power to make them, tend to create resentment and problems down the line. So you listen, ask questions, and eventually propose a solution that involves surveying the land properly, splitting it based on the survey results, and both governors contributing to a new irrigation project that will benefit the entire region. Neither governor looks entirely happy, which probably means it's a fair solution. Next is a delegation from Nubia with tribute and trade proposals. The Nubians are skilled diplomats who've dressed in their finest. Gold jewellery that rivals your own, fine fabrics, and elaborate hairstyles. They present their gifts with appropriate ceremony. Gold, ivory, ebony, exotic animal skins, and a live leopard that seems less than thrilled about being a diplomatic gift. The leopard is beautiful but looks like it's considering making a break for freedom, which would certainly liven up the proceedings. You accept the tribute graciously and listen to their trade proposals, which are actually quite reasonable. Nubia has resources Egypt needs, and Egypt has grain and manufactured goods Nubia wants. It's basic economics dressed up in diplomatic language. You agree to most of their requests, modify a few details, and send them away happy. The leopard goes to the royal menagerie, where hopefully it will feel less homicidal. Then there's the criminal case. A merchant is accused of using false weights to cheat customers. The evidence is presented, the weights in question, testimony from customers, and the merchant's protests of innocence. You examine the weights yourself, comparing them to the standard measures kept in the palace. They're definitely lighter than they should be, which means the merchant was selling people less grain than they paid for. Not the crime of the century, but dishonest nonetheless. Egyptian law is supposed to be based on Ma'at, truth, justice, harmony, and the fundamental order of the universe. In practice, it means trying to be fair while also making sure people don't think they can cheat each other with impunity. You find the merchant guilty and sentence him to pay back double what he stole plus a fine to the temple. It's stern enough to discourage others from trying the same thing, but not so harsh that it destroys the man's life. He leaves looking relieved that you didn't order anything involving crocodiles. The architect arrives with updated plans for your mortuary temple. This is the building that will serve as your cult centre after you die, where priests will make offerings to your memory for centuries. No pressure to make it impressive or anything. The architect unrolls papyrus after papyrus, showing you designs for courtyards, columns, statues and reliefs. Everything is calculated to inspire awe and demonstrate your divine nature to future generations. You suggest some modifications, a larger courtyard here, different proportions there, maybe fewer images of you smiting enemies, and more of you making offerings to gods, because you want to be remembered as pious, not just violent. The architect makes notes, nodding enthusiastically at your ideas, even though you suspect he's going to gently talk you out of half of them later, by explaining various architectural principles you don't fully understand. Between official audiences, Ptahhotep updates you on the kingdom's finances. Egypt is wealthy, but wealth requires management. There are granaries to maintain, armies to pay, building projects to fund, temples to support, and foreign trade to manage. The Nile's flood this year was good, which means the harvest should be abundant, which means tax revenue should be solid. But there's always something. A warehouse that needs repairs, a garrison that needs supplies, a canal that needs dredging. You approve budgets, sign off on expenditures, and make decisions about resource allocation that would probably bore you to tears if they weren't so crucial to keeping Egypt functioning. The truth about ruling an empire is that it's less about dramatic pronouncements and more about making sure grain gets from where it's grown to where it's needed. Workers get paid, infrastructure gets maintained, and the complex machine of civilization keeps turning. A messenger arrives with news from the army. There's been a skirmish on the eastern border. Nothing major, just raiders testing Egypt's defences. Your general has handled it efficiently, but he's requesting additional troops to reinforce the garrison. You approve the request and dictate a response praising the general's vigilance. Military matters require careful attention. Egypt is powerful, but the world is full of neighbours who would love to claim a piece of the Nile's wealth. By early afternoon, you're ready for a break from audiences and administrative decisions. You retire to the private quarters of the palace, where the rooms are cooler, quieter, and significantly less formal. Here you can actually relax, or at least engage in the pharaonic version of relaxation, which still involves some level of ceremony, but with fewer people watching your every move. The palace is a city unto itself, a sprawling complex of buildings, courtyards, gardens and halls. Your private quarters are in the heart of it all, protected by multiple layers of guards, walls and protocol. The rooms are beautiful, painted walls showing gardens and wildlife, floors of polished stone and furniture inlaid with precious materials. But they're also surprisingly comfortable. You've made sure of that. Yes, you're a god king, but you're also someone who appreciates a good chair. Your chief wife, Nefertari, is waiting in the garden courtyard. She's dressed more casually than you'd see her in public, still elegant, still wearing enough jewellery to fund a small army, but in lighter linen suitable for the afternoon heat. She's been dealing with her own administrative duties all morning. The royal household doesn't run itself, and she manages a staff of hundreds with the efficiency of a military commander. You discuss the day over light refreshments. She tells you about a dispute between two servants that she had to mediate, a request from the Temple of Hathor for her to attend an upcoming festival, and her concerns about your eldest son's education. He's showing more interest in hunting than in learning the administrative skills he'll need when he eventually becomes Pharaoh. You make a mental note to spend some time with him. Maybe find a way to make governance seem as exciting as chasing gazelles through the desert. The garden is one of your favourite places in the palace. It's an oasis of green in a landscape of stone and sand with carefully tended trees, flowers, and a pool stocked with fish. The Egyptians have managed to make gardens an art form, creating spaces that are both beautiful and functional. The trees provide shade, the flowers provide perfume, and the pool provides a spot for actual relaxation that doesn't involve sitting on a throne covered in angry cobras. You spend some time with your children, who are brought to you by their nurses. Royal children live somewhat separate lives from their parents. It's tradition, and also practical given the demands of kingship. But you make time for them when you can. Your daughter shows you a drawing she made, which is supposed to be a lotus flower, but looks more like an enthusiastic blob. You praise it appropriately. Your youngest son, who's about 3, is more interested in trying to grab your ceremonial beard, which is attached to your chin with some kind of ancient Egyptian adhesive technology that works better than it has any right to. These moments are precious, not because they're grand or ceremonial, but because they're normal. In these moments, you're not a pharaoh or a god, or the living embodiment of cosmic order. You're just a parent trying to keep a toddler from destroying your royal regalia while pretending to understand a child's artwork. Later, you review reports from your various estates. As Pharaoh, you personally own significant amounts of land throughout Egypt, managed by stewards who send regular updates. The reports are written on papyrus in the neat hieratic script that scribes use for business documents, faster than hieroglyphs, though significantly less impressive looking. You've learned to read these reports quickly, scanning for important information while skipping the elaborate formalities that every scribe feels compelled to include. This estate had a good harvest. That estate had some problems with locusts, but managed to save most of the crop. This estate steward is requesting permission to build a new irrigation channel. That estate steward wants to know if you'd like any of the particularly fine cattle they've bred. You make notes, approve or deny requests, and generally ensure that your personal wealth, which is considerable, is being managed competently. There's a relaxing interlude of music. You have court musicians who are genuinely talented, not just employed because they're good at flattering the pharaoh. A harpist plays while you recline on a comfortable couch, the music filling the room with something beautiful and temporary and completely divorced from politics or religion or responsibility. The harp is a beautiful instrument, its sound clear and resonant, and the musician's fingers move across the strings with practiced grace. You close your eyes and just listen. The music washes over you, and for a few minutes your mind is empty of border disputes, budget concerns, diplomatic negotiations, and theological responsibilities. There's just the music, the cool air from the garden, and the distant sound of the palace continuing its daily business without you. A bath follows, which is less a quick rinse and more an elaborate process involving servants, oils, and water at exactly the right temperature. The bath is in a dedicated room with a limestone tub that's been polished smooth by years of use. The water is scented with lotus oil, and as you sink into it, you feel muscles relax that you didn't realize were tense. Being a pharaoh is physically demanding in ways people don't often consider. All that standing, sitting on uncomfortable thrones, wearing heavy jewellery, and maintaining perfect posture. Your body keeps a running tally. The afternoon heat is building, and the palace has grown quiet during the hottest hours. This is when sensible people rest, and even pharaohs need to be sensible occasionally. You retire to your sleeping quarters, where the air is cooler thanks to thick stone walls and servants who've been waving fans and sprinkling water on reed mats. You lie down on your bed, the same one you woke up in this morning, and let yourself drift into sleep. The afternoon nap is sacred. Not theologically sacred, just personally sacred. It's one of the few parts of your day that's entirely your own, where nobody needs anything from you and you don't need to make decisions about anything more important than which side to sleep on. The palace knows not to disturb you unless something is literally on fire, and even then, they'd better be sure it's a really important fire. You wake refreshed as the worst heat of the day begins to fade. The Nile is calling, not literally, though in poetry and hymns the Egyptians certainly write about the river like it speaks. And you've decided to take a journey on the royal barge. The Nile is Egypt's lifeline, its source of water, food, transportation, and fertility. Understanding the river means understanding your kingdom, and besides, it's pleasant to be on the water when the air is cooling and the light is turning golden. The royal barge is magnificent, which is practically a requirement for anything associated with royalty, but it's also surprisingly practical. It's large enough to be stable, decorated enough to be impressive, and equipped with a cabin that provides shade and privacy. The boat itself is painted in bright colours, red, blue, green and gold, with the sacred eye of Horus on the prow to ward off evil. The oarsmen are skilled professionals who can navigate the Nile's currents with the kind of precision that comes from years of practice. You board with a small retinue, some guards, a few servants, Tar Hotep, who apparently never takes time off, and a priest because you're still Pharaoh and still connected to the divine, even when you're just taking a boat ride. The barge pushes away from the dock and immediately you feel the difference. On land, you're surrounded by stone and politics. On the water, there's movement, air, and a sense of freedom that's rare when you're responsible for an entire civilization. The Nile flows northward, which confuses foreigners until you explain that in Egypt, north means downstream toward the Mediterranean, and south means upstream toward Nubia. The current carries you gently along, and when the wind is right, the sail can catch it and supplement the oarsman's efforts. Today the wind is perfect, filling the sail with a satisfying snap of fabric, and the boat glides along with minimal effort. From the water, you see Egypt differently. The riverbanks are lined with green, the fertile strip of land where everything grows, where life is possible, and where your people farm and build and live. Beyond the green is the desert, the red land stretching away to distant horizons. The contrast is stark. Green means life, red means death. The Nile creates the green by flooding every year, depositing rich silt that makes Egypt's soil some of the most fertile on earth. You pass villages and towns, their mud brick buildings clustered near the water. People working in the fields look up and see the royal barge, recognizing it by its decoration and size. Some wave, some bow, some simply stare. You're a distant figure to most Egyptians, more symbol than person, and moments like this, where they can actually see you, even from a distance, matter more than you might think. Fishermen in small papyrus boats are working their nets, the ancient dance of casting and pulling that's been performed on the Nile since before the pyramids were built. Fish are plentiful in the river, perch, catfish and tilapia, and fishing provides food for millions. You watch one fisherman make a perfect cast, the weighted net spreading into a circle before dropping into the water. It's a simple act, but there's grace in it, skill in it, and the kind of practical mastery that keeps civilization fed. Fields stretch away from the river, green with growing grain. This is barley and emmer wheat, the crops that make bread and beer, the staples of the Egyptian diet. Farmers are working the irrigation channels, directing water from the river to their fields through a network of canals and basins that represent centuries of engineering knowledge. The system works because people understand the Nile's rhythms and know when to flood the fields, when to plant, and when to harvest. You pass a temple under construction, its limestone walls gleaming white in the afternoon sun. Workers are everywhere, hauling stones, mixing mortar and carving decorations. Building a temple is a massive undertaking that can last years or even decades, employing hundreds of workers and consuming resources on a scale that would bankrupt smaller kingdoms. But temples are investments in the divine, in Ma'at, and in the cosmic order that keeps Egypt prosperous. They're also, admittedly, very effective ways to demonstrate pharaonic power to anyone who needs reminding. The barge stops at a landing where local officials are waiting. This is part of the purpose of the journey, being seen, hearing concerns and maintaining the connection between Pharaoh and people. The officials present themselves with appropriate ceremony, and you listen to their reports about the harvest, local disputes that have been resolved, and requests for assistance with various projects. It's kingship on a smaller scale, more personal than the audiences at the palace, but just as important. A farmer approaches, nervous but determined. He's been granted an audience because his farm produces exceptional wine, and he's brought a sample for your consideration. You try the wine, it's actually quite good, with complexity that surprises you, and compliment him on his work. His face lights up with pride, and you make a note to have the palace acquire more of his vintage. Supporting excellent craftsmen is part of your role, and besides, you enjoy good wine. Back on the barge, you continue downstream. The sun is getting lower now, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink. The Nile reflects the colours, turning the water into something magical, and you understand why the ancient Egyptians saw divinity in everything. How could you not when the world produces beauty like this on a daily basis? You think about the river's cycle, how it floods every year with reliable precision, and how the ancient Egyptians built their entire calendar around this rhythm. Akhet, the inundation season, is when the river rises and covers the fields. Peret is the growing season, when crops are planted and tended. Shemu, the harvest season, is when all that work turns into food. 3 seasons, each essential, each dependent on the Nile doing what it's done for thousands of years. It strikes you sometimes how much depends on this river. If the flood is too small, there's famine. If it's too large, there's destruction. The Nile has to be just right year after year, or Egypt suffers. Your ancestors claim they could control the flood through their divine power, and you maintain that claim because pharaohs are supposed to control everything. But privately you know the truth. The Nile does what it will, and humans just try to adapt. You're grateful that in your reign so far the river has been kind. As the barge returns to the palace dock, the sun is setting and the evening meal awaits. Egyptian feasts are elaborate affairs, especially royal ones. And tonight is a formal dinner with high-ranking officials, foreign ambassadors, and nobles who've been angling for an invitation for months. You've changed from your day clothes into evening regalia. A fresh kilt, a different collar, and the kind of jewellery that catches lamplight and makes everything sparkle. The banquet hall is spectacular. Columns painted with lotus designs rise to a ceiling decorated with stars and sacred symbols. Oil lamps in elaborate bronze stands light the room with warm, flickering light. The floor is scattered with fresh lotus flowers, their scent mixing with frankincense from the censers. Tables are arranged in a U-shape with your seat at the head, elevated slightly so everyone can see you, because even at dinner you're on display. Guests arrive in their finest clothes, which in Egypt means lots of pleated linen, lots of jewellery, elaborate wigs and enough eye makeup to supply a modern cosmetics counter for a year. The women's dresses are sheer enough to be slightly scandalous to foreign visitors, but perfectly normal by Egyptian standards. The men's kilts are crisp and white, their collars glittering with gold and semi-precious stones. Everyone has gone to considerable effort to look impressive, and the overall effect is dazzling. You take your seat and servants immediately begin bringing food. Egyptian feasts are not subtle affairs. There's roasted duck, goose, beef and fish prepared a dozen different ways. There's bread in various forms, flatbread, raised bread, and bread flavoured with honey or dates or coriander. There are vegetables, lettuce, onions, garlic, cucumbers and beans. There are fruits, figs, dates, pomegranates, and melons. There are sweets made from honey and nuts. There's enough food to feed everyone twice over, which is the point. Abundance demonstrates prosperity. Wine flows freely, served in elegant cups by servants who glide through the crowd with practiced grace. The wine is good, some from your own estates, some imported from abroad. Egyptians love wine, though beer is more common for everyday drinking. Tonight is not an everyday occasion, though, so wine it is. You sip from a golden cup while watching the room, observing the social dynamics, the alliances forming and shifting, and the careful dance of court politics. Musicians play harps, lutes, drums, and a sistrum whose metallic rattle is supposed to please the goddess Hathor. The music is lively, meant to encourage celebration rather than contemplation. Dancers perform, their movements graceful and athletic, their costumes designed more for visual impact than coverage. Egyptian dancing involves a lot of acrobatic moves that look impossible, but that these performers make seem effortless. Between courses there's conversation. The ambassador from Hatti, Egypt's sometimes ally, sometimes rival to the north, discusses trade agreements and mutual defence. The high priest of Amun mentions very casually that the god's temple could benefit from some renovations. A provincial governor compliments your wisdom in resolving that border dispute earlier. Everyone is charming, polite, and carefully advancing their own interests while pretending they're just here for the pleasure of your company. You make conversation with practiced ease, asking questions, listening to responses, and making the kind of small talk that oils the wheels of diplomacy. You compliment the ambassador's wife on her jewellery, Egyptian gold you notice, which is either a genuine preference or strategic flattery. You discuss architecture with a nobleman who's building a new villa. You listen to a merchant describe his recent trading expedition to Punt, a mysterious land to the south that produces frankincense, myrrh and exotic goods. The food keeps coming. There's a whole roasted ox that required most of the afternoon to prepare, There are delicate pastries that dissolve on your tongue. There are dates stuffed with nuts and honey that are probably too sweet but taste amazing anyway. You eat moderately, aware that overeating in public is undignified, but also aware that completely ignoring the food might offend the cooks who've spent days preparing this feast. Entertainment continues between courses. There are acrobats who form human pyramids and tumble across the floor with alarming precision. There are singers whose voices rise above the ambient noise, telling stories of gods and heroes and romantic adventures. There's a magician who performs illusions that you can't quite figure out but that delight the audience. Court entertainment is supposed to be impressive, and tonight's performers have clearly received that memo. As the evening progresses, the formality relaxes slightly. People are well fed, well watered with wine, and in the kind of good mood that comes from being warm, comfortable, and surrounded by abundance. Conversation grows louder, laughter more frequent. You allow yourself to relax too, to enjoy the moment rather than constantly analysing it. These gatherings serve political purposes, but they're also genuinely pleasant when you stop treating them as work. Nefertari is at your side, managing the social dynamics with her usual skill. She notices when someone feels ignored and draws them into conversation. She smooths over a potential argument between two nobles who've had too much wine. She signals servants to refill cups, clear plates, and adjust lighting. She makes it all look effortless, which is how you know she's working hard. Running a royal feast is its own kind of governance. Eventually the feast winds down. Guests begin to leave, offering elaborate thanks and compliments. You accept their gratitude with appropriate royal graciousness, privately relieved that you can soon retire to quarters where you won't have to be on anymore. The servants will spend hours cleaning up, but that's not your concern. Your concern is saying goodnight to the last few stragglers without being rude or appearing too eager to get rid of them. The next morning brings you to your greatest obsession and most enduring legacy, your building projects. Every pharaoh builds. It's practically a job requirement, but you've taken it to new levels. You're not just maintaining existing structures, you're creating monuments that will outlast you by millennia. Your mortuary temple, your additions to the great temple complexes, and the statues bearing your face. These will tell future generations that you were here, that you mattered, and that you did things worth remembering. You're at the construction site of your mortuary temple, accompanied by the chief architect, the project overseer, and approximately 1,000 workers who are currently moving stone blocks that weigh more than several people combined. The sound of construction fills the air, chisels on stone, wooden sledges scraping across sand, foremen shouting instructions and workers chanting rhythmic work songs to coordinate their efforts. The scale of the project is staggering. The temple complex will cover acres, with massive pylons at the entrance, courtyards surrounded by columns, hyper-style halls where forest-sized stone pillars create artificial shade, sanctuaries for the gods, and chambers for the rituals that will maintain your cult after death. Right now, it's a construction site, chaotic and dusty, but the architect's plans show you what it will become, and the vision is magnificent. You walk through the site, stepping carefully over tools and cut stone. Workers pause in their labour to bow as you pass, and you nod acknowledgement. These men, and they are almost all men, though women participate in some aspects of construction, are skilled professionals. The stonecutters can split granite with precision that seems impossible. The masons can fit blocks together so tightly that you couldn't slip a knife blade between them. The artists carving reliefs can turn flat stone into images so lifelike they seem ready to step off the wall. The architect shows you the foundation work for the Great Hall. Limestone blocks have been laid with mathematical precision, creating a level platform for the columns that will support the roof. Each block has been cut to exact specifications, its surfaces smoothed to near-perfect flatness. The ancient Egyptians don't have the tools future civilizations will develop, but they've mastered the art of working stone with copper tools, abrasives, and an apparently infinite capacity for patient, precise labour. You examine the columns being carved nearby. These will be papyrus-form columns, shaped like bundles of papyrus stems, topped with capitals that look like opened papyrus flowers. The symbolism is deliberate. Papyrus grows in the marshes of Lower Egypt, representing the northern part of your kingdom. The craftsmen are working on the decorative elements now, carving hieroglyphs that will describe your victories, your devotion to the gods, and your legitimate right to rule. The reliefs on the walls are taking shape under the artist's chisels. These aren't just decorative, they're narrative, theological, and political statements. Here you're shown making offerings to the gods, maintaining the cosmic order. There you're defeating enemies, protecting Egypt from chaos. In another scene, you're receiving the symbols of kingship from the gods themselves, visual proof of your divine mandate. The artists are working from approved designs, but within those parameters, they're creating art that will last for ages. A master sculptor is working on a colossal statue of you in the traditional pharaonic pose, standing, left leg forward, arms at your sides, wearing the Nemes headdress and holding royal insignia. The statue is carved from red granite quarried hundreds of miles south and transported here by boat and sledge at enormous effort and expense. It's not finished yet, the face needs more refining and details need to be added, but already it's impressive. The statue is 3 times your actual height, because subtlety is not the point here. The point is to inspire awe. You discuss proportions with the sculptor, who's been working on royal statues for decades. He explains the mathematical ratios that govern Egyptian art, the relationships between different body parts, the angles that create the ideal form, and the conventions that make a statue unmistakably pharaonic. Egyptian art isn't realistic in the way later cultures will define realism. It's idealized, formalized, and designed to represent truth rather than mere appearance. Your statue doesn't need to look exactly like you. It needs to look like the eternal perfect idea of you. The overseer shows you the work schedule. Thousands of workers are employed on this project alone, organised into teams with specialised skills. There are quarrymen, haulers, masons, carvers, painters, plasterers, tool makers, cooks to feed everyone, scribes to track supplies and wages, and foremen to coordinate efforts. It's a massive logistical undertaking that requires careful planning, consistent resources, and competent management. You ask about the workers' conditions because, despite what future people will believe, these aren't slaves. They're paid labourers, some working full-time, others fulfilling their annual labour obligation to the state. They receive rations of grain, beer, vegetables, and occasionally meat. They have off days for festivals. They live in purpose-built worker villages with houses, medical care, and even a kind of a labour dispute resolution system. It's not luxury, but it's also not the brutal oppression that pyramids and slavery myths would suggest. The project is on schedule, the overseer assures you, though on schedule for ancient Egyptian construction means years or decades. You won't see this temple completed. Your successor might not see it completed, but it will be completed, and when it is, it will stand as a testament to your reign, your devotion to the gods, and your determination to be remembered. You visit the workshops where artisans are creating the smaller but still important elements, the gold leaf that will cover certain surfaces, the precious stone inlays, the bronze doors, and the elaborate furniture for the temple's various chambers. Each item is being made by hand by craftsmen who learned their skills from masters who learned from their masters, maintaining traditions that stretch back generations. There's something profound about watching these works take shape. Every chisel strike, every careful measurement, and every artistic decision is an act of creation that will outlast everyone involved. The workers will die, you will die, even the gods might change, but these stones will remain, these images will endure, and these hieroglyphs will continue telling your story to people who haven't been born yet. It's as close to immortality as humans get. As evening approaches, you find yourself on the palace roof, watching the sun descend toward the western desert. This has become something of a ritual for you, a quiet moment at the end of the day to think, to process, to simply exist without the weight of performance. Up here, with the city spreading out below and the desert beyond, you can see your kingdom in microcosm. The Nile cuts through the landscape like a dark ribbon, reflecting the sunset colours. Along its banks, fields are darkening from green to black as the light fades. Towns and villages are coming alive with lamplight, tiny golden points appearing as families settle in for the evening. Smoke rises from cooking fires, carrying the smell of bread and grilled fish. Somewhere in the distance you can hear singing, probably from a tavern where workers are relaxing after the day's labour. You think about the enormity of your responsibility. Those lights represent people, millions of them, who depend on you to maintain Maat, to keep the Nile flowing, the harvest coming, the borders secure, and the gods satisfied. You didn't ask for this responsibility. You were born into it, trained for it from childhood, had it placed on your head with a crown, and declared inevitable by every priest and official in Egypt. But you've accepted it, and most days you believe you're doing an adequate job. The concept of Maat occupies your thoughts often. It's more than just law or justice. It's cosmic order, the way things should be, the balance between chaos and civilization. Your entire reign is judged by how well you maintain Maat. Do you speak truth? Do you ensure fair judgment? Do you support the gods' temples? Do you keep Egypt prosperous and secure? Every decision you make is supposed to reinforce order and push back against chaos. Is Fet, the force that wants to unmake everything. It's an impossible standard, really. You're human. Despite what the theology says, you make mistakes. You have biases. You get tired and cranky and occasionally make decisions because they're easier, rather than because they're right. But you try. Every morning you wake up and try to be the Pharaoh Egypt needs, the living Horus, the son of Ra, the shepherd of the people. You think about mortality, which is ironic considering you're supposed to be divine. But divinity doesn't make you immune to death. It just means you're expected to continue being important after death. Your tomb is being prepared in the Valley of the Kings, cut deep into the mountain rock, its walls covered with religious texts and images to guide you through the afterlife. Your burial goods are accumulating. Furniture, clothes, jewellery, food, everything you might need in the next world. The ancient Egyptians have made an art form of dealing with death. You don't just die, you transform, journey through the underworld, face judgment before the gods, and if you pass, join the blessed dead who live forever. The Book of the Dead, which isn't actually a book but a collection of spells and instructions, will be placed in your tomb to help you navigate the dangers of the afterlife. You've read it, of course. It's comforting in a way, all those detailed instructions about what to say and do, as if death is just another journey that can be planned for. Your accomplishments run through your mind like a scroll unrolling. Treaties negotiated, temples built, enemies defeated, laws enacted, canals dug, and justice administered. Some of it was significant, some of it will be forgotten by next year. But you've tried to make Egypt better than you found it, to leave something lasting. Those buildings rising from the desert floor, those inscriptions on temple walls, those legal precedents, they're your legacy, the proof that you existed and mattered. But there are failures too, things you regret, hasty decisions that caused problems later, people you trusted who betrayed that trust, projects that consumed resources but delivered little, moments when you chose political expediency over justice because the alternative seemed too costly. The weight of rule includes carrying those failures, learning from them if possible, and accepting them when learning isn't enough. The sun touches the horizon, and the sky erupts in reds and oranges and purples. The Egyptians believe the sun god Ra travels through the underworld each night, fighting the serpent of chaos, ensuring the sun rises again each morning. You've helped that process through your rituals, but watching the sunset, you wonder if Ra needs the help, or if the sun would rise anyway. Theology says one thing, your secret thoughts sometimes suggest another. You think about your children and what kind of Egypt they'll inherit. Your eldest son will likely be the next pharaoh. The royal succession in Egypt isn't always straightforward. He's young still, more interested in the glory of kingship than its tedious reality. You hope he'll learn and hope he'll understand that being pharaoh means more responsibility than power. You hope he'll be wise enough to listen to good advisors and strong enough to ignore bad ones. The stars are appearing now, familiar constellations the Egyptians have named and mapped and incorporated into their religious beliefs. Those stars will be there long after you're gone, looking down on future pharaohs, future Egypts, and future worlds you can't imagine. It's humbling in a way to think about the vastness of time and your tiny place in it, but it's also comforting. You're part of something larger than yourself, part of a chain of kings stretching back to Nama, who first united Egypt, and forward to rulers you'll never meet. The evening call to prayer rises from the temples, priests singing hymns to the gods, thanking them for the day, asking for their protection through the night. The sound carries across the city, and you find yourself humming along with the familiar melodies. You may be a pharaoh, but you're also a worshipper, someone who acknowledges powers greater than yourself. As darkness settles over Egypt, you feel the day's tensions releasing. Tomorrow will bring new challenges, new responsibilities, and new opportunities to maintain mayat or fail trying. But for now, this moment is enough. Standing on your palace roof, watching your kingdom settle into night, being simply yourself before you have to be Pharaoh again. You turn away from the view and head back inside, ready for the evening meal, for the rituals that will prepare you for sleep, and for another night's rest before another day's reign. The palace swallows you back into its routines, but you carry the peace of that rooftop moment with you, a reminder that underneath all the ceremony and responsibility, you're human, living a life measured in sunsets and decisions, trying to do right. In a world that rarely makes rightness easy, you lie in bed again, the day's circuit complete. Tomorrow you'll wake and do it all again. The rituals, the governance, the building, the responsibility. It's a rhythm as reliable as the Nile's flood, as predictable as the sun's daily journey. You're not immortal, despite the divine titles. You're a person doing a job that happens to involve being treated like a god. Your legacy will be stone and law, temples and treaties, children who carry your bloodline forward, and officials who learned from your decisions. Some of it will last millennia, some will be forgotten within a generation. Such is the nature of human endeavour. But for now, you sleep, knowing the sun will rise again because Ra travels through the night, or because the earth rotates, or because that's simply what suns do. Your job is to be there when it rises, to perform the rituals, to govern justly, and to maintain mat for another day. The weight of the crown rests on a stand nearby, silent and patient, waiting for morning. Outside, the Nile flows northward as it always has, carrying Egypt's life toward the sea. And in the eternal cycle of rising and setting, of flooding and planting and harvesting, of life and death and life again, you are Pharaoh, divine, mortal, powerful, vulnerable, responsible for everything, master of nothing but your intentions. Sleep comes gently, carrying you toward dreams of the perfect Egypt you build each night and wake to approximate each day. You know that feeling when you're making dinner and you realise you've forgotten to defrost the chicken? Well, imagine if I told you that back in 1851, someone invented a machine that could have solved that problem, and about 50 others you didn't even know you had. Pull up your favourite chair and let me tell you about some inventions that were so close to changing everything, they practically had their bags packed for fame. Dr. John Gorrie was sweating bullets in Florida, literally. Not because he was nervous, but because it was 1842 and air conditioning was still a pipe dream. This person was watching yellow fever patients suffer in the humid heat, and he thought, there's got to be a better way. So he built the first ice-making machine. This was not the type of machine that simply drops ice cubes into your glass with a satisfying plunk. Instead, it was an actual ice factory capable of cooling entire buildings. Picture this. Gorrie's contraption looked like someone had crossed a steam engine with a grandfather clock and fed it too much coffee. It compressed air, let it expand, and voila. Ice appeared like magic. He was basically performing miracles with thermodynamics, yet somehow nobody cared. The timing was all wrong. People thought ice was supposed to come from frozen ponds in winter, not from some mechanical beast that made suspicious noises. The really heartbreaking part. Gorrie died broke and forgotten in 1855, just as the world was starting to figure out that maybe, just maybe, controlling temperature might be useful. If he'd invented his machine 50 years later, he'd have been richer than a chocolate fountain at a weight loss convention. Instead, we had to wait until 1902 for Willis Carrier to essentially reinvent the same thing and become the father of modern air conditioning. But here's where it gets interesting. Gorrie's ice machine could have changed everything about where people lived, how cities developed, and even what we ate. Imagine the American South becoming a population centre decades earlier, or fresh food being available year-round everywhere. Instead of the Great Migration north, maybe we'd have seen the Great Migration to Florida, and not just for retirement. The patent office didn't help matters. Back then, getting a patent was like trying to convince your teenager to clean their room. Technically possible, but requiring supernatural patience. Gorry got his patent in 1851, but by then he was too exhausted and too poor to manufacture his machines. It is akin to finally obtaining the recipe for the ideal chocolate chip cookie, only to discover that you lack the means to purchase the necessary ingredients. What makes this scenario even more frustrating is that ice was already a big business. Frederick Tudor, the Ice King, was shipping ice from Massachusetts to the Caribbean and making a fortune. People knew ice was valuable, they just couldn't imagine making it themselves. It was like having a money tree in your backyard but insisting on walking to the bank instead. The ripple effects of Gorry's failure touch everything around us today. Hospital design, food storage, urban planning, all of it had to wait another half-century to evolve. Did the scorching southern summers force people to migrate north? They could have been solved before the Civil War. Did the seasonal food shortages that plagued humanity for millennia ever get resolved? Gorry had the key, but the world wasn't ready to turn the lock. Sometimes the best inventions arrive like party guests, either too early when you're still in your pyjamas, or too late when you've already eaten all the delicious snacks. Gorry's ice machine was definitely the pyjamas scenario. It was brilliant, practical, and absolutely ahead of its time, which in the world of inventions is sometimes the cruelest fate of all. Speaking of timing, let's drift over to 1838, when Samuel Morse was tapping out his famous "What hath God wrought" message. But here's something that'll keep you up at night. Another telegraph system was already working perfectly, and it might have prevented some of the bloodiest conflicts in human history. Claude Chappe had built something called the optical telegraph across France in the 1790s. Picture a network of towers stretching across the countryside, each one topped with mechanical arms that moved like a person doing semaphore. These weren't just quaint windmill decorations. They could send a message from Paris to the Mediterranean faster than a horse could gallop to the next village. The entire system functioned akin to a highly advanced version of the childhood telephone game, but instead of mutilating whispered words, these tower operators utilized telescopes to interpret arm positions and transmit coded messages. A communication that would take weeks on horseback could travel the length of France in hours. It was like having the internet, except it ran on human eyeballs and mechanical precision. Now, here's where your heart might break a little. The Chappe telegraph was so effective that Napoleon used it to coordinate his military campaigns. However, the French government kept the telegraph technology secret from other countries because they believed it provided them with too significant an advantage. Imagine if they'd shared the technology instead. The Crimean War might have been settled over a cup of tea rather than fought in trenches. The American Civil War could have been a series of strongly worded telegrams instead of a 4-year bloodbath. The optical telegraph faced a minor issue that ultimately led to its demise. It required favourable weather conditions and daylight hours to function. Fog, rain, or nighttime turned the most sophisticated communication network in the world into an expensive collection of wooden towers. It was like having a sports car that only worked on Tuesdays when it wasn't cloudy. When Morse's electrical telegraph came along, it worked in any weather, day or night. The optical system became as obsolete as a sundial in a smartphone world. But here's the thing that should make you sit up in bed. If someone had figured out how to make the optical system work in the dark, we might have had instant global communication decades earlier. The French had over 5,000 kilometres of optical telegraph lines by the 1840s. They could have connected every major city in Europe if other countries had adopted the system instead of treating it like a military secret. Imagine the Congress of Vienna in 1815, with delegates actually able to communicate with their home countries in real time. Diplomatic crises that escalated due to slow instructions for ambassadors might have been resolved over lunch. But the real tragedy is what happened to Claude Chappe himself. He watched his life's work get overtaken by electrical systems and fell into such despair that he took his life in 1805. He never got to see how his optical network inspired the development of modern telecommunications. His towers were the direct ancestors of every cell phone tower, every fibre optic cable, and every satellite dish that keeps our world connected today. The optical telegraph was like a bridge between the ancient world of signal fires and smoke signals and our modern world of instant global communication. It proved that with enough clever engineering and human cooperation, you could shrink the world down to a manageable size. It took a century for that lesson to sink in, and by then, we'd fought wars that better communication might have prevented. Now recline into your pillows, as the upcoming story may inspire you to rewrite history books. Everyone knows the Wright brothers flew first at Kitty Hawk in 1903, right? Well, grab your favourite warm drink because I'm about to tell you about Gustav Whitehead, a guy who might have been soaring through the Connecticut sky 2 years before Orville and Wilbur even got their famous 12 seconds off the ground. Whitehead was one of those inventors who looked like he'd escaped from a steampunk novel. Born in Bavaria, he immigrated to America with nothing but big dreams and an obsession with anything that could fly. While the Wright brothers were methodically testing gliders and keeping detailed notes, Whitehead was building flying machines in his backyard like he was assembling furniture from a very complicated catalogue. On August 14th, 1901, witnesses claimed they saw Whitehead's No. 21 aircraft fly for about half a mile at 50 feet above the ground near Bridgeport. The local newspaper reported it the next day with the kind of casual enthusiasm you might use to describe a particularly excellent barbecue. Gustav Whitehead flew yesterday, they essentially said, as if people took to the air every Tuesday. Here's where it gets frustrating enough to make you kick your blankets. Unlike the Wright brothers, who documented everything like they were preparing for a patent lawsuit, Whitehead was more of a, let's see what happens if I attach this engine to these wings kind of guy. No photographs, no official records, just eyewitness accounts and one very enthusiastic newspaper article. The aircraft itself was a marvel of early 20th century engineering optimism. It had a lightweight motor that Whitehead built himself, silk wings, and a control system that required the pilot to basically become one with the machine. Flying it was less like driving a car and more like riding a very cooperative dragon. The whole contraption weighed about 800 pounds and looked like it had been designed by someone who'd seen birds flying but had never actually met one personally. What makes this story even more intriguing is that several aviation pioneers visited Whitehead and came away convinced he'd achieved powered flight. These individuals were not mere passers-by, but rather serious engineers and aviation enthusiasts who understood the distinction between mere flight and true flight. However, the Wright brothers' publicity overshadowed their testimonies. The problem was that Whitehead couldn't repeat his success consistently. Whitehead's engines exhibited temperamental behaviour, his aircraft designs underwent constant changes, and his business acumen was akin to that of a golden retriever. While the Wright brothers were building a sustainable flying program, Whitehead was having what you might charitably call adventure flights. Impressive when they worked, spectacular when they didn't. Imagine if Whitehead had been a better record keeper, or if someone with a camera had been there that August morning. We might be talking about Whitehead Field instead of Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. The whole mythology of American aviation might have started in Connecticut rather than North Carolina. Beach tourism might have developed very differently. But here's the thing that might keep you staring at the ceiling. Even if Whitehead did fly first, the Wright brothers still deserved their fame. They didn't just achieve flight, they made it reproducible, improvable, and eventually practical. Whitehead was like the person who accidentally discovers a great recipe but forgets to write it down. The Wright brothers were the ones who turned flying into something more than a spectacular accident. The aviation world probably needed both approaches, Whitehead's fearless experimentation and the Wright brothers' methodical development. One pushed the limits of what was possible, the other made sure those boundaries stayed pushed. It's just a shame that history tends to remember the finishers better than the pioneers who cleared the path. Let's pull the covers up a bit higher and discuss something that might change how you think about World War II entirely. While everyone was focused on radar and rockets, a brilliant German engineer named Konrad Zuse was quietly building the world's first programmable computer in his parents' living room. Indeed, he was building the world's first programmable computer in his parents' living room. Imagine trying to explain that to your homeowner's insurance. The Z3, completed in 1941, was like someone had taken a pocket calculator and fed it steroids for 2 years. It could perform floating-point arithmetic, handle conditional operations, and even run programs stored on punched film. This wasn't some glorified adding machine. This was a genuine computer, complete with memory, processing power, and the ability to solve complex mathematical problems that would have taken human calculators weeks to figure out. Zeus built this marvel using telephone relays, the kind of switches that connected your long-distance calls back when operators asked, "Number, please?" The Z3 had about 2,600 relays clicking away like a mechanical orchestra, each one making tiny decisions that added up to genuine computational power. The sound it made while working was probably like being inside a huge, very busy typewriter. Here's where your mind might start racing. If the German military had recognised what Zusi had created and funded it properly, they could have had computational advantages that might have changed the entire war. Code breaking, ballistics calculations, logistics optimization, all the number-crunching nightmares that bog down military operations could have been solved by machines instead of rooms full of mathematicians with slide rules. But the German authorities looked at Zeus's computer and essentially shrugged. They were more interested in bigger tanks and faster planes than in some clicking contraption that solved math problems. It was like being offered a magic wand and asking if it came in a different colour. The military applications were so obvious they were invisible. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Atlantic, similar computational needs were driving the development of machines like ENIAC and Colossus. The difference was that the Allies understood they were fighting a war that would be won by whoever could process information faster and more accurately. The Germans had the technology first, but couldn't see past their traditional military thinking. Zeus's workshop was eventually destroyed in an Allied bombing raid in 1943, taking the Z3 with it. By then, he'd already started work on the Z4, which was even more advanced. But imagine if that bombing raid had never happened, or if Zeus had been working in a properly funded, well-protected government facility instead of his parents' living room. The computational revolution might have started in the 1940s, Germany instead of the 1950s America. The real tragedy is that Zeus understood exactly what he'd built. He wrote the first algorithmic programming language, developed floating-point arithmetic, and even theorized about artificial intelligence decades before anyone else was thinking seriously about machine thinking. He was like a time traveller who'd brought back blueprints from the future, except nobody believed the future was worth visiting. After the war, when the world finally caught up to what Zeus had been doing, the computer revolution exploded. But those crucial years from 1941 to 1945 represented a lost opportunity that might have reshaped everything. Not just the war, but the entire development of computational technology could have been accelerated by a decade or more. This is one of those historical scenarios that can keep you awake at night. What if the side with the moral high ground also had the best tech? What if the computational revolution had started earlier and developed differently? The most important battles in history are sometimes fought with ideas that don't get the attention they deserve. Now let's talk about something that might make you grateful for modern medicine in a whole new way. Picture this. It's 1847 and women are dying in childbirth at horrifying rates. Not from complications during delivery, but from something called childbed fever that strikes afterward. In Vienna's General Hospital, one maternity ward has a death rate of 18%, while another ward right down the hall has a death rate of only 2%. Same hospital, same city, same year, but somehow one hallway is a death trap while the other is relatively safe. Enter Ignaz Semmelweis, a Hungarian doctor who looked at this situation and thought, something is very wrong here. He was like a medical detective in an era when most doctors thought disease was caused by bad air or moral failings. Semmelweis noticed something that should have been obvious, but somehow wasn't. The deadly ward was staffed by doctors and medical students, while the safe ward was run by midwives. Here's where it gets intriguing enough to make you sit up in bed. The doctors and medical students spent their mornings performing autopsies on women who had died from childbed fever, then walked directly to the maternity ward to deliver babies, without washing their hands. The midwives, on the other hand, didn't do autopsies. Semmelweis put two and two together and got an answer that nobody wanted to hear. He instituted a simple policy. Everyone had to wash their hands with chlorinated lime solution before examining patients. The death rate in the doctor's ward immediately dropped from 18% to less than 2%. You'd think the change would have made Semmelweis the hero of Vienna General Hospital, maybe even gotten him a statue in the courtyard. Instead, it made him the most hated man in the medical establishment. The other doctors were furious. The idea that gentlemen's hands could be unclean was insulting to their social status. Doctors were supposed to be learned men of science, not common workers who needed to scrub up like servants. The concept that invisible particles on their hands could cause disease was so absurd, it was practically offensive. They essentially told Semmelweis that his germ theory was crazy talk. What makes this even more heartbreaking is that Semmelweis could prove his point with numbers. Every month that hand-washing was enforced, fewer women died. Every time the policy was relaxed, the death rate shot back up. It was cause and effect so clear you could teach it to a child, yet the medical establishment treated it like dangerous nonsense. The pushback against Semmelweis was so intense that he eventually suffered what we'd now probably call a nervous breakdown. He became increasingly frustrated and confrontational, writing bitter letters to prominent doctors calling them murderers. Technically, he was correct. They were killing patients due to ignorance, but he never excelled in tact. In 1865, he was committed to an asylum where he died just 2 weeks later, possibly from the same kind of infection he'd spent his career fighting. Here's the part that might keep you staring at the ceiling. If the medical world had accepted Semmelweis's hand-washing protocol in 1847, millions of lives could have been saved. The concept of antiseptic surgery wouldn't have had to wait for Joseph Lister in the 1860s. Germ theory wouldn't have needed Louis Pasteur to make it respectable. The entire development of modern medicine could have accelerated by decades. Imagine Civil War field hospitals where doctors washed their hands between patients. Imagine surgery becoming safer 20 years earlier than it actually did. Imagine all the mothers and babies who could have lived if the medical establishment had been willing to consider that maybe, just maybe, a Hungarian doctor had figured out something important about invisible killers. Instead, Semmelweis became a tragic footnote, vindicated only after his death when Pasteur and Lister made germ theory fashionable. Occasionally the most important discoveries aren't rejected because they're wrong, but because they're so right they threaten everything people think they know about how the world works. Let's shift gears again and talk about something that could have made your daily commute look very different. While everyone was getting excited about cars and airplanes in the early 1900s, there was another transportation revolution brewing that most people have never heard of. It involved pneumatic tubes, basically shooting capsules through pressurized air systems like you were mailing yourself across the city. The Beach Pneumatic Transit System in New York was like something out of a Jules Verne novel, except it actually worked. In 1870, Alfred Ely Beach built a 312-foot demonstration tunnel under Broadway and shot a cylindrical car carrying passengers through it using nothing but air pressure. The car was plushly appointed with upholstered seats and elegant lighting, making it feel more like riding in a Victorian parlour than being shot through an underground tube. Passengers described the experience as surprisingly smooth and quiet. The car would whoosh through the tunnel, carried along by a giant fan that created air pressure behind it and suction in front. At the end of the line, the process reversed and the car would slide gently back to the starting point. It was like being inside a huge, very comfortable pneumatic message system. Beach envisioned a network of these pneumatic railways crisscrossing Manhattan, transporting passengers at speeds that would rival those of modern subway systems. No noise, no smoke, no horses dropping inconvenient packages on the street. Just clean, quiet, efficient transportation powered by compressed air. The whole system could have been running on renewable energy if they'd connected the fans to windmills or water wheels. But here's where the story takes a turn that might make you want to throw your pillow across the room. Boss Tweed and Tammany Hall, New York's notoriously corrupt political machine, were heavily invested in street-level transportation systems, horse-drawn omnibuses, elevated railways, and eventually streetcars. A pneumatic system that bypassed street-level corruption and kickback opportunities was about as welcome as a tax audit. The political opposition to Beach's system was so intense that he had to build his demonstration tunnel in secret, working at night and disposing of excavated dirt through a basement in a nearby building. He was literally conducting an underground transportation revolution underground, in both the physical and political sense. When Beach finally revealed his system to the public, it was an instant sensation. Over 400,000 people paid to ride the demonstration line in its first year of operation. The public loved it, the press praised it, and engineering experts confirmed it was completely feasible. Everything was perfect except for the small matter of political approval for expansion. Tweed and his cronies made sure that Beach's request for permits and funding got buried deeper than his tunnel. They wanted transportation systems they could control, profit from, and use as sources of political patronage. A pneumatic system that could be built quickly and operated efficiently offered too few opportunities for the kind of creative accounting that kept political machines running. The beach tunnel eventually closed, not because the technology didn't work, but because the politics didn't work. The demonstration tunnel was sealed up and forgotten until it was accidentally rediscovered during subway construction in 1912. By then, the window for pneumatic transit had closed, and New York was committed to the electric subway system we know today. Imagine if Beach had succeeded. Manhattan might have had a transportation network that was faster, quieter, and cleaner than what we ended up with. The whole development of urban transportation could have taken an entirely different path. Instead of noisy elevated trains and crowded subways, cities might have developed silent, smooth pneumatic networks that shot people around like packages in a delivery system. The technology wasn't the problem. Pneumatic tube systems were already being used successfully for mail delivery in major cities. The problem was that beneficial technology isn't enough if the political and economic systems aren't ready to support it. Sometimes the best inventions fail not because they don't work, but because they work too well for the wrong people. Now, as we settle in for the final part of our journey through forgotten inventions, let's talk about something that could have changed the entire course of the 20th century. While Thomas Edison and Nikola Tesla were having their famous war of currents, another inventor was quietly working on something that could have made both of their electrical systems look like child's toys. Nikola Tesla, yes, the same Tesla who won the AC/DC battle, had an even bigger idea brewing in his brilliant, slightly obsessive mind. He believed he could transmit electrical power wirelessly, through the Earth itself, making power lines as obsolete as carrier pigeons. His Wardenclyffe Tower on Long Island wasn't just an experimental radio station, it was supposed to be the prototype for a global wireless power system. Picture this. Instead of cities crisscrossed with power lines, you'd have elegant towers spaced across the landscape, beaming electricity through the ground to receivers anywhere in the world. No more power outages from fallen lines, no more unsightly electrical infrastructure, and no more limitations on where you could build things based on how close they were to power sources. The whole planet would become one giant electrical grid. Tesla's system worked on the principle that the Earth itself could act as a conductor. By pumping electrical energy into the ground at specific frequencies, he believed he could create standing waves that would allow power to be extracted anywhere on the planet. It sounds like science fiction, but Tesla had already demonstrated wireless power transmission on a smaller scale, lighting bulbs from miles away without any connecting wires. The financial backing for Wardenclyffe came from J.P. Morgan, who initially thought he was funding an improved wireless communication system. When Tesla revealed his true intention, free wireless power for everyone, Morgan's enthusiasm cooled faster than coffee left on a porch in January. Free power meant no metered usage, which meant no way to charge customers, which meant no profit. Morgan pulled his funding in 1906, and Tesla's wireless power dreams died with it. Here's where you might want to pull the blankets over your head and contemplate alternative timelines. If Tesla's wireless power system had worked as intended, the entire 20th century could have unfolded differently. There would have been no necessity for large-scale power plants in each region. The system would have been immune to attacks on infrastructure during wartime. There would be no environmental issues associated with power transmission lines passing through wilderness areas. Rural electrification, which didn't reach many parts of America until the 1930s and 1940s, could have happened immediately. Developing countries wouldn't have needed to build expensive power infrastructure to modernize. Electric vehicles might have become practical decades earlier, since you could power them anywhere without needing charging stations. But Tesla's wireless power system had one crucial flaw that probably doomed it from the start. It would have been almost impossible to control who used the power. Unlike electrical lines that could be metered and disconnected, wireless power beamed through the Earth would have been available to anyone with the right receiving equipment. It was socialism through physics, which was never going to fly with the business community. The irony is that Tesla's wireless power transmission actually worked on a small scale. His Colorado Springs laboratory successfully transmitted power wirelessly across significant distances. The problem wasn't the technology, it was the economics and politics of giving away something that people were used to paying for. After Wardenclyffe failed, Tesla spent the rest of his life as a brilliant but increasingly eccentric figure, living in hotel rooms and feeding pigeons while the world moved on to more conventional electrical systems. He died in 1943, just as the world was discovering that many of his seemingly impossible ideas, like radar and robotics, were not only possible but essential. As you drift off to sleep tonight, think about all these inventors who are so close to changing everything. They remind us that history isn't just about what happened, but about all the fascinating things that almost happened. Sometimes the most important stories are the ones about the roads not taken, the inventions that were too early, too radical, or too threatening to the way things were. These forgotten pioneers prove that the future is always closer than we think. It's just waiting for the right combination of technology, timing, and the courage to believe that impossible things might not be impossible after all. Sweet dreams, and remember, tomorrow's impossibility might just be tonight's bedtime story waiting to come true. Imagine, if you will, the world in the year 1346. Not the world as you might picture it from history books, all mud and misery, but the actual living, breathing medieval world that people loved and complained about and took completely for granted, just as you do with your own time. European cities in the mid-14th century smelled like a combination of baking bread, horse manure, wood smoke, and the particular mustiness of too many people living in too small a space without proper plumbing. The smell wasn't necessarily unpleasant to people who'd never known anything different. It was simply the smell of life, as familiar and unremarkable as the scent of your own home is to you now. Picture a typical morning in Florence, which was then one of the wealthiest cities in Christendom. The day would begin before dawn with church bells, dozens of them, each with its own voice, creating a bronze symphony that told people when to wake, when to pray, when to work, and when to rest. If you'd asked a Florentine to imagine a world without those bells, they would have looked at you as strangely as you'd look at someone who asked you to imagine a world without electricity. The streets filled early with craftspeople opening their shops. Imagine the textile workers in their wool-scented workshops, fingers moving with the kind of automatic precision that comes from doing the same task since childhood. The bakers were pulling loaves from stone ovens that had been heating since before sunrise. The merchants were unrolling their ledgers, calculating profits in Roman numerals because Arabic numerals were still suspiciously foreign and mathematical. Medieval cities had a particular kind of energy, dense, intimate and communal, in ways that modern urban life has largely forgotten. You couldn't walk down a street without knowing most of the people you passed. The baker knew your family's bread preferences. The cloth merchant knew which colours you favoured. Privacy, as we understand it, barely existed. Life happened in public, in workshops open to the street, in communal wells where people gathered for water and gossip, and in churches where the entire community assembled multiple times daily. This closeness created a society that felt both supportive and suffocating, depending on your temperament. If you fell ill, your neighbours would know immediately and bring soup. If you made a social misstep, your neighbours would know immediately and remember forever. It was the kind of community that modern people claim to miss, while simultaneously doing everything possible to avoid actually living in one. The medieval economy functioned through networks of personal relationships that spanned continents. Italian merchants maintained trading posts in Constantinople and Alexandria. German bankers had branches in London and Paris. Chinese silk arrived in Venice through a chain of traders that stretched across the entire width of Asia, each link in the chain knowing only the traders immediately before and after them, yet the whole system functioning with remarkable efficiency. In the countryside, life followed rhythms that hadn't changed significantly in 1,000 years. Peasants worked, land their ancestors had worked, using tools their grandfathers had used, planting crops according to wisdom passed down through so many generations that no one remembered who first figured out that beans and wheat shouldn't be planted in the same field 2 years running. The agricultural year was a cycle of planting and harvest, feast and famine, work and festival, as predictable and reassuring as the seasons themselves. Spring meant ploughing, summer meant weeding and praying for rain, but not too much rain. Autumn meant harvest and the collective anxiety about whether you'd stored enough food to survive winter. Winter meant huddling near fires, mending tools and telling stories. People's lives were short by modern standards. Reaching 40 was an achievement worth celebrating, but they weren't uniformly miserable. Medieval people fell in love, told jokes, threw parties, got annoyed by their relatives, took pride in their work, and generally experienced the full range of human emotion. They didn't sit around moping about not having smartphones or antibiotics, because those things hadn't been invented yet, just as you presumably don't mope about not having whatever miraculous technology people in the year 2525 will consider essential. Religious faith permeated everything in ways that modern secular societies struggle to comprehend. God wasn't an abstract theological concept, but a daily presence, as real and relevant as the weather. Saints interceded in everyday problems. Demons caused misfortune. Angels watched over travellers. Heaven and hell weren't distant metaphysical destinations, but places your deceased relatives currently inhabited, as real as London or Paris. This didn't mean everyone was constantly pious. Medieval people were perfectly capable of swearing, sinning, and generally ignoring religious teachings when convenient. But it meant that the universe made sense within a coherent framework. Everything happened for a reason, even if that reason was God's mysterious plan or demonic temptation. Random chance, as we understand it, didn't really exist. The medieval world system connected 3 continents through trade routes that had existed for millennia. The Silk Road wasn't a single road, but a network of paths threading through deserts and mountains, connecting China to the Mediterranean. Maritime routes linked the Indian Ocean, the Red Sea, and the Persian Gulf. European ships plied the Mediterranean and the Atlantic coasts. Goods moved slowly but steadily, each caravan and ship carrying not just merchandise but also ideas, technologies, and, though no one yet realised it, diseases. In Central Asia, the Mongol Empire was slowly fragmenting after centuries of relative stability. Mongol rule had been brutal in its establishment, but generally peaceful in its maintenance, which facilitated trade across previously impassable boundaries. You could travel from Beijing to the Mediterranean without crossing a major border, provided you had the right papers and paid the right bribes. This interconnected world created prosperity on a scale medieval Europe hadn't experienced since the Roman Empire. Cities grew, universities flourished, Gothic cathedrals reached toward heaven with engineering that still impresses modern architects. Banking and insurance developed to facilitate long-distance trade. People could borrow money in Florence and repay it in London through letters of credit, which was essentially medieval finance capitalism without computers. But this interconnectedness came with a price that no one anticipated. The same trade routes that carried silk and spices and silver would soon carry something else, something that travelled invisibly, lodged in the fur of rats and the bodies of fleas, patient and deadly and completely indifferent to human prosperity. In the spring of 1347, most Europeans had never heard of a place called Kaffa, a Genoese trading post on the Black Sea in what's now Crimea. They would soon learn about it, though not in any way they would have chosen. The siege of Kaffa in 1346 must have seemed, to the Genoese merchants trapped inside, like just another episode in the endless cycle of warfare that characterised medieval international relations. The Mongol army outside their walls was merely the latest military inconvenience, in a region where military inconveniences were as common as Mediterranean thunderstorms. Then something strange happened. The Mongol soldiers started dying. Not from siege-related causes, not from infected wounds or contaminated water, or the normal attrition that accompanies military campaigns. They were dying from something that came on suddenly, that turned their lymph nodes into swollen blackish masses, and that brought fever and delirium and death within days. The Mongol commanders, watching their army dissolve not through enemy action, but through invisible attack, made a decision that would echo through history. They used catapults to hurl the corpses of plague victims over Kaffa's walls. Whether this medieval biological warfare actually transmitted the disease, historians debate this, is almost beside the point. The plague was already inside Kaffa, brought by the same trade caravans that brought prosperity. The Genoese merchants and sailors found themselves trapped between a dying army outside and a dying city inside. So they did what medieval merchants did when things went badly. They got in their ships and sailed home. Picture these ships leaving Kaffa in the autumn of 1347. Genoese galleys were beautiful vessels in their way, sleek, fast, powered by both sail and oar, and designed for the peculiar conditions of Mediterranean trade, where speed mattered more than cargo capacity. They were built from Italian timber, caulked with pitch from who knows where, sailed by crews from a dozen different ports, and carrying goods from 3 continents. The sailors on these ships didn't feel sick when they departed. That's the insidious thing about bubonic plague. It has an incubation period. You can carry it for days, feeling perfectly fine, going about your business, and only later do the symptoms appear. These sailors left Kaffa thinking they'd escaped catastrophe, unaware that they were bringing it with them. The journey from the Black Sea to Italy normally took several weeks, depending on weather and wind. Imagine being on one of these ships as the first sailor fell ill. Perhaps he complained of feeling tired and feverish. Nothing unusual. Sailors got sick all the time from bad food, contaminated water, or any of the 100 minor ailments that plagued pre-modern travellers. His shipmates probably told him to rest, drink some water, and stop complaining. Then the fever spiked. Then the buboes appeared. Those characteristic swellings in the lymph nodes of the groin, armpits and neck, darkening to purple-black as blood vessels burst beneath the skin. Then delirium, then death, often within 3 days of the first symptoms. Now imagine being the ship's captain, watching your crew die one by one, knowing that something terrible has come aboard, but having no understanding of what it is or how to stop it. Medieval medicine understood illness through the theory of humours, imbalances of blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. This didn't fit any recognisable pattern. The speed, the symptoms, the mortality rate. Nothing in the medieval medical toolkit prepared anyone for this. Some ships probably tried to turn back, but where would they go? Kaffa was dead or dying. Other Black Sea ports were no better, and so they continued west, leaving a trail of dead sailors floating in the Mediterranean, wrapped in canvas shrouds with whatever rocks could be found for ballast. The first of these plague ships reached Sicily in October 1347. Messina, a prosperous port city on the island's northeastern tip, welcomed them with the hospitality traditionally extended to Italian merchants. Within days, Messina was dying. The authorities responded with what would become a familiar pattern: panic, denial, scapegoating, and eventually desperate measures that proved useless against an enemy no one understood. The city expelled the Genoese ships, which sailed north to other ports, spreading the disease with each landing. It was like trying to stop a fire by throwing burning embers in every direction. By November, the plague had reached Marseille on the southern coast of France. By December, it was in Pisa and Genoa. By January 1348, it had arrived in Venice, perhaps the wealthiest and most sophisticated city in Europe, and proceeded to demonstrate that wealth and sophistication offered no protection whatsoever. The plague travelled faster than news of the plague. Medieval communication moved at the speed of horses and ships, which meant word of catastrophe arrived days or weeks after the catastrophe itself. Imagine being a merchant in Barcelona, hearing vague rumours about a disease in Italy, maybe worrying a little, and then one day noticing that your neighbour seems unwell, and then within a week half your neighbourhood is dead, and you're wondering where this came from, having no idea that the answer was a ship from Genoa that docked 3 weeks ago. The disease spread through multiple routes simultaneously. Overland trade routes carried it north through Italy into France and Germany. Ships carried it to every port in the Mediterranean, and then out into the Atlantic, reaching England by June 1348 and Scandinavia by 1349. It moved like water, finding every crack in a foundation, following the established channels of human commerce and settlement. different regions experienced different timelines, but the pattern was consistent. Arrival, denial, panic, mass death, and finally a strange quiet as there weren't enough people left to maintain normal activity. Cities that had hummed with commercial energy fell silent except for the sounds of the dying and the bells tolling for the dead, assuming there were still people healthy enough to ring them. The plague travelled inland along rivers and roads, spread by refugees fleeing infected cities who carried the disease to previously untouched areas. Merchants, pilgrims, soldiers, beggars, anyone who travelled became a potential vector for transmission. The very mobility that had created medieval prosperity now ensured medieval catastrophe. In some ways, the disease's journey mirrored the structure of medieval society itself. It struck hardest in cities, where density made transmission easy. It followed trade routes, which meant commercial centres suffered first and worst. It ravaged the poor, who lived in cramped conditions with poor nutrition and no ability to flee, but it also killed the wealthy, demonstrating the disease's essential democracy. By the end of 1348, roughly a year after those first ships left Kaffa, the plague had spread across most of Europe. It would continue spreading for several more years, reaching into Russia, penetrating to the furthest inhabited regions of Europe, and establishing itself as a recurring nightmare that would return periodically for the next 4 centuries. But in that first wave, in 1347 to 1353, it achieved something unprecedented in human history. It reduced the population of Europe by somewhere between 1/3 and 1/2. 30 to 50% of all Europeans alive in 1347 were dead by 1353. To put this in perspective, World War I, probably the most catastrophic event in modern European history, killed about 2 to 3% of Europe's population. The Black Death killed 20 times that proportion. It was as if every third person you knew, family members, friends, colleagues, neighbours, simply disappeared within a few years. And it happened quietly, not with the drama of war or natural disaster, but with a kind of inevitable progression that made resistance seem futile. City by city, region by region, the world fell silent. There's a peculiar stillness that comes to places that have suddenly lost most of their people. Not the comfortable quiet of evening, or the peaceful silence of snowfall, but an empty, abandoned quality that makes even small sounds seem wrong, like coughing in a cathedral during prayer. This is the quiet that settled over Europe in 1348 and 1349, and if you could travel back to experience it, which mercifully you cannot, it would unsettle you in ways that no amount of preparation could prevent. Your modern mind, accustomed to the background hum of human activity, would register the wrongness immediately, even if you couldn't articulate exactly what felt off. Picture a village in rural England in the autumn of 1348. 6 months earlier, it might have held 300 people. Now perhaps 100 remain, and many of those are too weak or traumatised to work. The fields that should have been harvested stand unharvested, grain rotting on the stalk because there aren't enough hands to bring it in. The mill wheel turns slowly or not at all. The blacksmith's forge sits cold because the blacksmith died, and no one has claimed his tools. Church bells still ring, but less frequently now, partly because there are fewer people to ring them, and partly because people have stopped keeping track of time with quite the same diligence. When death can come in 3 days, the difference between morning and afternoon seems less pressing. Survivors move through their days with a kind of numb automaticity, doing what needs to be done without quite believing in the purpose of any of it. The silence extended beyond individual communities to entire regional networks. Trade routes that had hummed with activity fell quiet as merchants died or stopped travelling. Markets that had met weekly now couldn't gather enough participants. Roads went unrepaired because the officials responsible were dead, and no one had clear authority to organise maintenance. Bridges collapsed. Irrigation systems broke down. The infrastructure of daily life required constant human attention, and suddenly that attention was in drastically short supply. In cities, the quiet had a different quality. Urban life depends on population density, on having enough people to support specialisation. You need enough customers to keep a baker in business, enough sick people to keep a physician employed, and enough students to justify a school. When population drops suddenly by 40 or 50%, these systems collapse like a tower losing its foundation stones. Imagine walking through Florence in late 1348. Normally the streets would be nearly impassable with traffic. People, carts, and animals all competing for limited space in medieval thoroughfares designed for a smaller population and no vehicles. Now you could walk down main streets without encountering anyone. Shops stood shuttered, their owners dead and no heirs to claim the premises. Grand houses sat empty. Their wealthy owners had fled to country estates or were simply dead. Weeds grew in courtyards that had been meticulously maintained just months earlier. The smell changed too. Without enough people to maintain municipal services, cities began to rot in ways both literal and metaphorical. Garbage piled up, drainage systems clogged. Bodies, in the worst months, sometimes lay where they'd fallen because there weren't enough healthy people to maintain burial routines. Medieval cities had never been particularly sanitary by modern standards, but they'd had working systems for managing waste and maintaining basic cleanliness. Those systems broke down in 1348. Agricultural rhythms, which had continued basically unchanged for centuries, suddenly became impossible to maintain. Spring planting happened late or not at all. Summer weeding went undone. The autumn harvest was makeshift at best. In some regions, fields that had been cultivated since the Roman occupation reverted to forest within a generation, because there simply weren't enough people to keep working them. Animals presented their own strange problems. Farm animals that depended on human care began to die or turn feral. Horses wandered roads without riders. Cattle broke through unmended fences to graze wherever they pleased. Pigs rooted through villages, eating garden vegetables and getting into stored grain. In some areas, wildlife populations exploded as human pressure decreased and domestic animals provided easy prey for wolves and bears. The sounds that did remain took on new significance. In the daytime, you might hear wind moving through empty buildings, shutters banging loose, and roof tiles crashing down from unmaintained roofs. At night, the sounds of animals, both domestic and wild, filled spaces usually dominated by human activity. Owls nested in abandoned attics. Rats, thriving on unguarded stores, scratched and squeaked through walls. But perhaps the most profound change was psychological. Medieval people had understood their world as fundamentally orderly, despite its hardships. God had created a hierarchy, nobles above peasants, humans above animals, and the living above the dead. Everything had its place. The plague demonstrated that this order was an illusion, that death could come to anyone regardless of rank or righteousness, and that prayers and priests offered no reliable protection. This realization produced what we might now call a collective trauma. Survivors struggled with what modern psychology would recognize as PTSD, difficulty sleeping, sudden fears, and inability to plan for the future. Why save money when you might be dead next week? Why apprentice to learn a trade that requires years of training? Why get married and have children who will probably die? The plague also created a strange inversion of normal economic relationships. Suddenly, labour was scarce and land was abundant, the exact opposite of the usual medieval situation. Peasants who survived found themselves in demand, able to negotiate better terms with landlords who needed workers. This would have political consequences that took decades to fully emerge, but even in 1348 to 1349, astute observers could see that the fundamental balance between labour and capital had shifted. Artistic and intellectual life contracted dramatically. Painters and poets died alongside everyone else, and the survivors had more pressing concerns than beauty or wisdom. Universities closed, sometimes temporarily, sometimes permanently. Manuscripts that would have been copied and preserved were lost when scriptoria fell silent. Knowledge accumulated over generations disappeared simply because the people who held it died before passing it on. Religious institutions face particular challenges. Priests and monks, because they provided care to the dying and administered last rites, died at higher rates than the general population. This created a clergy shortage that lasted for generations and arguably weakened the church's intellectual and moral authority just when people needed it most. The plague years saw an influx of poorly educated, hastily trained priests filling positions left vacant by death, which had long-term implications for religious life. The silence that settled over Europe in these years wasn't peaceful. It was the quiet of abandonment, of systems shutting down, of normalcy suspended indefinitely. It was the sound a house makes when everyone has left and isn't coming back. That particular quality of stillness that feels temporary but might be permanent. And in that quiet, something unexpected began to happen. Not immediately. The survivors were too shocked, too traumatized, and too focused on simple survival. But gradually, as people adjusted to a world that had fundamentally changed, they began to imagine different ways of organizing society, different relationships between workers and employers, and different questions about the nature of God and human existence. The Great Quiet that followed the Black Death was not an ending but an intermission, a pause before the world rearranged itself into new patterns that would eventually produce what historians call the Renaissance. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. First, we need to understand how people responded to catastrophe when it was actually happening. Medieval people weren't stupid, whatever stereotypes might suggest. They were intelligent, observant, and capable of sophisticated reasoning within the frameworks available to them. When the plague arrived, they tried everything they could think of to understand and combat it. That most of these efforts proved useless doesn't diminish the genuine intelligence and courage they represented. The first response, naturally, was medical. Physicians in the 14th century were learned men, and they were almost exclusively men, who had studied at universities, read classical texts, and understood illness through theories inherited from ancient Greece and Rome. These theories emphasized the importance of balance among bodily humours, the influence of planetary alignments, and the role of miasmas, corrupt air, in spreading disease. This framework wasn't entirely wrong. The emphasis on bad air actually captured something true. The plague did spread through environmental conditions, just not in the way medieval physicians thought. Their recommendations to avoid bad smells, improve sanitation, and escape crowded cities probably did help reduce transmission, even though their understanding of why was completely incorrect. Physicians recommended bloodletting to balance humours, which definitely didn't help and probably killed people already weakened by disease. They prescribed theriac, a complex mixture of dozens of ingredients including opium and viper flesh, which was essentially medieval snake oil, expensive, elaborate, and therapeutically useless. They advised patients to avoid bathing, which prevented the body from absorbing bad air through open pores, which was exactly wrong but made sense within their theoretical framework. Some physicians fled, abandoning their patients in cities and taking refuge in country estates where they hoped the disease wouldn't follow. This was understandable. They had no effective treatments, and staying meant certain death, but it further weakened social structures at exactly the moment when leadership was most needed. Others stayed and died, providing futile care, motivated by professional duty or religious faith, or simple human compassion. These physicians deserve recognition not for their medical efficacy, but for their courage in facing an enemy they didn't understand and couldn't defeat. Surgeons, who occupied a lower social position than physicians but had more hands-on experience with bodies, sometimes attempted to lance buboes, which occasionally prevented death by releasing pressure and infection. This probably saved a few lives purely by accident, though the surgeons had no way of knowing which patients would benefit, and which would die anyway. Public health measures were improvised with varying degrees of success. Some cities appointed health boards with authority to enforce quarantines, dispose of bodies, and implement sanitation measures. Venice pioneered the quarantine system, requiring ships to wait 40 days before unloading, which is where we get the word quarantine, from the Italian 40 giorni. These measures probably helped slow transmission without stopping it entirely. The problem was that no one understood how the disease actually spread. Medieval people noticed that it seemed contagious, but couldn't agree on the mechanism. Some thought it passed through air. Others believed it came from sight, that looking at a plague victim could infect you. Still others thought it spread through objects touched by the sick. All of these theories had some truth, but none were completely accurate, which made it impossible to develop truly effective countermeasures. It was like trying to solve an equation when you don't know what numbers are. Religious responses varied widely. The Church's official position emphasized prayer, penance, and accepting God's will. Plague was understood as divine punishment for sin, which meant the solution was spiritual reform. This made sense within medieval Christian theology, and probably provided genuine comfort to believers who needed to understand their suffering within a moral framework. Mass processions wound through cities, featuring penitents praying for divine mercy. In some regions, flagellants appeared, groups of lay people who whipped themselves publicly to atone for humanity's sins, believing that if they suffered enough, God would end the plague. Church authorities generally disapproved of flagellants, seeing them as theologically suspect and socially disruptive, but couldn't stop the movement during the crisis years. Scapegoating emerged as a darker response. When people needed someone to blame for incomprehensible catastrophe, they often turned on minority communities, particularly Jews. The logic was medieval, but the psychology was timeless. Something terrible has happened. Someone must be responsible, and let's blame people who are already marginalised and different. Pogroms swept through Europe, especially in Germany, where entire Jewish communities were murdered by Christians convinced that Jews had poisoned wells or deliberately spread disease. Some authorities tried to protect Jewish populations, recognising the accusations as false, but mob violence is difficult to stop once started. It was humanity at its worst, fear and anger directed at innocent victims. Economic responses revealed how suddenly the basic rules of society had changed. Landlords accustomed to an abundance of cheap labour now competed for scarce workers. Peasants who had previously accepted poverty as divinely ordained suddenly demanded higher wages and better conditions. Prices for agricultural goods rose while prices for luxury goods fell. You can't eat silk or wear wheat. Governments tried to enforce pre-plague economic relationships through law. England's Statute of Labourers in 1351 attempted to freeze wages at pre-plague levels, forbidding workers from demanding more money despite the changed circumstances. It was economic policy based on wishful thinking, attempting to legislate away supply and demand, and it worked about as well as you'd expect, which is to say not at all. Some people responded to catastrophe with what we might call existential hedonism. If death could come at any moment, why not enjoy life while you can? Contemporary sources describe increased gambling, drinking, sexual license, and general disregard for traditional morality. This scandalized religious authorities, but was probably a psychologically understandable response to trauma and uncertainty. Others became more religious, not less, interpreting the plague as a call to deeper faith rather than evidence of God's absence. New religious movements emerged, emphasizing personal piety, mystical experience, and direct relationship with the divine without institutional mediation. These movements would later contribute to religious reforms that reshaped Christianity. Artistic responses captured something of the period's psychological state. The Dance of Death motif became popular, showing skeleton figures leading people from all social classes to the grave. It was memento mori art taken to extremes, a visual reminder that death comes to everyone regardless of wealth or status. These images have a macabre charm now, but they represented genuine attempts to process collective trauma through aesthetic expression. Literature began to grapple with plague themes, not immediately, but in the years following the worst outbreaks. Boccaccio's Decameron, written in the early 1350s, frames its stories as entertainment for a group of young Florentines who have fled the city to escape the plague. The stories themselves mostly avoid plague themes, but the frame narrative captures the period's atmosphere of fear and the need for distraction from horror. What's striking about all these responses, medical, religious, economic and cultural, is their fundamental ineffectiveness against the disease itself. Nothing worked. Prayers didn't stop it. Medicine couldn't cure it. Running away only spread it further. Killing Jews certainly didn't help, and added moral catastrophe to physical catastrophe. The plague burned through Europe essentially unchecked until it ran out of susceptible hosts, achieved some kind of biological equilibrium, or disappeared for reasons no one understood then, and historians still debate now. Humans were spectators to their own catastrophe, trying everything they could think of and discovering that nothing made any difference. This helplessness had profound psychological and philosophical implications. If human wisdom couldn't prevent disaster, if God didn't protect the faithful, if social hierarchies offered no safety, what did anything mean? These questions wouldn't be fully articulated for decades, but they began fermenting in the minds of survivors who had watched their world collapse despite everyone's best efforts. The most effective human response was probably the simplest. Communities that cared for each other, shared resources, maintained basic functions, and helped the sick die with dignity. These efforts didn't stop the plague, but they preserved some measure of humanity during inhumane circumstances. They were small acts of decency in the face of overwhelming catastrophe, and they mattered. The Black Death wasn't a European phenomenon. It was a Eurasian catastrophe that killed millions across 3 continents, though we know far less about its impact outside Europe, because European sources are more abundant. Understanding the plague's global reach helps us see it not just as a medical event, but as a fundamental disruption of the medieval world system. In China, the plague had likely been endemic for centuries in remote provinces, maintained in rodent populations without causing major human outbreaks. But something changed in the early 14th century, possibly environmental shifts, possibly human disturbance of ecosystems, possibly just bad luck, and the disease spread into human populations with devastating effect. The Yuan dynasty, established by the Mongol conquests, was already showing signs of strain by the 1330s. Plague added to existing problems of corruption, natural disasters, and ethnic tensions between Mongol rulers and Chinese subjects. Population estimates are uncertain and contentious, but China's population probably declined by millions between 1330 and 1370, with plague as one of several contributing factors. The collapse of the Yuan dynasty in 1368 and the establishment of the Ming dynasty happened against this backdrop of demographic catastrophe. The new rulers faced the challenge of governing a depopulated empire, reorganising agricultural production and rebuilding infrastructure. Their success in these efforts helped establish the Ming as one of China's most successful dynasties, though the population wouldn't fully recover to pre-plague levels for at least a century. The Middle East experienced the plague with particular severity. Egypt, which depended on a sophisticated irrigation system for agriculture, saw that system begin to break down as plague killed the workers who maintained it. Contemporary chronicles describe scenes similar to those in Europe: mass death, social disruption, and economic collapse. The Mamluk Sultanate, which controlled Egypt and Syria, never fully recovered from the plague's demographic impact. Its military power, based on importing slave soldiers from Central Asia, weakened as plague disrupted those supply routes. Its economic prosperity, based on controlling east-west trade, diminished as that trade contracted in the plague's aftermath. In Persia and Mesopotamia, cities that had been major trade centres suffered population collapses that permanently altered regional power balances. Baghdad, which had already been devastated by Mongol conquest in 1258, experienced further decline during the plague years. The intricate irrigation systems that had sustained Mesopotamian agriculture for millennia continued deteriorating, never to fully recover. India's experience with the plague is poorly documented, but appears to have been somewhat less severe than in Europe or the Middle East. This might reflect better healthcare infrastructure, different climatic conditions, or simply different patterns of human settlement that made transmission more difficult. Or it might reflect gaps in historical records rather than actual differences in mortality. North Africa, integrated into Mediterranean trade networks, experienced mortality comparable to southern Europe. This had long-term consequences for trans-Saharan trade, for relationships between nomadic and settled populations, and for Islamic civilization more broadly. The great medieval Islamic synthesis of Greek philosophy, Persian wisdom, and Arabic scholarship had already passed its peak before the plague. Afterward, intellectual life contracted further. Sub-Saharan Africa's experience remains largely unknown due to limited written records. The plague probably didn't penetrate far beyond North African coastal regions, but trade disruptions rippled through commercial networks that connected the Mediterranean to gold-producing regions farther south. The medieval African empires that had prospered from trans-Saharan trade faced challenges that may have been partly plague-related, though other factors were certainly involved. In Central Asia, where the plague likely originated before spreading to Europe and East Asia, nomadic populations experienced mortality that's difficult to estimate, but was probably substantial. The Mongol successor states that had emerged from Genghis Khan's empire were already competing for resources and territory. Plague weakened all of them further and accelerated political fragmentation. The Golden Horde, which controlled the western steppes, suffered particularly severe impacts. Its economy, based on controlling trade between Europe and Asia, collapsed as that trade contracted. Its military power, dependent on mobilizing large numbers of nomadic warriors, diminished as population declined. By the late 14th century, it had fragmented into competing khanates, setting the stage for Muscovy's eventual expansion. Russia's experience illustrated how plague affected societies with different structures from Western Europe. Russian principalities, more rural and dispersed than Western European cities, may have experienced somewhat lower mortality rates. But trade cities like Novgorod and Moscow suffered severely, and the political consolidation that eventually produced the Russian Empire happened partly in response to plague-era disruptions. Scandinavia, at Europe's northern periphery, experienced the plague later than Mediterranean regions, but with comparable severity. Norse expansion, which had been ongoing for centuries, essentially stopped. Iceland, Greenland, and the Faroe Islands experienced population collapses that permanently altered their societies. The Norse colony in Greenland, already struggling with climate change, disappeared entirely, probably finished off by plague combined with isolation. What's striking about the plague's global impact is how it affected societies very differently, depending on their existing structures. Highly urbanized, commercially connected regions suffered most, because those characteristics facilitated transmission. More dispersed, rural societies experienced lower mortality, but still face severe disruptions to trade and administration. The plague also demonstrated the degree to which the medieval world was interconnected. A disease that originated somewhere in Central Asia spread to Western Europe, North Africa, and East Asia within a few years. This wasn't an accident, but a consequence of the trade networks, imperial systems, and population movements that characterized the medieval world system. This interconnectedness would only increase in subsequent centuries, making it possible for diseases, ideas, technologies, and people to move around the world with increasing speed. The Black Death was perhaps the first truly global catastrophe, affecting multiple continents simultaneously. It wouldn't be the last. The immediate aftermath saw a contraction of these global networks. Trade decreased. Travel became more dangerous and less frequent. The cosmopolitan world of the early 14th century gave way to a more isolated, localized 14th century world. This trend would eventually reverse, but it took generations. Different societies interpreted and remembered the plague differently. Europeans understood it primarily in religious terms, as divine punishment requiring a spiritual response. Middle Eastern sources also emphasized religious interpretation, but with more practical focus on public health measures derived from Islamic legal traditions. Chinese sources treated it as one of several concurrent disasters, famine, flood, political chaos, that collectively explained dynastic transition. These different interpretations reflected different cultural frameworks, but they all shared a common thread: the recognition that the world had fundamentally changed. The plague was not just an epidemic, but a watershed moment that divided history into before and after. People who lived through it understood instinctively that they were experiencing something that would reshape human civilization. The plague didn't end suddenly. It faded gradually, like a storm that passes over the horizon rather than stopping all at once. By 1353, the worst was over in most of Europe, though local outbreaks continued for decades, and the disease would return periodically for the next 4 centuries. But survivors began the slow, difficult process of rebuilding a world that had been shattered. Imagine being a survivor in 1355, perhaps 7 or 8 years after the plague first arrived in your region. Enough time has passed that the initial shock has worn off, but not enough that you've forgotten what was lost. You're perhaps in your 30s, which makes you middle-aged by medieval standards, but young enough to rebuild. The question is, what kind of world do you want to build? The first challenge was purely practical. Fields needed planting, buildings needed repair, trade routes needed re-establishing. Life's basic functions had to resume before anyone could think about larger questions. Survivors threw themselves into this work with a kind of manic energy, partly from necessity, partly from the psychological need to do something, anything after years of helpless watching. Agricultural recovery happened faster in some regions than others. Areas with good land and surviving populations rebounded relatively quickly. Marginal land that had been cultivated during the population boom of the 12th and 13th centuries was simply abandoned, reverting to forest or pasture. This wasn't necessarily bad. It meant the remaining population could focus on the best land, actually improving agricultural productivity per capita even as total production declined. The labour shortage that had begun during the plague years became a permanent feature of the post-plague economy. Workers, understanding their newfound bargaining power, demanded and often received better wages, shorter hours, and improved conditions. Landowners who couldn't attract workers had to offer tenancy agreements that were far more favourable to peasants than the exploitative arrangements common before the plague. This shift occurred despite vigorous opposition from traditional authorities. Legislation attempted to freeze wages and restrict worker mobility, but economic reality proved stronger than law. You can pass all the wage controls you want, but if there aren't enough workers to harvest the crops, you either pay what the market demands or watch your grain rot in the fields. The social implications rippled outward. Peasants who had always accepted their subordinate position began questioning why God's supposed hierarchy placed them at the bottom. If nobles couldn't protect them from plague, what justified noble privileges? If the church's prayers hadn't stopped the disease, why should priests receive tithes and deference? These questions wouldn't immediately produce revolution, but they planted seeds of doubt that would flower in subsequent generations. The Peasants' Revolt in England in 1381, though it failed, demonstrated that traditional hierarchies were no longer simply accepted as natural and inevitable. The social contract had been renegotiated through catastrophe. Urban revival took different forms than rural recovery. Some cities rebounded quickly, their commercial advantages proving more important than population loss. Others never recovered their pre-plague prosperity. Their former vitality transferred to rival cities better positioned for post-plague economic realities. What's fascinating is how quickly human ingenuity adapted to new circumstances. Faced with labour shortages, people developed labour-saving technologies. Water mills and windmills, which had existed before the plague, proliferated afterward. Mechanical devices for textile production became more common. It was as if losing so many people forced the survivors to think more carefully about efficiency and productivity. Trade networks, which had contracted during the plague years, gradually re-established themselves, but with altered patterns. Some trade routes that had been primary before the plague became secondary. New commercial centres emerged while old ones declined. Venice and Genoa remained important, but cities like Amsterdam began their rise to prominence, positioning themselves to dominate commerce in ways that would fully emerge in subsequent centuries. Banking and finance evolved to meet changed circumstances. The great banking families, the Medicis, the Fuggers, and others, built fortunes by adapting financial techniques to post-plague economic realities. Credit became more sophisticated. Insurance developed to manage the risks of long-distance trade in a still dangerous world. The tools of capitalism, which had been emerging before the plague, accelerated their development afterward. Cultural and intellectual life recovered with surprising vigour. The generation that came of age after the worst outbreak seemed determined to celebrate life, beauty, and human achievement. The Italian Renaissance, which had been stirring before the plague, accelerated afterward. Artists began painting with new realism and emotional depth. Architects designed buildings that emphasized human proportion and classical ideals. Writers explored secular themes with an enthusiasm that would have seemed somewhat suspect in more pious times. This cultural flowering wasn't a rejection of religion. Medieval people remained deeply religious, but it represented a rebalancing, a determination to celebrate earthly life alongside preparing for the afterlife. It was as if, having seen how quickly life could end, people wanted to make the most of it while they had it. Education rebounded as survivors recognised that knowledge lost during the plague needed to be preserved and transmitted. Universities that had closed reopened. New universities were founded. The printing press, invented in the mid-15th century, made books affordable and accelerated the spread of learning in ways that would have been impossible in a purely manuscript culture. The psychological recovery took longer than the economic or cultural recovery. Survivors carried trauma that expressed itself in subtle ways. Popular culture became somewhat darker, more preoccupied with death and judgment. The cheerful optimism of the 13th century gave way to a more sober, sometimes cynical 14th and 15th century sensibility. But humans are remarkably resilient. Within a generation, children were being born who had no memory of the plague years. To them, the post-plague world was simply the world, not a recovery from catastrophe. They took for granted conditions that their grandparents would have found revolutionary: higher wages, more mobility, and greater social fluidity. Religious life underwent complex transformations. The institutional church emerged weakened from the plague years, its moral authority questioned, its practical effectiveness doubted. This didn't mean people became less religious, but it did mean they became more willing to question church teachings and seek alternative forms of religious expression. Mysticism flourished as people sought direct experience of the divine without institutional mediation. New religious orders emphasized poverty, simplicity, and service to the poor, partly in reaction to the wealth and corruption that had made the church seem ineffective during the plague. These movements would eventually contribute to the Protestant Reformation, though that was still more than a century away. Women's lives changed in complex ways. The labour shortage created opportunities for women to work in occupations previously closed to them. Widows, who were numerous after the plague, sometimes inherited property and businesses, giving them economic independence rare in medieval society. This didn't produce anything like gender equality by modern standards, but it did crack open possibilities that hadn't existed before. Family structures evolved as well. With so many deaths, the extended family networks that had characterized medieval life became fragmented. Nuclear families, parents and children, became more central to social organisation. This shift, like so many plague-era changes, wouldn't reach full expression for centuries, but it began in the decades following the catastrophe. The return of life wasn't a return to what had been before. It was the emergence of something new, built on plague-era ruins but oriented toward different futures. Survivors and their children were creating the late medieval world that would eventually transition into the early modern world, and they were doing so in ways shaped fundamentally by their experience of catastrophe. By 1400, about 50 years after the worst of the plague, Europe had stabilised at a new lower population level. Life was materially better for many survivors. They ate more meat, lived in less crowded conditions, and had more negotiating power with employers and landlords. But the psychological scars remained, visible in art, literature, and popular culture that couldn't quite forget what had been lost. As you sit here now, centuries removed from the Black Death, sipping your tea and enjoying the security of modern medicine, you might wonder what possible relevance a medieval pandemic could have to your life. The answer, it turns out, is more than you might think. The world you inhabit was shaped in fundamental ways by the plague and its aftermath. Not directly, you're not living with bubonic plague, but indirectly, through chains of causation that stretch across centuries. Let me trace some of these connections, and you'll see how that 14th century catastrophe still echoes in the 21st century. Start with something basic: your economic expectations. The idea that workers deserve fair wages, that labour has value that must be respected, and that you can negotiate with employers from a position of relative strength. These concepts have deep roots in the post-plague labour shortage. Before the Black Death, labour was abundant and cheap. Afterward, it was scarce and valuable, which fundamentally altered the relationship between workers and employers. This shift didn't happen overnight or without resistance, but it began a process that eventually produced modern labour rights, minimum wage laws, and the expectation that work should provide a decent standard of living. The direct line from the 14th century to your paycheck isn't obvious, but it exists. The medical legacy is more visible. The plague forced medieval societies to develop public health institutions, hospitals, quarantine systems, and health boards, with authority to enforce measures during epidemics. These institutions evolved over centuries into the public health infrastructure you now take for granted. When you get vaccinated, when restaurants undergo health inspections, and when disease outbreaks are tracked and contained, you're benefiting from systems whose roots trace back to plague-era innovations. Modern epidemiology, the science of how diseases spread through populations, emerged directly from attempts to understand the plague. Early epidemiologists in the 16th and 17th centuries studied plague patterns, trying to discern rules governing transmission. Their work laid the groundwork for the scientific study of infectious disease that eventually produced vaccines, antibiotics, and the medical revolution that makes your life expectancy roughly twice what a medieval person could expect. The cultural legacy is subtler, but equally profound. The Renaissance, which transformed European art, literature, philosophy, and science, happened partly because the plague disrupted traditional authority structures and created space for new thinking. When you visit an art museum and admire Renaissance paintings, you're looking at work created in a post-plague world by artists who thought differently about humanity, beauty, and knowledge because the catastrophe had shaken traditional certainties. The printing press, invented about a century after the plague's first wave, succeeded partly because post-plague Europe was ready for new technologies that could preserve and spread knowledge more efficiently than manuscript culture. The knowledge economy that eventually produced the scientific revolution, the Enlightenment, and the modern world you inhabit required technologies for sharing information. The plague created conditions that made people receptive to such technologies. Political transformations in the wake of the plague contributed to the development of nation-states, centralised governments, and eventually democratic institutions. The feudal system, already showing strain before the plague, collapsed afterward as labour shortages and social mobility undermined traditional hierarchies. The absolute monarchies that replaced feudalism eventually gave way to constitutional governments and democracies, But the process began with plague-era disruptions. Religious transformations matter too. The Protestant Reformation, which split Christianity and redefined the relationship between individuals and religious institutions, happened partly because the plague had weakened the Catholic Church's authority and encouraged people to seek direct religious experience. The religious pluralism you now enjoy, the separation of church and state, and the idea that individuals should follow their own conscience. These concepts have roots in post-plague religious ferment. Even something as abstract as the concept of progress reflects plague influence. Medieval people generally thought the world was in decline, falling away from a golden age. The catastrophe of the plague seemed to confirm this pessimism. But the subsequent recovery, the material improvements in survivors' lives, and the cultural flowering of the Renaissance, all of this suggested that maybe things could get better, that human effort could improve circumstances. This idea that the future might be better than the past, that human ingenuity can solve problems, that progress is possible, became a foundational assumption of modern Western culture. It's so deeply embedded in your worldview that you probably don't even notice it, but it would have been alien to people before the plague demonstrated that societies could survive catastrophe and emerge transformed. The Black Death also provides perspective on more recent events. The COVID-19 pandemic, which you lived through, killed millions worldwide and disrupted life in ways that seemed unprecedented. But compared to the Black Death, which killed perhaps half the population and disrupted every aspect of society for generations, COVID was almost mild. This isn't to minimise COVID's impact, every death matters, every disruption causes suffering, but to recognise that humanity has survived worse and rebuilt. The resilience that carried medieval people through the plague years is the same resilience that helps you navigate contemporary challenges. The plague also offers lessons about how societies respond to crisis. The scapegoating of Jews during the Black Death parallels modern tendencies to blame minority groups for problems they didn't cause. The spread of misinformation about the plague's origins and cures resembles contemporary struggles with medical misinformation. The tension between individual liberty and public health, measures that you saw during COVID, echoed similar tensions during historical plague outbreaks. Medieval people faced these dilemmas without benefit of scientific knowledge or democratic institutions, which makes their struggles simultaneously more tragic and more instructive. They did the best they could with what they knew, which is all anyone can do. Recognizing this connects you to those long-dead ancestors, making their experiences feel less remote. The environmental legacy deserves mention too. The post-plague population decline meant forests regrew, wildlife populations recovered, and human pressure on ecosystems decreased. This wasn't planned conservation, it was an accidental consequence of demographic catastrophe, but it demonstrated that human impact on the environment could be reversed. The forests you enjoy today in Europe partly descend from trees that grew back after plague-era agricultural contraction. Demographically, the plague's impact lasted for centuries. Europe's population didn't fully recover to pre-plague levels until the 16th century, and in some regions it took even longer. This prolonged depression of population numbers meant that when European expansion accelerated in the age of exploration, it happened with populations still recovering from medieval catastrophe. The wealth concentration that occurred during the plague years, with survivors inheriting from multiple deceased relatives, helped finance the expensive voyages of exploration that eventually connected all human populations and created the globalized world you inhabit. Columbus's voyage was financed partly by wealth accumulated in the aftermath of demographic catastrophe. Thinking about the plague also offers philosophical perspective. Those medieval people who died thought their concerns were monumentally important. Political disputes, business dealings, and personal grievances all seemed vitally significant. Then plague arrived and demonstrated that from a cosmic perspective, human concerns are fragile and temporary. This isn't depressing so much as liberating. If medieval people's seemingly all-important problems now seem quaint and irrelevant, probably your current anxieties will seem equally trivial in a few centuries. This doesn't mean nothing matters, but it does suggest that maintaining perspective about what truly matters, relationships, experiences, human connection, is valuable. The plague reminds us that catastrophe is possible, that the world can change in ways we can't predict or control, and that security is always provisional. But it also reminds us that humans are remarkably resilient, that societies can rebuild after even the worst disasters, and that life persists and often finds new forms more adapted to changed circumstances. Medieval people didn't know they were living through the transition from the medieval to the early modern world. They just knew their world had changed, and they had to adapt. You're living through your own historical transition, toward what no one knows yet, and you're adapting too, using the same basic human capacities that carried people through the plague years. As you prepare to drift into sleep, let your mind rest on this final thought. The Black Death, for all its horror, was not an ending but a transformation. It destroyed a world, yes, but in doing so, it created space for new ways of thinking, living and organising society. The medieval world that existed before the plague was already showing strains. Population had been growing for centuries, pressing against the limits of agricultural technology. Social hierarchies had calcified into forms that seemed increasingly arbitrary and unjust. The church had accumulated wealth and power that sat uneasily with its spiritual mission. Trade networks had grown complex but fragile. The plague shattered these structures not through intention, but through indifference. Disease doesn't care about social hierarchies or economic systems. It simply spreads, kills, and moves on. This very indifference made it an equal opportunity catastrophe that affected everyone regardless of status. What emerged from the ruins was a world that, while still unjust and difficult by modern standards, was materially better for many survivors. They worked less, ate better, and had more choices about their lives. The plague had inadvertently redistributed wealth, shifted power balances, and created opportunities that hadn't existed before. This doesn't justify the catastrophe. Millions of deaths can't be justified by any subsequent improvements. But it does illustrate how historical change often emerges from the unexpected places, how catastrophe can inadvertently produce transformation that deliberate reform couldn't achieve. The survivors who rebuilt medieval Europe weren't heroes or villains, just people trying to make the best of terrible circumstances. They grieved their losses, adapted to new realities, and gradually constructed a world that worked differently than the one they'd lost. Their pragmatism and resilience deserve recognition. The quiet that settled over Europe in 1348 to 1349 was the sound of a world ending. But endings contain beginnings. In the emptied villages and silent cities, in the abandoned fields and shuttered workshops, new possibilities were germinating. It would take generations for those possibilities to fully emerge, but they were there, waiting. As you close your eyes tonight, safe in your bed with modern medicine protecting you from the diseases that terrified medieval people, remember that your security is built on foundations laid by those who survived the unsurvivable. Their struggles created the world you inherited. Their resilience echoes in your ability to face contemporary challenges. The Black Death teaches that catastrophe is survivable, that humans adapt, and that life finds a way forward even through the darkest circumstances. Medieval people couldn't have imagined your world any more than you can imagine the world your descendants will inhabit in 2525. But the human capacities that carried them through their catastrophe, resilience, creativity, hope, and determination, are the same capacities you possess. Sleep well, knowing that you're part of a human story that has survived plagues, wars, famines, and countless other catastrophes. This same spirit that rebuilt Europe after the Black Death lives in you, ready to face whatever challenges your own time presents. The great quiet that followed the plague eventually gave way to new voices, new ideas, and new ways of being human. Your quiet tonight is not a catastrophe but rest, a peaceful silence that precedes tomorrow's possibilities. And in that silence, across the centuries, You might almost hear the echoes of those medieval survivors going about their lives, rebuilding their world, choosing hope over despair, and proving that even the worst disasters cannot permanently defeat human resilience. Sweet dreams.